depends on what you do next. Visit SedoroLaw.com.
He thinks bean counting is an iPhone app. He is the most uninteresting man in the world.
Hi, I'm Bob Berger. Don't just get your taxes done.
With Mitch and others and the lineups and more still to come. 78 degrees and pleasant here in Omaha. It's always a great day whenever you're in Omaha, Nebraska. We're glad to be back and looking forward to spending more time here. But the Beavers need to win to make that happen. Coach Dorman talks about Keljo and the plan today and going forward next on the Beavers Sports Network from Learfield.
Dear Truckin' Awesome, Toyota Tundra's got heart-pounding horsepower. Tacoma is one rugged ride, and the 4Runner is tough as nails. Truck yeah! Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
The Rivalry Series is brought to you by Safeway Albertsons, Pacific Source Health Plans, your local Toyota dealers, and First Interstate Bank. The University of Oregon and Oregon State University want to thank each company for recognizing one of the longest-running sports rivalries in the nation. Ultimately, our student-athletes will benefit the greatest from their tremendous support. The Beavs and Ducks will continue carrying on their historic competitive tradition, going head-to-head across the season, bringing the Rivalry Series to life. Cheer on the Beavs this season to capture the Rivalry Series.
A grand slam for Gavin Turley.
A lot goes into Oregon State athletes reaching peak performance for game day, including the right nutrition. At Wilbur Ellis, we know that healthy crop performance requires the same attention to nutrition as an athlete. That's why we use benchmark data points to maximize crop productivity through nutrient efficiency. For 100 years, family-owned Wilbur Ellis has been partnering with Oregon's farmers to grow healthier crops. That is the winning ag experience for Beaver Nation. Locally provided by Wilbur Ellis.
Dear Truckin' Awesome, Toyota Tundra's got heart-pounding horsepower. Tacoma is one rugged ride, and the 4Runner is tough as nails. Truck yeah! Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
It's time to give the home team the advantage. For all your homeowner needs, turn to the Beaver Home Team. Oregon Mutual Insurance and WaFed Bank are your local businesses that have teamed up to provide outstanding service for your local home needs. You can count on Oregon Mutual Insurance and WaFed Bank to help you score big for your home. Check out osubeavers.com/home team to see what the Beaver Home Team can do for you. Go local and go Beavs.
Back at Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. Honored to be joined by Oregon State pitching coach Rich Dorman as the Beavers get ready for a run, as they're very familiar with. They have to work harder to get to where they want to be, but they've done it before and look forward to it again. 5 straight elimination game wins and looking for another today against Louisville. Pitching coach Rich Dorman, kind enough to join me on this pregame show ahead of the Louisville game. Coach, first of all, we haven't had a chance to talk about this yet. You're all in on the task of beating the Cardinals again, but you're in Omaha. And just how proud are you, first and foremost, of everything your guys, this entire club, this program has done just to be in this place?
Yeah, I mean, it's a special place, and I think the thing that I love most about it, it's all of our young arms get a taste of what this is like. And so when they're going through summer and they're going through fall next year, you know, whether we win this thing or not, they know how special this is and what a amazing journey it can be, and all the perks and just being around here and in this great tradition of college baseball and get into the Mecca in Omaha. And so it's going to drive them even more. So that part's been really cool to watch them take this all in.
And, Coach, speaking of young arms, let's talk about, before we even get to today, and even how you have to sort of plot ahead for the rest of the run here. But Dax Whitney was really good. Speaking of a young arm, was he not?
Yeah, he did a great job setting the tone. I mean, you're a freshman from Idaho, and you come out on a giant stage like that and take the first game, put us in a really good position to get to the championship. And now we got to take a different route, but Dax was great. He did an amazing job, did his job.
Ethan Kleinschmidt, I thought, it looked like he fought himself a little bit, not the stuff that we've often seen from him in terms of its command and so on. Nevertheless, You know, this is a team game. Nobody points fingers at anybody. You guys are all in this together. Nevertheless, though, I thought Ethan probably just if you look at his pitching line, it does kind of tell a story that some unearned runs, which are so uncharacteristic of this team and this program. All in all, how did you feel about Ethan?
He settled in, not in a great rhythm early. I don't know if the first play of the game sped him up a little bit more. But he did a good job of settling in. Obviously wasn't sharp like he normally is, wasn't crisp like he normally was. Kind of just laid that first slider into the lefty instead of ripping it like you can. You know, and that's what Coastal does. They do a good job of capitalizing on other teams' mistakes. And if you go back through their games and all, you know, their wins in this win streak, it's teams make mistakes and they capitalize. They put pressure on you, and we got in a deficit and we couldn't battle out of it. And so, but I can't wait to play those guys again, man. I know we're the better team. And I'm excited to get Louisville today and get into the top 6, or no, excuse me. Get in the top 6. And then, well, we are in the top 6. We win today, puts us in the top 4. Mm-hmm. And then we go take care of Louisville, we take care of, Coastal, and then that gets us in the championship.
Yeah, and that's the path. And so first up, though, it is Louisville today. And as you contemplated whom to start, how to set it up, tell us a little bit of how your thinking went, and you end up settling on Nelson Keljo.
Well, we're going with Keljo just because, you know, he's a 6'5" left-hander that throws in the mid-90s, and like you don't want to come to Omaha and not have that guy pitch, and he's going to give us a good shot to get off to a good start, and then we're going to probably follow him up with Segura, and probably after him, and then we got Hutch, and we'll see where we go from there.
Yeah, and each game sort of takes, as Mike Riley, the outstanding football coach for the Beavers, used to say, you win the game you're in. So you can plot these things out, right, Rich? Yeah. Every game requires its own decision making.
Sure. I in my perspective, there's no moves we're going to make today plotting for tomorrow. Like you got to win today, period. We're not saving anybody. It's win this game and we'll figure out tomorrow. Unfortunately, we got plenty of good stuff. Yeah. Tomorrow. So, but again, today's all that counts.
Everybody's all in today. Rich Dorman, pitching coach, my guest, as we get ready for the Beavers in Louisville. Rich, in terms of, though, well, no matter who you need to use, it's hot and available, you'll use to win today. Nevertheless, how good do you feel? Confident do you feel about the breadth, the depth of arms you do have available to get through this now kind of on the loser's bracket side?
Well, I feel really confident. And I think the thing that helps our ball club is our offense. They know we have good arms too. So they don't feel the pressure of, man, we got to go out and, score 10 runs to win a game. Not hopefully, I know that we're going to go out there and compete, and they know that we have a lot of good arms left. We've been here before, like you've mentioned multiple times, and it's kind of just been the story of this team so far. So we need that relentless offense that came out and took it to Florida State in that third game, and we need that for 3 games in a row, and we're going to be playing in the championship on Saturday.
Rich, last couple of things. The ballpark itself, does it play into how you counsel your pitchers or the stuff they throw at all? I mean, I know after Easton's home run, the next 2 Beaver batters belted balls that I looked like, sounded like, felt like they'd be home runs in almost any other ballpark. Is that a factor at all, you think, in the way your pitchers go about their business? Hey, I can trust that I'm going to get an out if I just make a decent enough pitch. The ballpark has a pretty good chance of holding it.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like you make pitches no matter what. You can't really go, okay, well, the wind's blowing in from left, I'm going to throw this guy all away. I feel like you throw your strengths and you attack, and kind of like that Wood kid did from Arkansas last night, man. Holy cow.
Good game.
Yeah, he threw a gem, but yeah, and even from an offensive perspective, I think you got to just put put pressure, get on base, and that's one thing that we do. We capitalize on it. So
Final thing, Rich, and that is this totality as we talk about it. It's everybody all in. That includes the defense, which has been spectacular this year. And my expectation is, and it probably is yours and everybody else's, that's who we'll see going forward, starting today, because that's who you guys are.
No doubt. I mean, anytime you get on a stage that we're playing on right now, it's special. It's amazing. I feel like the more reps and more grounders our guys get on that field, the better. It's just, it's a great surface, right? It's dirt. Our practices we've had out here have been at good places, but not, we haven't been taking a ton of ground balls like we need to be on this surface. And so our guys are going to adjust, right? The more you see pitches in the batter's box, the more comfortable you're going to get. The more times our guys get on that mound throwing balls to the catcher from off the slope, the better they're going to be. It's just, we got to keep winning games, get more comfortable, make this our home, and go win this thing.
Coach, thank you for the time as always. I appreciate the perspective, and I look forward to doing this again here in a couple of days this weekend as you're looking for the long stay. I believe in it. I know Beaver Nation does too, and more important, all of you guys do. I appreciate it, Rich. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Mike. Go Beavs. Pitching
coach Rich Dorman, part of our pregame show as we get ready for the Beavers in Louisville today, as the Beavers look to go on like a 2018 run. The program's done it before, looking to do it again on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, Beaver fans, Oregon State's tradition of excellence is now a winning pairing with Willamette Valley Vineyards Classic Oregon Wine. As a proud wine partner of Oregon State Athletics, we invite you to join us at any of our locations for world-class Pinot Noir, Pacific Northwest-inspired cuisine, and one-of-a-kind events. Learn more and plan your visit at WVV.com. That's WVV.com. Go Beavs!
Weyerhaeuser has been proud to operate in Oregon for more than a century. As stewards of Oregon's forest, we understand that every decision we make can impact the health of our communities, our forests, and all the wildlife that depend on it. Through our long-standing leadership on sustainable forestry, we're committed to ensuring our forests thrive on a continuous cycle today and for future generations of Oregonians. Learn more at WI.com. Go Beavs!
Today's game's Benny's Buddies Pet Spotlight. The official fan club of your favorite pet, brought to you by your local Toyota dealers, is Benny's Buddies member Faith the horse from Philomath. Faith enjoys galloping around with her mom Mallory and attending rodeos during the summer. Sign up your pet today at osubbeavers.com/Benny's Buddies. Each member gets an official social media filter, and Oregon State will be giving away collars, leashes, treats, toys, and so much more.
Want to make a difference for Oregon State University students and alumni? It's as easy as becoming a member of the OSU Alumni Association. Whether you're an OSU graduate, a family member, or a big fan and believer, become a member today and get access to exclusive perks while supporting the university you love. Purchase a membership for yourself or as a gift at fororegonstate.org/join. That's fororegonstate.org/join.
Back at Charles Schwab Field in Omaha, where the official start time will be 1:43 locally Central Time. That's 11:43 back in the Pacific Northwest. The Beavers in Louisville coming up in an elimination game. Today's nutrition report is brought to you by Wilbur Ellis. And today's report is going to come at you in the form of a question. Which baseball position burns the most calories? It is the pitcher, and that's why the nutrients pitchers consume pregame are very important to help them go the distance. Our friends at Wilbur Ellis are making sure that you have the right nutrients to go the distance by producing products like Puric that increase nutrient availability and uptake into the fast-growing crops. Contact Wilbur Ellis today and chart your course for the winning ag experience. We saw a pitcher go the distance and make history here yesterday, Gage Wood for Arkansas in an elimination game for the Razorbacks through a complete game, 19 strikeout, no-hitter. Only the third no-hitter in College World Series history. The first one occurred in 1950, the first year, 75 years ago, as we've been celebrating the Diamond anniversary here this week in Omaha. In the first year up on the hill, the Diamond on the Hill, Rosenblatt Stadium, Jim Erler of Texas no-hit Tufts University. And then 10 years later, Jim Wixon of Oklahoma State no-hit North Carolina. So 65 years ago, the last no-hitter in the College World Series. Yesterday, Gage Wood making history not only with a no-hitter, but 19 strikeouts. That broke Arizona's Eddie Baines record of 17 set here back up on the hill in the 1972 College World Series. Congratulations to Gage Wood throwing a no-hitter against Murray State yesterday in the Razorbacks elimination game. The Beavers are, of course, in one of their own. And we're going to come back and take a look at the starting lineups for today's ball game in a moment. A quick look at our matchup history presented by Holland America. Discover cruise deals at hollandamerica.com. It's the Beavers in Louisville, and it's a good venue for the Beavs. They've played the Louisville Cardinals twice now, back at what was then known as TD Ameritrade Stadium, but this ballpark, now Charles Schwab Field. And in 2013, in an elimination game, the Beavers were victorious 11-4. And then in the first game between the two teams here on Friday night, as I'm sure you well and fondly recall, the Beavers with a walk-off win. Gavin Turley doubling down the left field line in the bottom of the ninth inning to score Iva Arquette and give the Beavers a memorable 4-3 victory. The Beavs are hopeful they can go to 3-0 today against Louisville and keep their season alive. Discover Alaska with Holland America, a proud partner of OSU Athletics. See more glaciers in Alaska with Holland America than any other cruise line. Book your Alaska vacation today at hollandamerica.com. Omaha, Nebraska, winds howling in from center field at the moment, and that's apropos to the conversation we'll be having later in this elongated pregame show with Oregon State head coach Mitch Canham, talking about taking the ballpark and the conditions into account when hitters come to the plate. And he said, yeah, that is a deal. That's a thing. We'll also ask Big Jim Wilson, OSU Hall of Famer, will be joining me near the top of the upcoming hour, right around 11 o'clock or a little thereafter. We'll visit with Jimmy and get his thoughts about Nelson Keljo getting the start and just what, in his opinion, the Beavers need to do to kind of get back in the right frame of mind following the loss to Coastal Carolina here 2 days ago, 6-2, to fall into the loser's bracket. Coastal sitting in the catbird seat awaiting the winner of this ball game tomorrow afternoon here at 11:08 Pacific time. Then the Beavers, if they win today and win that tomorrow, would need to come back again. Time to be determined and try to keep their season alive and advance to the championship series with a second win over the Chanticleers. First things first, it's the Beavers in Louisville today. 78 degrees, sun coming out. It's been kind of a cloudy morning after the wild thunderstorms from last night, but the sun coming out, winds blowing in, a beautiful day for baseball. We'll look at the starting lineups, the Beavers in Louisville next on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Pacific Office Automation is an official sponsor of Oregon State Athletics. Let us help you create your total office solution with copiers and printers, security systems and cameras, managed IT and cloud services, unified communications and telephones, including carrier services, plus temperature sensing kiosks and more. The one source for all your office technology solutions. Go to pacificoffice.com. Pacific Office Automation. Problem solved.
Facing cancer requires comprehensive care and support. The Samaritan Cancer Program has board-certified providers who specialize in treating all cancer types. We have your care needs covered every step of the way. Beyond treatment, the Samaritan Cancer Program provides you with nutrition services, financial advocacy, emotional support, resources, and more. Join us in being healthier together because your fight against cancer deserves the best. Visit samhealth.org/cancer.
At Builders First Source, we're proud to be the nation's largest supplier of home building materials with 14 locations in Oregon and Southwest Washington. Our team is driven to deliver for our customers and help solve today's toughest challenges. We offer expert advice as you shop our extensive selection of lumber, siding, windows and doors, roof trusses, decking, and more for your next project. You can count on Builders First Source to minimize your build times, maximize efficiency, and deliver what you need when you need it. Go to BLDR.com to find a location near you.
From forestry, construction, material handling to trucking, no matter what industry you're in, Pape has the equipment and services to keep you moving. As a family-owned and operated business for 85 years, Pape is committed to providing consistent quality customer service. This commitment is what makes Pape the premier capital equipment provider in the West. Pape is a proud sponsor of OSU Athletics. Go Beavs!
The Beavers and Louisville Cardinals under the sun in Omaha, Nebraska. One team will advance and survive. The other will, as I said, take great memories from the experience. There are no bad days in Omaha, but both of these teams are looking for more good ones here. And the Beavers, the visiting team today. This is the lineup that Mitch Canham, a two-time national champion, three-time participant in games here in the College World Series. He'll share some of his thoughts about those and the path the Beavers took in 2006. We'll rehearse some of that great, memorable Beaver history with Mitch, who was right in the middle of it, in our Coach's Corner segment coming up in a few minutes. Big Jim Wilson will be joining us after this next break. And by the way, network stations, we've got a bonus network break coming up at the end of this segment before we bring in the OSU Hall of Famer Jim Wilson and some of his thoughts on today's challenge ahead for the Beavers. First of all, for the Beavs, a slight tweak in the lineup, which we'll get to in a moment. Leading off at third base, Trent Carraway. Iva Arquette batting second at shortstop. One of the great shortstops I've ever seen, but has scuffled a little bit here with an error in each game, and I don't think he's going to make any more. That's just sort of my feeling, starting today and beyond. Batting third in left field, Gavin Turley. The cleanup hitter and catching, Wilson Weber. A.J. Singer, who knows the territory from across the river, and I can see the Berry pedestrian bridge linking Nebraska and Iowa and Council Bluffs, Iowa, in my vision across the way. A.J. Singer, visualizing perhaps participating in the College World Series himself when he went D1, and he came to a program that has given him that opportunity, and he's been a big part of it. A.J. Singer making just his second error of the year in the Beavers' loss here on Sunday. A.J. batting fifth at second base. Tice Peterson hitting sixth, the designated hitter. Jacob Craig batting seventh at first base. Easton Tolt, who homered 2 days ago, batting eighth in right field. That's the adjustment. Easton moves from ninth to the eighth spot. Cannon Reeder bats ninth and plays center field. Left-hander Nelson Keljo Jr. out of Jesuit in Portland, 3-2. 3.74 for his ERA, making his 17th appearance and 11th start as part of our starting pitcher profile, brought to you by Seven Feathers Casino Resort. Seven Feathers, your place to play. Dan McDonald is in his 19th year at Louisville. Here is his starting lineup. Leading off at shortstop, another brilliant defender who has also made an error here, leading to the Beavers getting an unearned run in the win over Louisville on Friday. Alex Alicea batting first at shortstop. In the two-hole, the center fielder, Lucas Moore, 52 stolen bases on the year. Matt Klein batting third and catching. Jake Monroe, the cleanup hitter at third base, batting fifth in right field. The average leader at 365, Eddie King Jr., hitting sixth for the Cardinals. The home run leader for Louisville, Teg Davis, has 18. He plays first base. Batting seventh, In left field, the RBI leader with 66, Zion Rose. Hitting 8th, the designated hitter, Byram Hott. And batting 9th will be Kamayu Neighbors playing second base. The starting pitcher, Brennan Cutts, a transfer from Indiana State, where he was used primarily as a starter last year. 51 appearances for the Sycamores in his first 3 years collegiately. 30 starts, the majority of those, over half of them last year. 16 starts for Indiana State, a team that went to the NCAA tournament. And in fact, the right-hander Brennan Cutts is the only player on this Louisville roster in the NCAA tournament last year, and that with Indiana State. 3-1 with an ERA of 4.89, making his 26th appearance for Louisville and only his second start. He has 2 saves, 35 innings, 27 hits, 15 walks, 39 strikeouts, a batting average against of 208, and Mitch Canham describes him as a fly ball pitcher. And the Beavers thus need to be aware of that, and Mitch will explain what he thinks that entails just as an approach with the wind blowing in and the ballpark playing huge. You don't want to get the ball in the air too much. You've got to be Dave Kingman or Frank Howard to get something out of here today, one would think. So we'll hear from Mitch about that. Coming up next, though, we'll also hear from a great slugger whose single-season home run record was broken last year by Travis Bazzana. With Gavin Turley homering yesterday, there's just 3 players in single-season history, in Oregon State's rich baseball history, that are in the 20-homer club. Travis Bazzana with his 28 last year, Gavin Turley with his 20th here 2 days ago, and Big Jim Wilson, who will be joining us next with his 21 home runs in 44 games in 1982, the only 3 players in Beaver baseball history in the 20-homer club. We'll talk to Big Jim as part of our extended pregame show. So again, network stations, after a legal ID here in a moment, what we will be doing is taking a bonus network break to get reconfigured and set up with Big Jim. So before we do anything else, though, a little past 1 o'clock local time, 11 o'clock back home. Let's pause now 10 seconds for station identification. This is Beaver Baseball from Learfield. The Beavers and Louisville Cardinals coming up. A conversation with OSU Hall of Famer Jim Wilson next as our lengthy pregame show continues from Omaha on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Dear Truckin' Awesome, Toyota Tundra's got heart-pounding horsepower. Tacoma is one rugged ride, and the 4Runner is tough as nails. Truck yeah. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Established in 1983 as a family-owned business, Wilson Equipment proudly stands as an authorized full-line dealer of Bobcat compact equipment, serving the communities of Medford, Eugene, and Salem. Stop by any Wilson Equipment location for rugged, reliable Bobcat machines that get the job done, including tough Bobcat mowers, easy-to-use mini excavators, classic skid steer loaders, and new compact wheel loaders. From sales, service, rental, and hauling, Wilson Equipment has all your bases covered. Visit www.wilsonequipment.net, where you're guaranteed a grand slam.
Dear Truckin' Awesome, Toyota Tundra's got heart-pounding horsepower. Tacoma is one rugged ride, and the 4Runner is tough as nails. Truck yeah. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
It's been so long. How have you been?
Hello, I'm doing well.
Dave, why are you talking that way?
Please say 1 for a compliment or 2 for a question.
Yeah, this is weird. I think I'm going to go.
Talking with an automated phone tree can feel pretty ridiculous. That's why when you call Pacific Source Health Plans, you'll get a real person to answer all your important questions.
Pacific Source Health Plans? This is a real person. How can I help you?
Human service, not automated phone trees. Find a plan at PacificSourceMembersFirst.com.
As Reese's celebrates a milestone anniversary, we're thankful to be part of your good times for 75 years. Our deliciously easy deli salads and ready-to-heat and serve side dishes are always a home run or grand slam, perfect for rounding out a buffet or last-minute entertaining. Keep the good times coming with deli salads and sides from Reese's. Here's to 75 years and counting. Reese's, we're made for good times.
Hey, Beaver fans, Holland America has been sailing to Alaska longer than any other cruise line. Spot calving glaciers, breaching hunchback whales. With a cruise line that's #1 in Alaska wildlife and wilderness tours. Depart conveniently from the Pacific Northwest all summer long. Have it all with our 2025 early booking bonus and save 60% on the best onboard package. This offer is per person based on double occupancy and available at select departures. Restrictions apply. Visit hollandamerica.com for more details. Holland America, the official cruise line partner of OSU. Go Beavs!
Mitch Cannon teaches his team the values of hard work, dedication, and swinging for the fences. That's the same philosophy at Umpqua Dairy. For over 90 years, they've produced award-winning ice cream. Just like the Beavers baseball team, Umpqua Dairy has picked up its fair share of national championships through the years. Check out their flavor of the month at umpquadairy.com and find their Oregon-made ice cream at your favorite grocery store. Umpqua Dairy and OSU baseball, a home run combination.
BECU. You've heard the name, seen the letters. But what does BECU stand for? Simply put, not-for-profit BECU stands for people. For charting your own path. For choosing what's right for members instead of what's profitable for someone else. Because they are the reason our credit union exists. So we do everything in our power to help them reach their financial goals. BECU. Power in people. All Pacific Northwest residents are eligible to join. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey there, Beaver fans. Holt Ag Solutions is proud to be your premier dealer for top tractor brands like Massey Ferguson, Fendt, and more right here in Oregon. With expert technicians and quality parts, we are here to support your operation from start to finish. Stop by any of our Oregon locations to see the latest models from Fendt, Massey Ferguson, and all your favorite ag brands at Holt Ag Solutions. Or call 888-HOLT-006 to talk with one of our ag experts today.
The Beavers taking infield now on a ball field that looks immaculate. It took a beating last night with a severe thunderstorm coming in at 7:20. The teams then sat for 3 hours here. We know that territory from 2018, a 4.5-hour delay. But after 3 hours, the decision was made to send the two teams home. That game just completed a little while ago, and a 65-minute countdown between the end of LSU's 9-5 victory over UCLA. So the Beavs taking some ground balls right now on the infield, fly balls as well. The rest of the squad playing catch as the Beavers in Louisville will get this first pitch delivered by Brennan Cutts, a right-hander for Louisville, the home team, in about, what do we got here? The first pitch will be in about, it's 1:07 local time, 1:43, the scheduled first pitch. We have a conversation with head coach Mitch Cannon coming up in our elongated pregame show. And as we make adjustments, what the game of baseball is all about, and I dare say life as well, we're adjusting to changing circumstances. And in the adjustment, really grateful to make connection with my good friend and broadcast partner, OSU Hall of Famer Big Jim Wilson, back home in Vancouver, USA, but taking some time, as I know, Jimmy, you're going to be watching with all of Beaver Nation to see if the Beavers can keep this thing alive today. Thanks for taking time, Jim. How's life back in Vancouver today? Are you got locked in, ready to watch the Beavers this afternoon?
Yeah, I was locked and loaded, ready to go at 11, but obviously that wasn't the takeoff time. But yeah, we're excited. We're sitting around and just waiting and really enjoying watching and quite frankly, listening to you.
Thanks, Jim. Wish you were here, and we had great experiences together, and bringing that 2018 title game in particular. You and I kept saying after the 4th, 5th, 6th inning, well, I'm sure that's it for Kevin Abel. Well, I'm sure Abel's probably done now. Kevin goes the distance of a 2-hit complete game shutout in that final game to win it all against Arkansas. One of the great pitching performances in this ballpark ever. We saw another one yesterday with a no-hitter delivered by Gage Wood. And without breaking down those particular games, those scores, and even referencing two-hitter, no-hitter, Jim, it's a pitcher's ballpark, right? I mean, you've seen it, how it plays, and the wind's blowing in harder today right now than I've seen it at any point in this College World Series. What are your thoughts, therefore, then? The approach that pitchers and hitters should take with those kinds of conditions prevailing?
The truth is, Mike, your approach should always pretty much be the same. I mean, you look for the ball, you try to get inside it, you try to hit it where it's pitched, you try to get through it, you try to get to it, all those things. You watched the other night, I thought the ball that Ivy hit to right center had a chance. I thought off the bat, it's got a chance. And the one he hit more to center, I didn't think it had a chance, but I thought in another ballpark, somewhere else, another day, that's a home run as well. And I thought there was another ball to the left that they caught up against the wall. It was Turley. I think it was a top spin job. But those are all potential home runs, and in Goss, probably all three are home runs, at least when we were in Goss last. But they're not, and so you just got to keep. You do want to make sure, though. I think that the small ball and moving runners becomes a little more paramount because the home run is going to be less frequent.
Jim, Mitch Canham in the conversation coming up, which I conducted a couple of hours ago now, truth be told, but we talked a little bit. He does feel as though a hitter can take into account, and I'm wondering if you ever did with windy conditions. You can't reinvent yourself, I think is what you're saying. Your approach is your approach, and how you hit is how you hit. But he did say that a hitter can be conscientious about trying to hit the top half of the ball. Maybe that's the approach anyway, but try not to get under it. And this Brennan Cutts joker, said affectionately for Louisville, they tell me, is a fly ball type of pitcher, so that may not be the best combination. Do you understand what Mitch is talking about in terms of the approach he thinks some of his power guys may need to take today?
Yeah, I do. My swing thought 95% of my life was get on top of the fastball. I mean, I was always trying to get on top of the ball. And so here's where I think the wind matters. I think it changes the way people pitch more than the way people hit. And because it changes the way people pitch, then as a hitter, okay, he's not afraid to just pitch me away, play me away, and go ahead, see if you can cut the wind the other way, which is hard to do. And so I think, generally speaking, the wind determines more how people pitch than it changes how people hit.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, as always. Now, speaking of pitching, Jimmy, Nelson Keljo gets the baseball. What are your thoughts about Nelly, what you've seen from him, what he's capable of? He's a starter. He gets amped up when he comes out of the pen, and we saw him with the emotions running high against Florida State and closing out that game. What are your thoughts about Keljo and what's ahead of him today as a starter?
We know the ceiling's high. He was the Friday night starting pitcher to open the season for a team ranked in the top 10. So there's no question that it's there, and he's capable. It's probably a good thing because he's left-handed. He gets a little better chance to control the running game from the left side of Louisville. So I think you go with the guy you think is going to give you the best chance to win, and they do have some arms that are ready to go. They're not expecting him obviously to go the distance, but they also know that to win the tournament, you got to not only win this game, you need to save a couple guys down the road. So I like it. I think he gives them a good chance to win. And you talked about the jumping up and down. Well, the Beavers saw a lot of that from the Coastal Carolina pitchers.
Yes, they did.
Like I told my wife, I said, every time I see that, it doesn't bother me. They're just kids, but it's just a guy who hadn't played enough. You don't see, you turn on the TV and watch a big league game, and you show me a guy, you show me a guy jumping up and down after every inning, and you won't, actually. You just won't. And so it's because they've played enough, and they're past that. But they're kids, and I don't mind it. And if our guy's doing it, I guess I don't mind it even less.
And Jacob, in fairness to him, hasn't pitched a lot. He's been injured a couple of different seasons, and so he's finally gotten on the mound this year, and all he is 12-0 with an ERA of 2, and he was very good against the Beavers. Last couple of things. Big Jim Wilson, we're in a lengthy pregame show with the first pitch coming up here now in 30 minutes from Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. We'll hear from Mitch Canham and a lengthy conversation with the Beavers head coach. Defense, Jim, has been just one of the strong points, up the middle defense with Arquette and Singer. You marveled at it when we were together during the Corvallis Regional and the Super Regional. But it hasn't been as sharp. But they're not the only ones. Alex Alisea, the Louisville shortstop, had one error all season coming in, and he made one the other night to give the Beavers an unearned run. What do you make of that? I mean, the hops aren't always true, although this is an immaculate, well-kept field. Is it unfamiliarity, pressure? Have you seen anything watching these games here that would indicate why defense has been a little bit of a problem here?
No. One thing I said going in to Omaha, I said all of a sudden now they're playing on a regular surface. And when you're playing on artificial surface, as the Beavers do most of the season, it's just easy. The hops are true. It's really easy. But so they went. Then now they're playing on an artificial surface. Now that wouldn't explain throwing errors. And
right.
In Iva's case, I think his two have been throwing errors. But the Singer ground ball would probably be the only one that falls in that category. But the bottom line is they are where they are now, and they just need to play clean defense. The old axiom, and I think I texted you, is it's an easy game. You just got to throw strikes, play catch, and put the ball in play. And for the Beavers in this one, I've adjusted it slightly to you got to throw strikes, play catch, and hit the breaking ball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and cuts. And we're going to hear Mitch's breakdown. I'm sure you'll be tuning in. And Mitch does talk a little more at length than usual about the opponent in this case, Brennan Cuts, getting just his second start of the year, but started 16 games for Indiana State last year. The final thing, Jim, you mentioned that, Rich, as he shared earlier on this pregame show, you got to win today. I mean, if you feel like you can win by using a guy that maybe in a perfect case scenario you would like to use tomorrow or Thursday to keep your season alive, you'll use them to win today because there's no tomorrow if you don't. On the other hand, when you look at the Beaver pitching, Jimmy, let's just say the combo, and I think it's lined up today to be Keljo, Segura, Hutchison in a perfect world. If you're able to navigate it with those three, who do you kind of like tomorrow in the same time frame and going forward in terms of the number of arms available from what you've seen that could have some success in trying to keep the Beaver season alive?
Wyatt Queen, I think, would be the guy, and then you have, depending on how long Hutchinson went, and then Zach Kamatz could come back, and then Kellen Oakes, I think, is a guy that you're semi-hoping to go and keep all the way to the end, because then somebody has to start that last game. But again, you got to win the game that you're in. But in a perfect world, they get by without Queen and Oakes today, which I don't know if that's possible. But if they can, then I think Queen is your starter for sure. And if you can get by that game without using Oakes, then I think Oakes is your guy.
And I was impressed. I know sometimes people say, well, it's hard to know exactly, when the game is not necessarily out of hand, but the pitches aren't, as the modern phrase goes, high leverage ones. Nevertheless, I thought the freshman kid, the big kid out of Riverton, Utah, Jimmy, showed some pretty good stuff, right? Zach Edwards. Tell me a little bit about, again, a guy that if you need an out here or there or something, or James DeCramer is also in that mix, Leif Palmer, but Zach Edwards, a freshman right-hander, impressed me. What about you?
Yeah, actually, I omitted DeCramer. He would be probably, I would still say Wyatt Queen the next game, but DeCramer for sure would be right at the top of the list after that. Mike, I loved what I saw. I just wish he would have thrown more fastballs. His fastball was just absolutely electric. In one at bat, he showed the fastball at 97, and then just put the guy away with two breaking balls because the guy had seen that fastball. Next guy comes up, he throws like 3 consecutive breaking balls for balls. And it's like, just throw the fastball. Show them just what they got to deal with, and then go to your breaking ball. But he definitely flashed some really, really good stuff.
Yeah. Well, Jim, it's all good stuff in Omaha. Just to be here, as you well know, I'm hoping, perhaps we'll see if we can get to the weekend. I'd love to see you back here, big fella, as we've done in the past. But if not, thanks for taking time here today to help us get through this 70-plus minute pregame show from Omaha. I know you'll be locked in, and feel free to text any observations along the way, and that will help me carry on with the broadcast. It's always a pleasure, Jimmy, to talk to you. Say hi to everybody back home for us, and I hope we'll talk again soon. Thanks for jumping on.
You got it, Doc. Good luck.
Thank you, Jimmy. That's OSU Hall of Famer Big Jim Wilson with some thoughts about this elimination game, the Beavers and Louisville coming up. A conversation with head coach Mitch Canham is next. We're back on track network stations. This is a rather lengthy interview with Mitch because I thought, again, we might be in this kind of mode, and we've been in the mode of having time to soak in a little bit. That's not always the case. So a full conversation with Mitch Canham coming up, and then we'll be on to the ball game here. Under the sun, it's clearing. It's a beautiful day for baseball. There's no other place in the world we'd rather be. Charles Schwab Field, Omaha, Nebraska, the College World Series. Mitch Canham next on the Beavers Sports Network from Learfield. Hit a home run today by joining Oregon State Credit Union, where your money works harder for you. Enjoy member-focused financial advice and saving money with competitive rates and fees. We started at Oregon State University and we're still the official credit union of Oregon State Athletics. Join Oregon State Credit Union today. Visit one of our 15 branches or join online at OregonStateCU.com/join.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
It's been so long. How have you been?
Hello, I'm doing well.
Dave, why are you talking that way?
Please say 1 for a compliment or 2 for a question.
Yeah, this is weird. I think I'm going to go.
Talking with an automated phone tree can feel pretty ridiculous. That's why when you call Pacific Source Health Plans, you'll get a real person to answer all your important questions.
Pacific Source Health Plans? This is a real person. How can I help you?
Human service, not automated phone trees. Find a plan at PacificSourceMembersFirst.com.
Hey Beaver Nation, here at Mr. Plywood we know what it means to build. Locally owned and operated for over 50 years, Mr. Plywood goes beyond building decks, storage sheds, and fences. We help build the community. We offer family-style customer service with a friendly and knowledgeable staff that will help you with your next project. If you need hardwoods, plywood, fasteners, or help planning your next project, come down and pay us a visit. We would love to help you on your next project.
Back at Charles Schwab Field, the Beavers in Louisville coming up. The Beavers in a familiar position where it seems to bring the best out of them. They need to win to continue their season, and they look forward to going 6-0 in that category today. And I'm joined by head coach Mitch Canham, brought to you by the Beaver home team, Oregon Mutual Insurance, and WaFd Bank, teaming up locally to support their community. Proud sponsors of the home team. Go local and go Beavs. We'll get back to that theme that you've experienced as a player, now as a coach, when you got to win, and you do, Mitch, here in a moment. But just sitting outside as we conduct the interview in Omaha, I'm reminded of, and brought it up with you, you brought it up to me, and that is the scenic area, the setting, and my recollection of chasing fireflies with my youngsters on the banks of the Conagra Lake, or whatever that is over there that we're not far from. I hope your kids have had a chance to chase some fireflies, too. They did down in Arkansas, you told me. But Dan Spencer finally recalls when his kids and ours, my own, got to do that back in those first trips. Special place and special memories here.
It is. I'm watching all the kids run around the hotel and staying up probably far too late than normal. And you know, doing fun things. They're going to the ballpark. They're dressing up in Beaver gear. They're experiencing things that they're going to remember for the rest of their life. They're, you know, I took a walk around the pond over there with my son, and we're looking at the fish. And I think we escaped all the geese that were hissing at us. You know, getting ready for a fight though. And then going, like yesterday, all the kids went to the water park, the Funplex, and doing the zoo, and just, you know, seeing a lot of smiling faces and memories to be made from this trip that's far from over. But it's something that
I think back on, and again, you don't neglect, yes, you're here to do a job and to win a national championship. And I find myself, locked in my room studying our opponents and where we can get better and just, various things, but also, being able to step back and take a moment to smile and embrace. Like I just gave Ryan Gorton a hug on the way out here, just a good morning hug, because I love the man. He does so much for our program and always has ever since his playing time here. But, it's, again, gratitude just comes to mind, and never neglecting the little things that you see, like open your eyes, be a part of the day and embrace it. And I'm thrilled that we get to go out today and watch Nelson Keljo take the bump and the Beaver men go out and compete.
Yeah, we'll talk about Nelly here in a moment, but one of the things that also comes to mind is in the 06 run that you were such an integral part of. You needed to win 4 in a row, and you did it on 4 straight days. And it was Jonah, then it was Mike Stutz, then it was Daniel Turpin, then it was Jonah again. It was a thing of beauty, Mitch, but just everybody going out to get to where you needed to be into that championship series, one day at a time, and those guys did amazing work.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier, like, man, guys going deep into the game, we saw from Arkansas's game, guy throwing a no-hitter. Everything is possible here. You start to find different superpowers that you never thought existed, but they've always been inside of you. And so, like what we saw from Zach Edwards the other day, like incredible. The guy hasn't thrown in a month, really, but the way he's gone about his work, in his bullpens, his catch play, and then to go out there and fill up the strike zone efficiently, throwing, 97 mile an hour bullets. It takes you back, like just the old school mentality of working your butt off, putting on the boots and strapping on your hard hat and going to work. And that's what I saw from Zed the other day. And what I remember a lot from my teammates from, 5, 6, and 7, just being surrounded by guys that would do whatever it takes. I mean, Jonah Nickerson taking the ball, over and over and over again, and just filling up the strike zone and competing with everything that he had, and never once, complaining. Sure, sweating a little bit, but that's to be expected in warm and humid, but never deterring away from what his mission was, and that was to go out there and dominate.
It was so fun to watch all of that. Now, you've already mentioned Nelson. Give us your thoughts, Coach, about Nelly and the ultra competitiveness, the fire. And sometimes it almost looks like that's why he's been, at times, really effective out of the bullpen, just coming in and firing those bullets and showing the emotion that he shows. You got him at the start of the game today. What are your thoughts about that and channeling the emotions, but also just being who he really is?
Yeah, I that's what we want, not to go out there and think of it any different than how he's, attacked hitters. When he's been successful, he's ultra aggressive. I mean, he turns into a mean old guy on the mound, man. And that's what we want to see from him today, too, is just filling it up, letting him, like, forcing contact. You're either going to get whiff, you're going to get weak contact. I mean, just get after him. And I know he's anxious to take the ball. He hasn't got to take the ball in a College World Series yet, but again, I have confidence that he'll, like, slow the game down in a sense of, hey, this is what my mission is. I'm not going to worry and try to make more of it. And that I want him to get out there and compete. If it's 2 innings, 3 innings, 4 innings, whatever it is that he can give us with his best stuff, that's great. And, if he stays short, okay, then we're going to be using him here, in the next couple of days. And if he goes long, great. He saves our pin so that Wednesday, Thursday games, we're in a good spot. And so there's, I guess the only thing we need is Nelson to go out there and have joy and fiery, like the fiery nature that he has, and go out there and compete. The chips lie where they lie. He's thrown tens of thousands of fastballs, and he's thrown tens of thousands of sliders and changeups. He's taken the mound many times. And so I'm confident the work he's put in, and with Dor and, a rebound game for, like, each and every one of our guys. We've been here. We know it. We've learned from the history of the Oregon State way, and we'll be good.
And when you talk about a rebound game, too, it strikes me, Mitch, I mean, I've watched you guys all year long play just some of the best defense I've ever seen Oregon State baseball play. And that I know is who you really are. You know, it's almost like remember who you are. Well, I know the guys know and don't need to be reminded. Baseball is a tough game, and even the best of players, every once in a while, something doesn't quite work out. But what's my sense is your expectation and everybody else's Beaver defense is going to show up big today and the rest of this thing.
Yeah, there's no telling how the ball is going to hop, where it's going to go, but we can control where we're positioned. We can control our mindset, and we can control all of our preparation and reps to build confidence to go in those things. You know, I was asked how I felt like, you know, when a ball kicks away from us the other day, what was my initial reaction? All right, next pitch. Keep your head up. Let's go. We got this. We've been down before, and it's trained. Like when bad things happen, how do we respond? I remember we were doing pop-up drills at practice a couple of years ago. I had 2 machines going just with our pitchers. And I remember I wasn't doing it to practice catching pop-ups. I was doing it to see how we responded when the ball hit the ground. And that was the video that we went over. It wasn't like getting our body in a certain position and, you know, calling for the baseball necessarily. I wanted to see, and I knew it would happen. I was going to create more chaos so that it did happen. When the ball dropped, and it did a couple times that day, I pointed out the one guy, when the ball hit, he chased after the ball and then looked in for where the runner was. And then another guy who the ball hit, shoulders went down, head went down, moped over to go pick up the ball. That's not how we respond to adversity. We keep our head up, you know, and I saw that from our guys too, is like shake it off, move on, get back in the dugout, and let's you know, focus on what the task at hand is. If we're worried about what the past has hurt us, it's going to prevent us from taking that big leap. Mm-hmm. And what I like is that our eyes are forward and not down. And that gives me a lot of confidence for what our capabilities are. That's all you can ask, is to go about your business the right way.
Is there anything, last thing, Mitch, for today in Louisville and what you know about Brennan Cutts, who was a starter in Indiana State a lot, been out of the bullpen, and an approach offensively that's been so good for this 2025 season? But in this ballpark, I mean, some deep flies that when I saw them leave after Tall homer, I thought I'm seeing 2 more. The next 2 guys, the ballpark holds them. So maybe the approach is the approach no matter where you're playing, but what about in a ballpark like this where those big flies get caught at the track and the fence?
Yeah, especially for today's guy, Cutts, you know, he doesn't get a ton of ground balls. He's more of a fly ball pitcher. You know, and as I look at that, okay, if it is blowing in, like you're going to have to work the lines if you're going to make it leave. And even as a righty, if you hit it towards the right field line, the way the ball's blowing is, it did to Arquette a few times, pushed it into foul territory. So it's mostly pull side is what you're going to get homers. But if you start looking for that, that's usually when you get eaten up. But he does have a riding fastball, and it has a little bit of like cut ride to it as well. So it gets under barrels and gets pop-ups or deep fly balls. And I think just our attack angle on the baseball, think about hitting the top part of the baseball, and then you end up finding center cut, as opposed to looking for the center cut, and then you get underneath it and hit the ball in the air. So I think when you see how, like, and I've said this, I did it as a catcher. When I noticed the wind was blowing, if the wind's blowing hard in from right, I'm going to go ahead and pitch righties away, and I'm going to pitch lefties in and see how far they can hit it into the wind, and usually it doesn't go very far. And so you do have to, like, take into the fact that what the elements are giving you. You know, if the infield's playing really fast, if it's hard dirt, wet grass, and it's skipping through there, why wouldn't you try to hit the ball, you know, liner down? And if the wind is howling out, why wouldn't you try to elevate it a little bit and see what's, like, if it's going to carry out and score some runs? But end of the day, like, it's pitch location, right? You always have to focus on that. Like, if you start chasing stuff out of the zone, okay, the wind's blowing out, I'm going to hit homers today, and then you start expanding the zone, you got a lot of problems there. Yeah. Because you're going to strike out. You're going to end up behind the count, which leads to very poor results. So, you know, and that's something that our guys need to learn a little bit. It's like, no, I'm just going to stick with, this is who I am, this is what I do. Hey, man, there are going to be times the infield's shifted over and there's a big old hole on the other side. Why can't you just play pepper? Put a ball in play on the ground, and it may not come off at a high exit velocity, but guess what? I'm standing on first, and I'm ready to go score a run, versus grounding it over into a shift. And it is obviously easier said than done. guys pitch into the shift intentionally, but I think there's we're going to have to see how the ballpark's playing. We're going to have to see what he's given us. He throws a lot of fastballs. But he does have a good changeup and he does have a good slider. And he has over time, Mike, created a lot of challenges for right-handed hitters, not necessarily striking out a ton, but, getting soft contact in the air.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that breakdown. I learned a lot just hearing you talk about cuts and your approach. I'm looking forward, Mitch, to talking about what you got to do against Coastal tomorrow. But I know first things first, today is the thing. But I don't believe we've done this for a last time this year. I appreciate your time as always, though.
Better believe it. Go Beavs.
That's head coach Mitch Canham. The Beavers and Louisville. And the Beavs begin this quest as they have done here in Omaha and have done throughout this 2025 season. Keep their win and keep playing. Thanks for joining us today. It's the Beavers in Louisville coming up from Omaha on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
It's been so long. How have you been?
Hello, I'm doing well.
Dave, why are you talking that way?
Please say 1 for a compliment or 2 for a question.
Yeah, this is weird. I think I'm going to go.
Talking with an automated phone tree can feel pretty ridiculous. That's why when you call Pacific Source Health Plans, you'll get a real person to answer all your important questions.
Pacific Source Health Plans? This is a real person. How can I help you?
Human service, not automated phone trees. Find a plan at PacificSourceMembersFirst.com.
Okay, you say, I want some breakfast. Your so-called boyfriend says, we got eggs in the fridge. Obviously, when you say breakfast, you mean McDonald's. Definitely a side-eye situation.
Forget that boring breakfast. Buy a breakfast sandwich at McDonald's, like a sausage McMuffin with egg, and get another one for just $1. Prices and participation may vary. Limited time only. Valid for item of equal or lesser value.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Pacific Power is proud to support Oregon State athletics by providing the safe, reliable energy that lights our campus, keeps our laptops charged, and powers opportunities every day. From the classroom to the weight room, from groundbreaking research labs to Research Stadium, Pacific Power is always there to help propel our students and our community forward. Pacific Power, powering your greatness. Let's go Beavs!
Hit a home run today by joining Oregon State Credit Union, where your money works harder for you. Enjoy member-focused financial advice and saving money with competitive rates and fees. We started at Oregon State University and we're still the official credit union of Oregon State Athletics. Join Oregon State Credit Union today. Visit one of our 15 branches or join online at OregonStateCU.com/join.
On the Beavers Sports Network from Learfield.
Caraway, a drive to left field and deep. Williams goes back into the bleachers. A grand slam for Trent Caraway. Peterson, a drive to left. Back goes Chase Williams, back to the fence, and so long again. Eljo comes set. Nelly's 3-2 pitch taken. Strike 3 call. The Beavers return to Omaha.
Beaver Baseball is brought to you by Oregon State Credit Union, the official credit union of OSU Athletics. Safeway. Stop into Safeway, your exclusive grocery partner of Oregon State Athletics. The Barbers, where guys go for great cuts. And by Pacific Office Automation. Problem solved. PacificOffice.com. Play ball! From Omaha, Nebraska, this is the College World Series. Now let's get ready for the first pitch.
Indeed it is. The College World Series, Charles Schwab Field, Omaha, Nebraska. The head coaches meeting and exchanging lineup cards with the umpiring crew. Dan McDonald in his 19th year at Louisville, Mitch Canham in his 6th season at Oregon State. My thanks to Mitch, to Rich Dorman, and a particular thanks to Big Jim Wilson for helping us spend the last over 65 minutes together, nearly 70 by the time the first pitch will be delivered here still in about 4.5 minutes to be made by Louisville right-hander Brennan Cutts. Nelson Keljo getting the start for the Beavers. The first pitch delayed about 36 minutes from the original scheduled time, and that's because of the severe thunderstorm that hit our area last night during the UCLA-Louisville game on the winner's side of the bracket. The two clubs sat around here for 3 hours, not 4.5, as the Beavers and Huskies did in 2018, the best rain delay in the history of baseball. They didn't play last night. They came back this morning, 10 a.m. local time, and finished things up with Louisville prevailing over John Savage's Bruins 9-5. The Beavers trying to play their way into another elimination game tomorrow with a 1:08 Central Time, 11:07, scheduled first pitch. The Beavers in Coastal Carolina. Coastal is indeed in the enviable position after beating the Beavers here on Sunday by a final score of 6-2. The Chanticleers, who've won 25 straight, getting a couple of days rest, and will try to eliminate either Louisville or Oregon State tomorrow. On the bracket 1 side, the Beavers are hoping to channel those energies from 2006 and 2018 and stay alive not only out of their own bracket but into the championship series and come home with a program 4th national title. That circuitous route that Mitch Cam and I were talking about in 2006 to the title, just to rehearse that wonderful Beaver baseball history, it began with an 11-1 loss on June 17th of 2006, 19 years ago today, 11-1 to the Hurricanes. And then the Beavers went on to play for 4 consecutive days with 4 consecutive wins in elimination affairs. The Beavers beat Georgia 5-3 behind Jonah Nickerson. They came back to beat the Miami Hurricanes 8-1 behind Mike Stutz. And then in the finest hour for young Daniel Turpin, 5-0, a shutout over Rice. Daniel, who is now the pitching coach for former Oregon State pitching coach Dan Spencer at Linfield. Turpin with the game of his life, followed by the scenario the Beavers hope to be in against Coastal Carolina, needing to defeat a team twice. The next day, Jonah Nickerson came back, and as Wayne Graham, who had won the national championship with the Rice Owls in 2003, said after the game, "That young man is an artist. He paints." Painting corners all day long. Jonah didn't quite go the distance, but was the winning pitcher in the 2-0 win over Rice. Then it was on to the finals, and I think you remember how things went there. But that's the path the Beavers hope to chart here now. They don't need to win 4 straight. They need to win 3 in a row, starting today against the Louisville Cardinals. Right-hander Brennan Cutts begins to loosen up, getting ready to face Trent Caraway, Ivo Arquette, and Gavin Turley. The Beavers are 5-0 in elimination games in the 25 postseason. And the Beavers hope to go to 6-0 here in 2025. And just looking back at the history of Beaver baseball in the College World Series, they have never played 3 games, and they don't want to start with a 3 spot here in 2025. In Omaha under Ralph Coleman in 1952, the Beavers played 2 and were out. The breakthrough in 2005 behind Pat Casey's club, the Beavers came and were 2-Q in 05. Kevin Gunderson with the Bull guarantee. Will be back, I guarantee it, channeling his inner Joe Namath. And he was right. And it was Gundy on the mound getting the final out. Jonah started, Dallas got the win, and Gundy the save, and that unforgettable 3-2 win over North Carolina for the program's first national championship. Beavers went from 2 games to the 8 games in 2006. The Beavers played 4 games in 2013 and 2017. Ran through everybody, 5 games in 2007 for their second straight national championship. And then 6 games again in 2018. This is the Beavers' 36th College World Series game. They're 22-13 all time in Omaha. Pat Casey went 21-10 with the 3 national championships. Pat is here with his wife Susan, their son Joe. It's been so nice to see them around town, and I know that Pat is so proud of one of his favorite players that he's ever coached, that he was so committed to passing the program on to at the end of the interim year for Pat Bailey, who did an outstanding job, and then a decision that Pat Casey himself made, and he wanted nothing more than to deliver the program to Mitch. Mitch Canham has brought the Beavers to Omaha so close in 2022, a super regional last year and out, but now trying to stay alive with Trent Caraway stepping in against Brennan Cutts. And the first pitch is a fastball from Brennan, swung on and missed, and we're underway. The temperatures jumped up from 78 when we came on the air to 82 degrees, and expecting that to hold throughout the day, although more severe weather is expected later in the afternoon around 5 o'clock. Cuts a strike one pitch. Caraway drills it into right field. Base hit. That is an excellent swing along the lines that Mitch Canham was talking about in our pregame show. A good start for the Beavers. Trent Caraway. A line drive base hit to right. Iva Arquette will come to the plate. And really encouraging to see that kind of swing out of the gate for Caraway, who's now 3 for 10 in the College World Series. Iva Arquette, the hitter. The Beavers' leading hitter as he climbs in. Iva at .353, 18 homers, 65 runs batted in. Caraway held on at first by Tag Davis. Brennan Cutts, the former Sycamore, delivers a fastball for a strike. The count 0-1. Arquette is 3 for 9 through 2 ball games. Scored a couple of runs, including the game winner on Gavin Turley's double in the bottom of the ninth on Friday to beat the Cardinals. No score, just getting started after about a 36-minute delay. Changeup slice down the right field line and foul and into the upper deck. No balls and 2 strikes to Arquette. Trent Caraway a leadoff single. Gavin Turley on deck. Brennan Cutts and Matt Klein, the battery for Louisville. Tag Davis at first, Kamayu Neighbors at second, Alex Alisea at short, Jake Monroe at third, Zion Rose in left, Lucas Moore in center, Garrett Pike in right. Cuts his fastball, fouled straight back, and a nice job by Iva to keep the at-bat alive against another big fella. Brennan is 6'3", 240 pounds, a senior out of Greenup, Illinois, and a transfer in this year from Indiana State. He played in the NCAA tournament with the Sycamores last year. Trent Caraway at first with the leadoff single. Iva Arquette in the 2-hole awaiting another 0-2 pitch. Fastball a little bit low, ball 1, 1-2. Gavin Turley on deck. Joey Wong coaching at third. Brady Casper in front of the Beavers dugout coaching at first base. The Beavers, the visitors, in the first base dugout for the first time in 2025. Changeup fouled at the plate. Arquette stays alive. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Casey Mosier calling balls and strikes today. The first base umpire is Clint Fagan. Angel Campos at second. Brian D. Braware, the third base arbiter. 335 down both lines. 375 to the alleys. 400 feet to straightaway center. Caraway at first draws a throw and dives back. Trent 4 for 5 in stolen bases. The Beavers do not run much at all. Louisville, on the other hand, they run wild. They have 158 stolen bases, 3 here in the College World Series. The 1-2 pitch, swung on, foul tipped and held. Strike 3. Arquette strikes out, and Gavin Turley will come to the plate. Iva, a slow walk back to the dugout. A lot of foul territory here in a symmetrical ballpark, but it narrows quickly down the lines, both in left and right field, with about 6 feet down the line as the lower deck of the stadium curves out back toward the field of play, but upwards of 60 feet, 50 to 60 feet between the third and first base lines and the dugouts. Gavin Turley, the batter, a throw to first, and Trent Caraway back. Gavin at .350, 20 homers, 69 runs batted in. He hit his 20th here in the loss to Coastal Carolina on Sunday. He joins the 20 home run club in Oregon State baseball history with that blow. He, Jim Wilson, and Travis Pizzana, the only three ever to do it. Off speed, swung on and missed. 0-1 the count. Turley hit another ball that looked like it had a chance to get out. Was caught up against the fence in left. The ball simply doesn't carry here, and the wind is blowing in. About the only way to shoot one out of here, would seem, today in particular, would be down either line, particularly to left. The pitch to Turley, fastball, he's right on it, but he fouls it back. And the count 0-2. Wilson Weber on deck. A leadoff single for Trent Carraway on the game's second pitch. He's at first base with 2 down in the top of the first. The Beavers trying to play their way into another elimination game tomorrow at 11:08 Pacific against Coastal Carolina. Brennan Cutts, hard-throwing right-hander to the plate. Swung on, foul-tipped and held. Strike 3, another off-speed pitch. 2 down. Wilson Weber, the batter. Cutts 3-1, making just his second start, but he started 16 games for Indiana State last year. An ERA of 4.89, a couple of saves, 35 innings, 27 hits, 15 walks, 39 strikeouts coming in. Teams have hit a paltry 208 against him. He's allowed 8 homers. He's hit 11 batters in 35 innings. He goes to work on Wilson Weber, throws to first, and Trent Carraway back. Trent with a nice approach to open the game. A line drive base hit to right field. But the ensuing hitters, Arquette and Turley, have each struck out swinging at off-speed stuff against Brennan Cutts. First pitch to Wilson is a fastball away, ball 1. 1-0. Cutts went 11-7 in his 3 years with the Sycamores, an ERA of 4.54, 51 appearances and 30 starts. But just his second this year with Louisville. Carraway goes. He got a good jump. The pitch is a strike. The throw to second is not in time. Excellent read by Trent Carraway. And while the Beavers don't do much running, they get a stolen base here. They're first in Omaha, and all steals by the Beavers, brought to you by Steel, a proud sponsor of Beaver Baseball. Visit steeldealers.com and go Beavs. Carraway now in scoring position. Weber taking a strike for him. 1-1 the count, 2 down. Cutts delivers, good fastball. Swung on and missed. One can tell already that Cutts appears to be quite adept at changing speeds. The fastball at 92, which is firm enough, but plenty for him when the off-speed deliveries are coming in under 80 miles per hour. 1-2, 2 down. Trent Carraway at second, no score. Weber takes a fastball just outside. That one coming in at 94, according to the radar gun reading out on the right field scoreboard. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. A.J. Singer on deck. Trent Carraway with a stolen base, his 5th of the year in scoring position. Wilson trying to get him home. 2-2 pitch is a breaking ball, swung on and missed. Strike 3. A leadoff single and then 3 straight strikeouts, and the Beavers are done in the first. No runs, a hit. Carraway left in scoring position at the end of half an inning. The Beavers nothing. Louisville coming up on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Celebrating 25 years in business, the Barbers continue to offer a great old-fashioned barbershop experience. The Barbers understand excellent customer service and the unique grooming needs for all men. A great cut at a great price from the most experienced barbers around. Come in and enjoy a hot lather neck shave, beard trim, as well as a refreshing shampoo and scalp massage. Book same-day appointments now online by visiting thebarbersonline.com. The Barbers, where guys go for great cuts.
Take your business to the next level in 2025 with the tools and services to make running your business smooth and easy. WaFd Bank is here to help make it happen with options like credit cards, term loans, lines of credit, and cash flow tools like FinSync, so you get paid in hours, not weeks. It's never been easier to get the funding and tools you need to grow your business and meet your goals. Take on the new year with a best bank. Visit wafdbank.com or your local branch and find out why they were awarded Best Bank by Newsweek 3 years in a row. Member FDIC, loans subject to credit approval.
A promising start for the Beavers in the top of the first inning with Trent Carraway taking the game's second pitch and delivering a line drive base hit to right field. However, Brennan Cutts against the next three Beaver batters mixed speeds, changed speeds and stuff, and struck out the side. Nelson Keljo to the bottom of the first inning, getting ready to face Alex Alicea, Lucas Moore, and Matt Klein. In the ballpark today, and it was such an honor to visit with Jerry Fuji in the lobby of our team's hotel, the Courtyard by Marriott in downtown Omaha. Jerry Fuji is here. He said that his father, Tom, will be here today. Tom Fuji, an Oregon State engineering graduate in 1954, is in the ballpark today with his son, Jerry. Tom Fuji, 96 years of age, living in Gresham, Troutdale area now. And a lover of the Beavers in all sports, baseball in particular, Jerry says. But Tom Fuji, 96 years of age, is in the ballpark somewhere, and of Japanese heritage. And Jerry said that his father, Tom, was in an internment camp during World War II. And, you know, I asked Jerry Fuji about, just how difficult that was for his father and what kind of things has he talked about or memories of it. And he just said, my dad, Tom, is as joyful a man and a thankful man, and he's never carried bitterness about it. At least if he has it, he's never expressed it, and that he's lived a joyful, healthy, happy life and got over what had to be a difficult experience, one would think. Here today, 96 years of age, to cheer on Nelson Keljo and the Beavers as we go to the bottom of the first. Nelly's first pitch is a fastball to Alex Alicea, just inside ball one. Alex, another of those guys listed as a switch hitter, but he ain't. He's batting from the left side against Nelson, who's 1-0 fastball. Misses for ball two. Both very close, but both just off the plate. And it's 2 balls and no strikes to Alicea. 308 a homer, 25 runs batted in. Bottom of the first, no score. 2-0 fastball misses for ball 3. 3-0. Keljo's pitches have each been close, but just off the plate. And I do not have a behind the plate angle here. I'm slightly up the first base side. The 3-0 pitch is a strike. It appears as though home plate umpire Casey Mosier will like him a little bit higher. 3 balls and a strike to Alicea with Lucas Moore on deck. Keljo's 3-1 pitch, a strike. Likes him a little outside and even on the outer part of the plate. The first 3 pitches were down and ruled balls by Casey Mosier. Now the count pulled at 3-2 with Nelson Keljo trying to fill up the zone, come all the way back. No score, bottom of the first. The 3-2 pitch is chopped at the plate. 98 miles per hour on the fastball. We saw Zach Edwards hit 97. And yes, the ball game 2 days ago, but that's the fastest pitch a Beaver hurler has delivered here thus far in Omaha. The 3-2 pitch, a ground ball. Keljo hit it with his hand, now fires to first, just in time for the out. Keljo went up high, deflected the ball with his left hand, recovered behind the mound and threw to first and gets the out, but he comes away hobbling. Keljo leaped high, and at the top of the leap, put his left hand, his throwing hand, on the ball. It was a bang-bang play at first, and Louisville will challenge the call at first to see whether indeed he is safe or out. The ruling on the field is out. But Keljo was hobbling because he came out of his left spike, not because he was injured. Now, if Keljo doesn't barehand the ball and come out of his shoe and then dive a la Joey Wong in 2007 off balance to make an accurate throw to first with just one shoe on, I think Arquette would have had a play. I think the call is going to get overturned, unfortunately, and it'll be a base hit for Alicea, but not without a tremendous effort by Nelson Keljo. This call is going to be overturned, and it pains the heart because Keljo made an incredible play. However, That's part of that athletic ability, big physical left-hander.
After review, the call at first will be overturned.
Yeah, it's a base hit. The call is, it's the right call.
Retains their challenge. They have 2 challenges remaining.
Alex Alicea aboard on the infield single on a terrific athletic attempt by Keljo. But if Nelly lets it go by, I think Ivan Arquette would have been able to get to it. And although Alex can fly, 31 stolen bases, I think Arquette would have been able to charge in and make a play and get the out. But Keljo not so sure about that and leapt as high as he could, deflected the ball with his bare hand, recovered, losing his shoe, and an off-balance throw, according to the original call, was out. Now the batter is Lucas Moore. Moore, a .349 hitter, shows bunt, takes high and away, ball 1. Moore has 2 sacrifices on the season. Louisville with 39 on the year. No score, bottom of the first. Excellent attempt by Keljo. But now a guy with 31 bags, Alicea at first. Moore again shows bunt, takes a fastball for a strike. The count 1-1. Nelson Keljo and Wilson Weber, the Beavers battery. Jacob Craig at first, A.J. Singer at second, Iva Arquette at short, Trent Caraway at third, Gavin Turley in left, Cannon Reeder in center, Easton Talt in right, and the outfielders very shallow. Nelson tosses to first, Alicea back. Alex 31 for 37 in stolen bases on a team with 158 bags on the year, 3 here in Omaha. The Beavers did catch Alicea attempting to steal Friday. Keljo's fastball misses high, ball 2, 2-1. .82 degrees and the sun blasting through what was a cloud cover for much of the morning after a severe thunderstorm late last night into the early hours of this morning. Fastball swung out and missed. The count 2-2. I think I looked out around 1:30 or so, and it was finally beginning to subside after hitting at 7:30 last night. No score, bottom of the first inning. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Lucas Moore. Keljo from the stretch. Alicea goes. The pitch is sliced to left. Gavin Turley moving over into foul grounds, and the ball gets into the stands on a good catch by a fan out there. Very little foul territory down either line, and Turley at Goss makes a catch on that play and in many other ballparks, but not here. With the curve of the stands here at Charles Schwab Field in lower downtown Omaha curving back out towards the field, not rectangular. Turley ran out of room in a hurry. The count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes to Lucas Moore. The 2-2 pitch slashed foul above the Louisville dugout on the third base side. Eric Snyder coaches at third for the Cardinals. Adam Vrabel at first. Dan McDonnell, the 19th year head coach, calls the offense. Louisville, one of the winningest clubs in the last 10 years in college baseball. Trying to win and stay alive, as are the Beavers. Keljo a throw to first base, Alicea back. This is, in fact, the 5th College World Series appearance for the Cardinals since 2013. Tied for the 2nd most in that time period. 6th appearance overall. A snap throw to first, and again, Alicea back. And the Cardinals with the 4th most wins in college baseball since Dan McDonnell was hired in Louisville in 2007. So that speaks for itself, how good and solid and consistent they've been. Alicea goes, a ground ball to second, fielded by A.J. Singer. No play at second. Alicea got a good jump. Singer gets the out at first. Lucas Moore retired 4-3. But Alicea would have been in safely had the pitch been taken. He got a huge jump on Nelson Keljo, and that brings to the plate Matt Klein. Moore does not get credit for a sacrifice, but on a hit-and-run play, Moore makes contact, puts it in play, bringing Klein, the left-hand hitting catcher, to the plate, in Louisville with a chance to go up early here in the bottom of the first. The Beavers left Trent Caraway stranded at second in the top half. Keljo to the plate, and the lefty's fastball misses high and inside, ball 1, 1-0. No score, bottom of the first inning. The 1-0 pitch, fastball inside, ball 2, 2-0. The Beavers must needs be circumspect about the running game now, too. Just because Alicea is safely in at second, he is want to steal third. The Beavers need to make sure they're paying him enough attention. Keljo comes set, and he turns doing just that and tosses to Iva Arquette. 2 balls and no strikes. Network stations will get a station ID in here momentarily. We hit the airwaves a little over an hour and a half ago. We thank you for kind of riding along with us wherever you may be tuning our way today. Thank you so much. Keljo misses high, ball 3, 3-0. With that, let's pause now 10 seconds for station identification. This is Beaver Baseball from Learfield. Nelson's 3-0 pitch is very high for ball 4. A 4-pitch walk to Matt Klein. The right-hand hitting Jake Monroe is coming up. So even though free passes are distasteful, on the other hand, first base was open and the double play now in order. Wilson Weber, though, didn't like the location. None of those pitches were close, so Wilson out to visit with Keljo here in the bottom of the first inning with the Cardinals threatening. Runners at first and second, 1 out. On a windy day in lower downtown. I know so because with the windows open, we can feel the wind blowing towards us. And if things aren't battened down, like to blow things away here in the booth. Jake Monroe, a right-handed hitter, the batter. 346, 12 homers, 59 runs batted in. Monroe 3 for 8 with a couple of runs scored in the 2 games in the College World Series. A loss to the Beavers. First pitch, fastball at 96, swung on and missed. Louisville then came back and eliminated Arizona 8-3, rallying for 6 runs. Trailing going into the bottom of the 8th, rallied for 6 to win, banged out 13 hits. 2 on, 1 out. The strike 1 fastball just outside. That one hit 97. We've seen the radar gun read 98 here in the bottom of the first for Nelly. 1 ball, 1 strike with 1 out in the bottom of the first inning. The Cardinals trying to take the initial lead in this one. The Beaver infield at double play depth. A.J. Singer swung way over towards the bag at second. The pitch missing down and away to Monroe. Ball 2, 2-1. Rich Dorman telling me that the pitching rotation for today's ball game to try to bring home a win in a perfect world is Keljo, Segura, and Hutchison. The 2-1 pitch, a strike. He took something off and delivered on the outside corner, belt high. 2-2 the count. Jake Monroe, a right-handed hitter on deck. Eddie King Jr., the right-handed hitter on deck. 2 on, 1 out, no score. Keljo turns and throws to second to A.J. Singer. And back to the bag goes Alex Alicea, who had an infield single to open the bottom of the first. A.J., just 2 years ago and last year, 2 seasons with Iowa Western and Council Bluffs across the wide Missouri. Was the shortstop and a .996 fielder as a shortstop for the Reavers. The 2-2 pitch missing down and in, ball 3, 3-2. Last year, he watched his teammate from the 23 Iowa Western squad, Marcus Phillips, win a national championship as a pitcher for Tennessee. And envisioned himself winning one for the Beavers all year long, and he is here, still alive. Alicea going to third. The 3-2 pitch hit foul off to the right and out of play. And while the Beavers have been paying mind to Alicea, he got a good jump and would have had the bag stolen, but obviously Jake Monroe with 2 strikes has to take a cut at anything in the zone. 3-2 the count with 1 out. Alicea at second, Matt Klein at first. No score. Keljo trying to keep it that way. The 3-2 pitch, a line drive to right field. Easton Talt moving back in foul grounds. The ball slices into the stands. The wind is pushing across a little bit more now from left to right. When Talt took off in front of his bullpen in the right field corner, I thought two things. One, he could catch it. Two, he's in trouble if he doesn't. I thought the ball might rattle around in the corner, but the wind's blowing in and slightly across the right seemed to push that ball out of his reach and into the stands. 3-2 the count with one out. Keljo from the stretch. Another 3-2 pitch. Fastball, foul back. Keljo is not necessarily built for a long-term start per se, but the Beavers hope to get 3 to 4 good innings out of him. But a good job being done by Louisville in the bottom of the first to run the pitch count up. 2 on, 1 out, no score. Another 3-2 pitch coming. Nelson delivers, and that's foul back. Hard slider that the right-handed hitter Monroe gets a piece of to stay alive. 3-2. The 8th pitch of the sequence coming up with Alicea at second, Matt Klein at first. The 27th pitch of the inning about to be delivered by Nelly right here. Alicea goes. The 3-2 pitch is strike 3 called. No throw from Wilson Weber. Alicea does get to third, but a great pitch by Keljo, dropping in the slider on the outside corner to get Monroe for the second out. And Eddie King Jr., the batter. Alicea stole it on Keljo, no question. No chance for a strike him out, throw him out. And now with the running game always in play, even with Matt Klein, the runner at first, 1 for 3 in stolen bases. Wilson Weber out in front of the plate with some defensive instructions. With Keljo actually about to make his 29th pitch of the ball game after an 8-pitch battle to finally win it with Jake Monroe. The pitch to Eddie King Jr. Fastball runs down and in. Ball 1, 1-0. No score. Runners at first and third. Alicea swiping his 32nd base of the season. Matt Klein held on at first by Jacob Craig. Keljo's 1-0 pitch. A line drive over the head of Arquette into left field. Base hit. Eddie King Jr. with a 2-out RBI single. Alex Alicea down the line to score. Louisville leads it 1-0. That'll bring to the plate Tage Davis. Matt Klein stopping at second. A lot of work for Nelson here in the bottom of the first. And not, again, able to get out of it. The Beavers have been stung by clutch 2-out hits in this College World Series, and there's another one of them. Eddie King Jr. driving in a run with a 2-out single. Now Tage Davis, a left-handed hitter at the plate, takes a fastball inside. Ball 1, 1-0. The 31st pitch of the inning. Both Keljo and Kleinschmidt really scuffling in their first innings of work. 3 unearned runs on Ethan here on Friday. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Davis takes a high strike, and the count 1-1. Beaver Baseball is brought to you by Knife River. Knife River is building Beaver Nation and making communities stronger. Knife River, a people first company. 2 on, 2 out, a run in. Keljo delivers to Tage a little bit high. Ball 2, 2-1. Activity has begun in the Beavers bullpen, and it's A.J. Hutchison first up. Pitch number 33 in the inning coming for Nelly. The big lefty out of Jesuit delivers. Fastball fouled back. That evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 on and 2 out and a run in the bottom of the first inning. The Beavers not able to cash in with a 2-out hit with a runner in scoring position. The Cardinals have and lead early. Keljo trying to keep the damage at the minimum. 2-2 the count to the plate. Fastball swung out and missed. Strike 3 to retire the side. However, an infield single to open the inning. Keljo with a spectacular athletic attempt to try to get an out. If the ball bounds over his head, the Beavers probably do get an out, and there's no run on the board. But that's baseball. It's a tough game and a game of inches and exacting in so many ways. The Cardinals get a clutch 2-out hit, a run, 2 hits and 2 left. And at the end of one, Louisville 1, the Beavers nothing on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
At Builders First Source, we're proud to be the nation's largest supplier of home building materials with 14 locations in Oregon and Southwest Washington. Our team is driven to deliver for our customers and help solve today's toughest challenges. We offer expert advice as you shop our extensive selection of lumber, siding, windows and doors, roof trusses, decking, and more for your next project. You can count on Builders First Source to minimize your build times, maximize efficiency, and deliver what you need when you need it. Go to BLDR.com to find a location near you.
Okay, you say, I want some breakfast. Your so-called boyfriend says, we got eggs in the fridge. Obviously, when you say breakfast, you mean McDonald's. Definitely a side-eye situation.
Forget that boring breakfast. Buy a breakfast sandwich at McDonald's, like a sausage McMuffin with egg, and get another one for just $1. Prices and participation may vary. Limited time only. Valid for item of equal or lesser value.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
1-0 Louisville as we go to the second inning at Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. Nelson Keljo labored through that bottom of the first with 35 pitches. And A.J. Hutchison ended up getting up behind him in the Beavers bullpen in the right field corner. Both teams with steals in this ball game. All stolen bases by the Beavers are brought to you by Steel. In baseball, being good means being consistent. Consistency in outdoor power equipment is Steel strength. Real Steel. Find yours. Visit steeldealers.com and go Beavs. Top of the second inning, 1-0 Louisville. A.J. Singer, Tice Peterson, and Jacob Craig against right-hander Brennan Cutts. Struck out the side in the first inning after giving up a leadoff single to Trent Carraway. The first pitch to A.J. misses high and away, ball 1. A.J. at .312, 3 homers, 39 runs batted in, 3 for 8 here in Omaha. He takes a strike, knee high. The count 1-1. The strong breezes continuing to blow in, and again some cloud cover has returned. The sun was breaking through brilliantly at the start of the game. Now some mitigating cloud cover, I'm sure welcome for the fans in the 82-degree heat. Fastball inside to Singer. Ball 2, 2-1. Tice Peterson on deck. The Beavers in the first base dugout at the College World Series. The 2-1 pitch. This is a bit high. Ball 3. Cutts is generally speaking a strike thrower, just 15 walks coming in 36 innings of work. He is behind a Singer 3-1 with Tice Peterson waiting his turn. 1-0 Louisville. The 3-1 pitch. There is a strike swung on and missed, and the count goes full to 3-2. We saw Nelson Keljo's tremendous athleticism, almost in a sense working against him in the bottom of the first by leaping to try to flag that comeback. The 3-2 pitch is high, and A.J. Singer does a nice job. The former Reaver from across the river in Council Bluffs at Iowa Western draws a leadoff walk. Tice Peterson the batter, and we'll see if Mitch Canham and the Beavers want to play the short game here. The Beavers have not had a sacrifice in the first 2 games here in the 2025 College World Series, where the element's not conducive to the long ball. A fly ball pitcher who has the wind blowing in and working for him. How Mitch and Ryan Gibson want to play it. Tice Peterson 1 sacrifice hit on the year. 1-0 Louisville in the second. Tice shows bunt, pulls the bat back and takes a fastball outside, ball 1, 1-0. Tice looking at his watch as Ryan Gibson communicates his will to the Beaver hitter. A.J. Singer 2 for 3 in stolen bases, held on by Tag Davis. 1-0 the count, a throw to first, and A.J. scrambles back to the bag. One 1-0 to Tice. Peterson also 3 for 8. Here in the 2025 College World Series, the Beavers' 8th trip here as a program. Tice not bunting, looks at a slider for a strike. The count 1-1. Jacob Craig on deck. The Beavers 22-13 all time in Omaha. 1952 up on the hill with Ralph Coleman. Rod Dedeaux tried to push the series to Disneyland a couple of years later. The pitch to Peterson outside, ball 2, 2-1. We saw a no-hitter here last night. Gage Wood, a complete game 9-inning no-hitter for Arkansas in its elimination game against Murray State. The Racers are gone. What a story they were just to get here. But Gage Wood, 19 strikeouts, a complete game no-hitter. 2-1 to Peterson, a throw to first, and A.J. Singer back. Tom Chattel, the longtime scribe, outstanding columnist for the Omaha World Herald, had a beautiful note that only a guy like Tom, who's been around a long time, could, I think, appreciate and convey. But there was a guy in the press box who saw the no-hitter back in 1950. The pitch from Brennan Cutts is high. Ball 3, 3-1 to Peterson. A leadoff walk to Singer, 3-1 to Tice. Tom Chattel wrote today in the Omaha World Herald that Sandy Buda, B-U-D-A, up here last night working the press box, was the scoreboard operator in 1950, keeping track of the no-hit bid turned in by Texas's Jim Erler. The 3-1 pitch to Tice Peterson misses down and away for ball 4. Not by much, but a good disciplined eye by both A.J. Singer and Tice Peterson. Puts runners at first and second and nobody out for big Jacob Craig, with the Beavers trailing 1-0. And time is called. Roger Williams, the associate head coach and pitching coach, will go out and talk to Brennan Cutts, who has issued 2 walks. He's not been terribly wild. His pitches have been close, but not quite good enough. The Beavers with runners at first and second, nobody out, and big Jacob coming to the plate and a chance to contemplate it. Doesn't get together with Joey Wong or Mitch Canham or anyone else, but has a chance to think about it. Chattel wrote in his column this morning in the Omaha World Herald that a young 15-year-old by the name of Sandy Duda operated the manual scoreboard for the Jim Wixon no-hitter, not in 50, but in 1960, 65 years ago. And was here last night to see the 3rd no-hitter. So he's seen the last 2. One guy, Sandy Duda. Good for him. Good note from Tom. Roger Williams heads back into the dugout on the third base side. Jacob Craig, the batter. Craig is showing bunt. The pitch to Jacob, bunted foul. No balls and a strike. And we've seen hitters at the major league level fail to get bunts down oftentimes in postseason play, and they tell reporters and their own manager after, Skip, I've never bunted before in a game, and you're asking me to do it now. Jacob does not have a sacrifice hit in his Oregon State career. 2 on, nobody out. He's not bunting, and he takes a strike, and now he's in a hole 0-2. That's a bit sometimes of the price you pay in asking somebody to do something that they're not comfortable with or familiar with. The difference being that in Craig's case, as do all hitters in the Beaver lineup, they all work at it. Every hitter is required to bunt in BP, and they work on it during practices. The strike 2 pitch to Jacob. He goes around, strike 3, 1 away. Kind of a lost at-bat, quite honestly, for him in that asked to bunt, couldn't get it down. Now he's 0-1, now he's 0-2, and now he strikes out on 3 pitches. That's a heck of a note. Back-to-back walks and a strikeout, and now Easton Tolt, the hitter. But the Beavers now hoping to pick Jacob and everybody else up. Easton at 263, 8 homers, 36 runs batted in. He homered here, a line drive shot into the right field bleachers on Sunday night against Coastal Carolina. Wouldn't mind something like just a line drive finding a hole somewhere here with the Beavers trailing 1-0. 2 on, 1 out, top of the second. Brennan Cutts with 4 strikeouts. Delivers to Tolt. Fastball for a strike. The count 0-1. Well, whatever Roger Williams imparted to his big right-hander Brennan Cutts, it's paid dividends. 4 pitches since, all for strikes. A.J. Singer at second, Tice Peterson at first. Each of them walked. A changeup and a little tapper in front of the mound, fielded by the catcher, Matt Klein, who throws to first to get Tolt. A check swing, kind of swing from Tolt, who's thrown out 2-3. 2 down on the play. Singer advances to third. Tice Peterson to second. Cannon Reeder, the batter, with a chance to deliver a clutch 2-out hit on the Beavers' part. Beaver Baseball is sponsored by your local Toyota dealers. A proud sponsor of Oregon State's Road to Omaha. Visit Toyota.com or your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Cannon Reeder looking for a 2-out hit and the lead for the Beavers in the second. Instead, takes a fastball for a strike. And since the visit, nothing but strikes from the right-hander Brennan Cutts. 0-1 the count to Reeder. A.J. Singer at third, Tice Peterson at second, 2 down. 1-0 Louisville in the top of the second inning. Cutts works from the stretch. He does so even when the bases are unoccupied. Fastball swung on and fouled into the mid of the catcher Matt Klein. And the count 0-2. Trent Carraway on deck. Back-to-back walks to open the inning. The Beavers have not parlayed them into anything yet. Cannon trying to battle with 2 strikes. Checks a swing and a strike 2 pitch up and in. Taken high, ball 1, no swing, says first base umpire Clint Fagan. 1-2 to Cannon Reeder. Top of the second inning. A.J. Singer and Tice Peterson with very disciplined plate appearances to draw walks on close pitches. Now Reeder trying to come through with a 2-out hit. Cutts ready, kicks and comes. Swung on and missed, strike 3. The Beavers have been up twice and have struck out 6 times. No runs, no hits, 2 walks, 2 left in scoring position after 1.5. Louisville 1, the Beavers nothing on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Discover the heart of innovation and growth at the College of Agricultural Sciences, the founding college of Oregon State University. Since 1868, we have served as the engine of science that drives progress, supports industry, and offers education and opportunity for anyone to grow into their fullest potential. Here, students become leaders who will shape the future of food security, sustainable agriculture, and natural resource management. The College of Agricultural Sciences at Oregon State University. Grow with us. Learn more at agsci.oregonstate.edu.
Hey Beaver fans, Oregon State's tradition of excellence is now a winning pairing with Willamette Valley Vineyards Classic Oregon Wine. As a proud wine partner of Oregon State Athletics, we invite you to join us at any of our locations for world-class Pinot Noir, Pacific Northwest-inspired cuisine, and one-of-a-kind events. Learn more and plan your visit at WVV.com. That's WVV.com. Go Beavs!
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by Oregon State University. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Bottom of the second inning, 1-0 Louisville. The Beavers have left 3 men in scoring position, have struck out 6 times. Nelson Keljo labored through the bottom of the first inning, giving up a run, 35 pitches, and now goes to work here in the bottom half of the second inning against Zion Rose, Byram Hott, and Kamayu Neighbors. Beaver Baseball is brought to you by Umpqua Dairy, a Northwest favorite since 1931. The Beavers have now struck out 28 times in this College World Series. Nelson Keljo, 2 strikeouts in the first. The Beaver pitchers themselves have struck out 28. Keljo delivers. Fastball is ruled high to Zion Rose, according to home plate umpire Casey Mosier. 1 ball and no strikes. Zion, a right-handed hitter, the RBI leader for the Cardinals. Keljo back to the plate. Fastball swung on and missed, and the count 1-1. Zion Rose, Byram Hott, Kamayu Neighbors, the 7, 8, and 9 hitters for Keljo. No one throwing back of Nelly, but at the sign of any problem here in the second, that might change. He delivers, and a comebacker knocked down by Keljo. He has a better chance to get an out here, and he does. He knocks it down and had time to recover in front of the rubber and take his time and field and throw out Rose, who was also a burner with 31 stolen bases. My last inning's whole complexion would have changed had 2 things. Nelly been able to get the out at first on his own, which, according to the umpire on the original call on the field, Nelson did. Upon further review, the call was overturned. Infield single for Aliceo, who scored the Cardinals' run. But I have a feeling that if Nelly had just let the ball go by the mound, Arquette would have been able to make the play. Byram Hott takes inside, ball 1. The 1-0 fastball foul back. 1 ball and 1 strike to the right-hand hitting designated hitter, Byram Hott. 333, 3 homers, 22 runs batted in. Hott appeared defensively in the 4-3 loss to the Beavers here Friday for the Cardinals. He swings and sprays 1 foul down the right field line and well out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. Keljo's folks in the ballpark. A lot of family members here. See most of the families represented for this incredible experience. Ground ball up the middle to the left of Arquette from behind the bag. Whirls around, a 1-hop throw to first, and Arquette is back. Out at first, 2 down. A sensational play by the Beavers' great shortstop. Up the middle to his left, whirled around through a 1-hopper to Craig. Incredible play. And perhaps it's a defensive play like that, when the Beavers haven't quite been their sharpest defensively, that can be a spur to better things ahead here today in this elimination game. That's the Iva Arquette that we've known and appreciated throughout his one and only season with the Beavers. Incredible play. Kamayu Neighbors the batter. 2 down, nobody on. And very few shortstops in the game at any level can make that play. First pitch, fly ball to center field. Cannon Reeder races in. He lays out and makes the catch. The inning is over. Welcome back, the stalwart Beaver defense. 2 big plays up the middle. Arquette to his left using all of his 6'5" range. And then Reeder laying out for a diving catch to end the inning. Exactly what the Beavers needed, and we'll see if it'll spark some life offensively as we go to the third. No runs, no hits, nobody left. Keljo needed an economical inning, and he got it. We go to the third, 1-0 Louisville on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey there, Beaver fans. Holt Ag Solutions is proud to be your premier dealer for top tractor brands like Massey Ferguson, Fendt, and more right here in Oregon. With expert technicians and quality parts, we are here to support your operation from start to finish. Stop by any of our Oregon locations to see the latest models from Fendt, Massey Ferguson, and all your favorite ag brands at Holt Ag Solutions. Or call 888-HOLT-006 to talk with one of our ag experts today.
Relax and unwind at Seven Feathers Casino Resort.
Whether you're staying overnight in their award-winning hotel or lounging in your RV at their top-rated RV resort, all of their amazing amenities are available to you.
Dine at the new Cow Creek Marketplace, Cow Creek Restaurant, or K-Bar Steakhouse.
Pamper yourself with a massage, facial, pedicure, or all free at River Rock Spa.
There's something for everyone at Seven Feathers Casino Resort, I-5, exit 99 in Canyonville. Your place to play. Proudly owned and operated by the Cow Creek Umpqua Tribe.
All health plans do what's required. Pacific Source Health Plans does more than that. They provide human service, not automated phone trees, and they offer extra support from members who may be struggling. Pacific Source Health Plans, going beyond what's required to put members first. Top of the third inning, the Beavers trailing 1-0, but Beaver Nation inspired by the defensive wizardry of Ivo Arquette in particular in the bottom of the second inning. And the layout diving catch by Cannon Reeder. Fans on their feet cheering the Beavers on, who come to the plate for a second time through against right-hander Brennan Cutts. The best cut of the day for the Beavers so far, Trent Caraway's to lead off the game. A base hit to right field. He takes down and away, ball one. Trent Caraway, Ivo Arquette, and Gavin Turley in the third in this elimination affair under the sun in Omaha. Breaking ball in there for a strike. The count 1-1 to Trent. The Beavers have struck out 6 times through 2 innings. Brennan Cutts got away with issuing back-to-back walks to open last inning. The pitch to Trent, lifted foul, off to the right and out of play. That runs the count to 1-2. The scoreboard operator, not Sandy Duda, manually operated as it was in 1960 for a no-hitter. Doing a little bit of umpiring up here, has 2-1 on the board. The count is actually 1-2. He, like Caraway, I think thought the breaking ball missed. But it's not the scoreboard operator's opinion that counts. 1-2 to Caraway. Cutts delivers the slider outside, ball 2, 2-2. 1-0 Louisville, top of the third inning. If the Beavers do prevail today, back at it tomorrow, 10:30 a.m. Pacific time, with an 11:07 first pitch. Cutts his 2-2 pitch, breaking ball waved at and missed, strike 3. The Beavers with 7 outs, all by strikeout in this ball game. Ivo Arquette struck out in the first. We'll see if the Beavers can make some adjustments now. It's the second time through. The disappointing thing, of course, for Trent is he drilled a base hit to right field in his first at-bat, comes back and chases out of the zone for a punch-out here. Ivo Arquette at the plate. What a delightful player he's been to watch, to be around. His family here in big numbers coming over from Hawaii. He swings at a change and hits a soft liner, caught by Jake Monroe. 2 down. Didn't get out enough of the barrel on it. A soft liner for the second out of the inning. And Gavin Turley to the plate. Jake Monroe, the third baseman, going down to backhand it. Held it up for the third base umpire, Brian D. Braware, and Brian said, yeah, that's a catch, and it was. Quickly 2 down for the Beavers here in the top of the third. Turley struck out swinging in the first. Gavin's dad and stepmom are in the press box. Gavin, a photographer, and is taking shots from up here within the Charles Schwab Field press box. Gavin takes a strike in the count 0-1. Be nice to see a family member getting some work in as a official member of the media. The strike 1 pitch, Gavin swings and fouls one back towards the middle of the press box where Pops is hanging out. No balls and 2 strikes. Gavin's father, Jason, he's lifted a few weights in his time. That's about all I can say. Impressive looking gentleman, as of course is his son, and the incredible career he's had with the Beavers. He looks at a breaking ball down and away. 1-2 the count to the Beavers' home run king, RBI leader, and in the 20-homer club. 53 homers in his career, 20 this year with the shot he hit 2 nights ago into the left field bleachers. 1-0 Louisville in the third. Another breaking ball. Gavin lays off. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Gavin with the game-winning double down the left field line. It was a sweet moment. The Beavers allowing Louisville to come back and tie in the top of the ninth. Took care of business in the bottom half. 2-2, 2 down. Cuts to the plate. Fastball, stroke to right center field. Base hit. Garrett Pike over to cut it off on a couple of hops. An excellent swing by Gavin Turley. Going the other way with authority, and Wilson Weber, the hitter. Wilson struck out in the first inning. He makes his way to the plate, hoping that the second time through he'll have a little bit better timing. Cuts has been a bit of a puzzlement for the Beaver hitters thus far, with 7 strikeouts and only 1 out by a position player. That's not true. The check swing out. The Beavers did not strike out last inning all 3 times. Easton Tall, a little check swing tapper, resulting in the number in front of the plate handled by Klein. So take it back. Only 6 strikeouts for Brennan Cutts. A throw to first. Turley representing the tying run back. Cutts with a high leg kick, delivers inside with a breaking ball. Ball 1. Trent Carraway stole a base off of Cutts in the first inning. Turley, a good runner, 4 for 5 in steals, and he too might try to get a read a la Carraway and get into scoring position for Weber. 1-0 Louisville in the third. Off speed, swung on and missed, and the count 1-1 to Wilson. A.J. Singer on deck. Louisville picking up a run in the first, a 35-pitch inning for Nelson Keljo. 8 pitches, retiring the side in order. In the top of the bottom of the second, I should say. The Beavers here in the top of the third, trailing 1-0. A throw to first, and Turley back. 1-1 to Weber. Brennan Cutts from the stretch. Comes to the plate. Fastball down and away. Ball 2, 2-1. Stop into any of your 39 neighborhood Dairy Mart stores and get what you really want fast, real fast. Good action count if Gippy and Mitch are of a mind to turn Turley loose. Cutts is slow to the plate. A throw to first, and Gavin scrambles back. Wilson Weber out of the box for a moment. 1 for 9 in Omaha. Turley a solid single to right center field. At the plate, Weber with 2 down, trying to come through with a clutch 2-out hit and keep things alive. Another throw to first, and Turley back. Joey Wong has had company once here in this ball game. Runner at third last inning in the form of A.J. Singer. The Beavers have left 3 in scoring position. Turley goes. The 2-1 pitch swung on and fouled into the mid of the catcher, and Turley safely in. Gavin Turley with the Beavers' second steal of the day. It was not a straight steal, and with a strike, Weber was hitting away, but a couple of things worked in Turley's favor. It was a breaking ball. Turley got a good jump. Cutts is slow to the plate. So that all worked. Now Weber with another runner in scoring position, looking for the clutch 2-out hit for the Beavers to get this ball game even. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Turley from second. The 2-2 pitch. Wilson takes outside. Ball 3, 3-2. Another Steel stolen base. That's 2 of them today. Steel is a proud sponsor of Beaver Baseball. Visit steeldealers.com and go Beavs. 1-0 Louisville, top of the third inning. The Beavers trying to pull even. 3-2 to Weber. Cutts delivers low and away for ball 4. A.J. Singer will come to the plate with 2 on and 2 down. The Beavers have left 3 in scoring position in each of the first 2 innings, now looking to change that up and get a clutch 2-out hit of their own. Louisville scoring a run in the first on a 2-out hit. A.J. drew a leadoff walk, ended up being stranded at third. Joey Wong, a national champion in 07. The year the Beavers breezed through, making history 2 years in a row, as we well recall. Brennan Cutts with 2 on and 2 out comes set. The righty to the plate. Singer takes a fastball for a strike. The count 0-1. In 6, it was the first team to face 6 elimination games and win. Ryan Gibson, who was part of the 2006 National Championship Club and the breakthrough team in 05, the hitting coach for the Beavers, asked for time and is going to gather everybody in front of the Beavers dugout on the first base side. The runners, Gavin Turley and Wilson Weber. The hitter, A.J. Singer. The on-deck hitter, Tice Peterson. And the coaches, Mitch Canham, Brady Casper, and Ryan Gibson, all in on the meeting that the Beavers are holding in front of the dugout. That 06 season, Gippy put the ball in play against North Carolina. Their second baseman, Brian Steed, as I think somebody once said, threw it away. Bill Rouse scored. The Beavers took the lead, and then Tyler Graham was there, and the Beavers were all there, winning a national championship in 06, facing elimination games, 6 of them. And then the following year became the first team to win 4 games by 6 runs or more, and going 5-0 en route to the title. Meeting concluded. The strike 1 pitch to A.J. taken for a strike. The count 0-2. Brennan Cutts has walked 3. He struck out 6. He's ahead to Singer 0-2 with 2 down. Gavin Turley at second. And Weber at first. Singer trying to fight now. The strike 2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3, and the inning is over. 4 left on in scoring position for the Beavers through 3, still lacking that big hit. No runs, a hit, 2 left after 2.5. Louisville 1, the Beavers nothing on the Beavers Sports Network from Learfield.
Want to make a difference for Oregon State University students and alumni? It's as easy as becoming a member of the OSU Alumni Association. Whether you're an OSU graduate, a family member, or a big fan and believer, become a member today and get access to exclusive perks while supporting the university you love. Purchase a membership for yourself or as a gift at fororegonstate.org/join. That's fororegonstate.org/join.
Roth Home is your one-stop solution for all things home repair. From plumbing, electrical, heating, cooling, and even garage doors, we've got your home covered. Our team of expert technicians are ready 7 days a week to tackle any problem, big or small. We're more than just a home services company. We're your partners in maximizing home comfort. When your home needs the best, trust Roth Home, proud sponsor of Beaver Athletics. Visit us online at callroth.com or over the phone at 503-266-1249 and schedule your appointment today.
Oregon State Athletics has partnered with your local Toyota dealers to create an official fan club for your favorite pet, Benny's Buddies. Each member gets an official social media filter. Toyota and Oregon State give away collars, leashes, treats, toys, and so much more. Sign up your pet today at osubeavers.com/Benny's Buddies. Bottom of the 3rd inning, 1-0 Louisville. Mitch Canham, after the 6-2 loss to Coastal Carolina, when we talk about how difficult the game is, Mitch said, quote, "It's baseball. If you're scared of a little bit of an obstacle in front of you, then sport isn't for you, and most of life isn't for you, because it just keeps coming." And then the kind of the lesson that he wanted his players, and I guess all of us to internalize too, is he said, quote, "So take it with grace and go out there and fight." Another way of saying it, the great Bruce Coburn, take your place with grace, to paraphrase Mitch Canham, and be on your way. Bottom of the 3rd inning, 1-0 Louisville. Keljo's first pitch missing. Now the 1-0 pitch to Alex Alicea. Ground ball to A.J. Singer. A.J. doesn't take the at-bat with him to the field. He fields the ground ball cleanly and throws Alicea out, 1 gone. Lucas Moore, the hitter. 35 pitches in the first inning for Nelson, 8 last inning, and retiring Louisville in order. He's retired now 5 straight Cardinal hitters. And the batter will be Lucas, who grounded out to A.J. Singer in the first. Sun breaking through again brightly here on an 82-degree day in lower downtown. Lucas Moore takes a strike. The count 0-1. Keljo ready in the strike one pitch. Moore, ground ball wide to first. Backhanded by Craig. Sprawls to the ground and has not enough time to recover from falling down. Tosses to Keljo covering. It's a base hit for Lucas Moore. Craig, I thought, was going to stay upright. We'll watch it again on replay because I thought he had a chance to stay on his feet as he moved to his right to secure the ball, and he did so, which was a good play on his part. But then kind of stumbled to the ground, and once he did that, there was no chance to get Moore, who runs extremely well. 52 stolen bases in 53 attempts. Keljo, the left-hander, has a chance to stare him down, but Keljo has had a little problem controlling the running game this year, even from the left side in terms of rhythm and his holds and tempo. He throws to first, and Lucas back to the bag. A one-out infield single from Moore. Louisville's third hit, 2 of them on the infield. That ball was well struck. Matt Klein, the batter. Klein drew a walk in the first inning. Keljo a snap throw to first, and again Moore back. Lucas 52 for 53 in stolen bases. 1-0 Cardinals. Top of the third inning. The bottom of the third. Louisville, the home team. The first pitch missing for ball 1 to Matt Klein. My daughter sent me a song last night. If I'm going to mention my favorite, I got to mention Jesse Wells. Thank you, Elle. Floating down the stream of time, teach this pilgrim how to shine. The 1-0 pitch. Wells has a way with words, certainly. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Elle. The pitch swung on and missed. And the count 1-1 to Matt Klein. 1-0 Louisville. Bottom of the third inning. Lucas Moore held on by Jacob Craig. 52 steals on the season. And again, Nelly throws over there. I remember reading about Roger Craig pitching for the New York Mets, I think, holding Maury Wills on. Threw over 12 straight times, and there goes the runner, and the pitch is a strike, and the throw to second is not in time. Safely in with his 53rd stolen base in 54 attempts is Lucas Moore, getting a good jump. And even though Wilson's transfer time, his pop time was good and the throw was accurate, Arquette, in trying to apply the tag, dropped the ball, but I think Moore was in safely anyway. 12 straight throws to first to hold Maury Wills on, and the first pitch to the plate, Maury stole second after 12 throws over. And you can't make that many anymore. And on the pitch to the plate, another steal for the prolific Lucas Moore. The pitch on the way to Matt Klein is swung on and missed. Strike 3, 2 down. And now the batter will be Jake Monroe, looking for a 2-out hit, such as Louisville was able to obtain in the first inning for the game's only run. We're in the bottom of the third. Monroe struck out looking in that 35-pitch first inning for Nelson. Nelly about to make pitch number 52. Monroe, a high drive to deep left. Back goes Turley, and it's gone. Another 2-out hit, and this is a 2-run homer, and Louisville leads it 3-0. The ball was pummeled, but the winds have shifted a little bit too, just in fairness. After blowing in through the start of the ball game, taking a look at the flags out beyond center field here at Charles Schwab Stadium, they definitely have shifted and blowing out a little more towards left and left center. But Monroe crushed it, absolutely pulverized it. 3-0 Louisville in the bottom of the third. Eddie King Jr., the batter. The pitch to Eddie is lifted to left center field and deep. Cannon, Reeder, and Turley on the move. This will carry past them and bounce over the fence into the grandstands for a ground rule double for Eddie King Jr. Well, Nelson hasn't missed bats the last 2 pitches that he's made. A 2-run homer and a ground rule double. The Beavers trail it 3-0 in this elimination affair, and Tag Davis will make his way to the plate, the home run leader for Louisville on the season, and Rich Dorman on his way out to the mound. Rich had A.J. Hutchison early in the 35-pitch first inning, wherein the Cardinals got a 2-out hit for a run. Here in the third, with 1 out, an infield single. If Jacob Craig doesn't fall down, I think he would have gotten the ball to Segura for an out at first. But after a good play to his right, stumbled to the dirt and didn't have time to get the swift more. And things haven't gone well for Nelson since. A 2-run homer, a ground rule double on the last 2 pitches that he's delivered. Rich Dorman out for a visit with Nelson, with A.J. Hutchison getting up again behind him. 3-0 Cardinals, bottom of the third inning. All saves this year are presented by Wafed Bank. Wafed Bank, you deserve a best bank. Rich will turn and come back by himself. Eljo hasn't located properly on his last 2 pitches. And the pitches have been relocated. 2 of them into the stands. 1 on the fly and 1 on a hop. Nelson giving up his 7th home run of the season. Eddie King Jr. at second base with 2 down. 3-0 Cardinals. Tag Davis at the plate. A left-on-left matchup. Nelson from the stretch and to the plate. Fastball line to right field. Toltz started out. Now he moves in to grab it. Recovering to make the proper read and catch. But with 2 down again, Louisville comes through. The Beavers have lacked the 2-out hit. Have left 4 men in scoring position. With 2 outs, Louisville has prospered here today. A 2-run homer gives the Cardinals a 3-0 lead. They leave 1 after 3. Louisville 3, the Beavers nothing on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Dear Truckin' Awesome, Toyota Tundra's got heart-pounding horsepower. Tacoma is one rugged ride, and the 4Runner is tough as nails. Truck yeah. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Established in 1983 as a family-owned business, Wilson Equipment proudly stands as an authorized full-line dealer of Bobcat compact equipment, serving the communities of Medford, Eugene, and Salem. Stop by any Wilson Equipment location for rugged, reliable Bobcat machines that get the job done, including tough Bobcat mowers, easy-to-use mini excavators, classic skid steer loaders, and new compact wheel loaders. From sales, service, rental, and hauling, Wilson Equipment has all your bases covered. Visit www.wilsonequipment.net, where you're guaranteed a grand slam.
Dear Truckin' Awesome, Toyota Tundra's got heart-pounding horsepower. Tacoma is one rugged ride, and the 4Runner is tough as nails. Truck yeah. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
This is the RAV 4th inning, presented by your local Toyota dealers. Now, back to the game.
Through 3 innings in this elimination game at the College World Series in lower downtown Omaha, the Louisville Cardinals, 3 runs, 5 hits, and no errors. The Beavers, no runs, 2 hits, and no errors. Right-hander Brennan Cutts, 56 pitches through 3 innings. Getting ready to face Tice Peterson, Jacob Craig, and Easton Tolt, the scheduled hitters in the 4th. Cutts has pitched very well, as the score would indicate, but the Beavers have just lacked what Louisville has gotten. Clutch 2-out hits. The Beavers have left 4 men on in scoring position. Tice Peterson drew a walk in the 2nd inning in his only plate appearance. Cutts delivers, and the first pitch misses outside, ball 1. The winner plays Coastal Carolina tomorrow here at 11:07 Pacific time. The Beavers hope they're that team. They've got some work to do. The losing team will call it a College World Series for 2025 and call it a year. And no matter what, you end up here, there are no bad days here. It's a tremendous accomplishment to be one of the 8 that make it to this grand event. But the Beavers don't want to, they're not done yet. They still have work to do. They're down 3-0. Peterson takes a strike. Cuts his off-speed pitch, is swung on and missed, and the count 1-2. Tice Peterson. 1 ball and 2 strikes with Brennan Cutts working with battery mate Matt Klein. A shift on for Peterson. 3 defenders on the left side of the diamond. The 1-2 pitch taken down and away. Check swing, no swing. The count 2-2. Take Davis at first. Kamayu Neighbors, the second baseman, shifted to the left side with shortstop Alex Alicea and third baseman Jake Monroe. In the outfield, Zion Rose in left, Lucas Moore in center, Garrett Pike in right. 3-0 Louisville in the 4th. Breaking ball misses. Down and in. Ball 2. Or ball 3. 3-2, pardon me, to Tice, who did a good job to coax the walk in the second inning. The Beavers trailed the Huskies 3-0 in an elimination game in 2018. The 3-0 pitch is outside, and Tice Peterson, the 3-2 offering, I should say, draws ball 4. And we'll see if the Beavers can turn this 3-0 deficit around. I remember the Beavers benefited from a 4.5-hour rain delay in that elimination game against the Huskies in 18. The Dogs led early 3-0. The Beavers were showing signs of life in a rally, pulling to within 3-2. The rains came, and we waited, and we waited, and we waited some more. 4.5 hours later, then Tyler Malone drew a walk to tie the game with the bases loaded, and the Beavers went on to win in a rout 14-5. Jacob Craig, first ball swinging, swings and fouls it into the mid of the catcher Matt Klein. 0-1 the count. No rain in sight now, although we had a severe thunderstorm last night and more along those lines anticipated for around 5 or 6 this evening. Fastball to Craig is up and in. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jacob. Roger Williams is the pitching coach for Louisville. He has a left-hander beginning to throw in the Cardinals bullpen. Cutts has pitched well in just his second start of the year, but 31st of his collegiate career, 3 years at Indiana State. Jacob lays off an off-speed pitch. Down and away. Ball 2. 2-1. Tice Peterson, a leadoff free pass. Jacob Craig has the count his way. Easton Tolt, a left-handed hitter, on deck. 3-0 Cardinals, top of the 4th. A throw to first, and diving back, Tice Peterson. The Beavers with 2 stolen bases in this ball game, but Tice, a good runner, but not a speed merchant, not likely to be going here. Cutts is slow to the plate, and the Beavers have taken advantage of that twice with good jumps from Caraway and Turley. Jacob Craig, a high drive to deep left field, and the Beavers are back in it with 1 big fly. So long! Jacob Craig, a 2-run homer. Now Louisville 3 and the Beavers 2. Jacob Craig, who got hot at the right time in postseason play. A 3-run homer against USC in the Corvallis Regional. The glorious 2-out, 2-strike, 2-run single to tie against Florida State in the Super Regional. And now he blasts a 2-run home run here to pull the Beavers to within a run, and that brings the head coach, Dan McDonnell, out of the Louisville dugout with the left-hand hitting Easton Tolt coming to the plate. The Beavers hit their 3rd home run in this 2025 College World Series, and we'll see if McDonnell's going to call it a day for Brennan Cutts and match up against Tolt with a left-hander. I think that's the plan here for the Cardinals. A leadoff walk and a 2-run home run. And suddenly it feels like new life here in Omaha. Whatever the decision is, we want to pause, and it will be a pitching change coming a little past 3 o'clock here local time and a little past 1 o'clock with things brightening up all the way around, I hope, back in the Pacific Northwest, and they have for the Beavers here in Omaha. Let's pause now, 10 seconds for station identification. This is Beaver Baseball from Learfield. A leadoff walk on a 3-2 pitch for Tice Peterson, and a 2-run home run for Jacob Craig has given the Beavers a jolt of life here in the College World Series as the Beavers try to stay alive here in Omaha. They've drawn a little closer. Louisville 3, the Beavers 2. Back after this pitching change break on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey there, Beaver fans. Holt Ag Solutions is proud to be your premier dealer for top tractor brands like Massey Ferguson, Fendt, and more right here in Oregon. With expert technicians and quality parts, we are here to support your operation from start to finish. Stop by any of our Oregon locations to see the latest models from Fendt, Massey Ferguson, and all your favorite ag brands at Holt Ag Solutions. Or call 888-HOLT-006 to talk with one of our ag experts today.
Facing cancer requires comprehensive care and support. The Samaritan Cancer Program has board-certified providers who specialize in treating all cancer types. We have your care needs covered every step of the way. Beyond treatment, the Samaritan Cancer Program provides you with nutrition services, financial advocacy, emotional support, resources, and more. Join us in being healthier together because your fight against cancer deserves the best. Visit samhealth.org/cancer.
A 2-run home run for Jacob Craig chases the starter right-hander Brennan Cutt, and McDonald summoning in left-hander Justin West here in the top of the 4th inning, 3-2 Louisville. Justin appeared in the Beavers' 4-3 victory here on Friday night. West went 1 2/3, allowed 2 hits and struck out 2. He made 33 pitches 2 nights ago. The left-hander in to face Easton Talt, who stays in. Now, if this were later in the game, I think it's possible we might have seen a hitter for Talt, perhaps Carson McIntyre, but not so here. With a left-on-left matchup and Justin West ready to go to Easton. West 2-2, an ERA of 5.82. Talt, a check swing, little tapper. It looked like a bunt, but it wasn't. He was thrown out by the catcher, Matt Klein, in his first at-bat. First pitch missing high. The 25th appearance for the Southpaw West. 34 innings, 35 hits, 19 walks, 49 strikeouts, a batting average against of .265. Talt gets a good swing at the 1-0 pitch, fouls it straight back. 1-1 the count. Beaver Baseball is brought to you by Pacific Office Automation. Local people make decisions. Local people make sure you're happy. Pacific Office Automation, problem solved. 3-2 Louisville, top of the 4th. A 2-run homer by Jacob Craig, changing the mood dramatically for the folks who have made themselves locals here in Omaha, many making the long journey out. Talt takes a breaking ball strike from the Southpaw West. 1-2 the count, nobody out. Cannon Reeder on deck. 3-2 Cardinals, but it was 3-0 going into the frame. Talt takes a fastball for strike 3 called. 1 away, and Cannon Reeder, who struck out in the 2nd inning, will come to the plate. Among the folks that have made the trip, and it was a real pleasure to meet the family of a couple of folks who said they're old-time radio listeners. Cannon Reeder takes inside ball 1-0. Molly Urban and Eric Nemi making the trip out. Molly said that her parents had her listen to old-time radio. I mean, really old-time radio from the time she can remember, and she has been a radio fan, she says, her entire life. The pitch to Cannon Reeder, down and away, ball 2-0. We're kind enough to drop by at a little place called Louisville across from our hotel in downtown Omaha, and I owe a great debt. Talk about Omaha hospitality. Louisville provided some of the best I've ever experienced on the road with the Beavers through the years. 3-2 Louisville. Cannon Reeder with the count his way. 2-0. Swings and strokes one to center, but it's playable. Lucas Moore back a few steps to make the catch. 2 down. Justin West has done a good job in settling things down after a walk and a 2-run homer. Really had Beaver Nation into it. The Beaver dugout alive. Now 2 outs, nobody on. 3-2 Cardinals. Trent Carraway to the plate has singled to right and struck out. Louisville's at breakfast establishment right across the street. The crew there, I told them I'd give them a shout out because 2 days ago I wandered in there looking for an Omaha World Herald. They are hard to find. Newspapers anywhere, hard to find anymore. That's a shame. But today, as I sat down for a cup of Jamo, Carraway swings and misses in the count 0-1. Leah, one of the servers there, came up to me. Were you the guy asking for a paper the other day? Yes, that was me. Well, I called my dad, and I have one for you today. Here it is. The strike one pitch, Carraway slices one foul down the right field line and out of play in the count 0-2. Can you imagine that? It's in the world we're in today, that type of hospitality and kindness goes a long, long way, does it not? And so Leah from Louisville's, thank you. She didn't give me water, Maureen O'Hara to Charles Lawton. She gave me a paper. And I'm just as grateful as Lawton was in 1934. Or 5, maybe. The strike 2 pitch missing outside in the count 1-2 to Trent Carraway. 3-2 Louisville. Top of the 4th inning, 2 outs, nobody on. The 1-2 pitch on the way to Trent is swung on and missed, strike 3. Well, it's a good inning. Nevertheless, a walk and a 2-run homer changes the mood, but West does a nice job to kind of quiet things down after the Beavers had the surge on the walk and 2-run blast by Jacob Craig, but they did get that. West retired the ensuing 3 hitters. We go to the bottom of the 4th. It's a 1-run affair. Louisville 3, the Beavers 2 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Weyerhaeuser, a global leader in sustainable forestry and wood products manufacturing, is proud to offer a wide range of exciting career opportunities at our mills, distribution centers, and working forests across Oregon and Washington. Along with competitive wages, Weyerhaeuser offers full benefits and career growth and development opportunities in a great work environment with great people. Get started by applying online at wy.com/careers. Go Beavs! Weyerhaeuser is an equal opportunity employer.
At the stadium or home, keep your cocktails local with Crater Lake Spirits, because great booze, happy people isn't just our motto, it's our personal guarantee. With every bottle of Crater Lake, you're getting Oregon pride distilled. Our spirits are a toast to tradition and a nod to innovation. Every sip is a celebration of the good times, the great outdoors, and the unbeatable spirit of the Pacific Northwest. Join us in raising a glass to victories, big and small, with Crater Lake Spirits, proudly sponsoring Oregon State Athletics. We're here to make every game day unforgettable.
Bottom of the 4th inning at Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. Louisville, 3 runs, 5 hits, and no errors. The Beavers climbing back in, 2 runs, 3 hits, and no errors. And a change of pitchers with kind of a change in the mood of the game. 3-0 Louisville, and Brennan Cutts appearing to be cruising along. But a leadoff walk, and then the ensuing 2-run home run by the big man Jacob Craig, his 14th of the year. And enter A.J. Hutchison. And he will do all he can to get as deep as he can with the Beavers only down a run, try to keep it that way and give the Beavs a chance to complete a comeback bid, as they did in an elimination game, down 3-0, rallied eventually to win 14-5 and play on in 2018 against the Washington Huskies and the ensuing teams that they worked their way through to get to the finals and the national championship against Arkansas. 3-2, Louisville, bottom of the fourth. Nelson Keljo ends up going 3 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs, all earned, a walk, 3 strikeouts, 54 pitches for Nelson. Now A.J. Hutchison into the ball game. And making his first appearance in the College World Series, dealing with Zion Rose, Byram Hott, and Kamayu Neighbors. Hutch delivers, slider for a strike, dropping down by way of third, and is ahead to Zion. 0-1 the count. Rose hit the ball sharply, caught, and knocked down by Nelson Keljo for an out in the second inning. A.J. from the stretch comes 0-1. Fastball in there. Strike 2. 0-2 the count to Zion Rose. A.J. Hutchison has had some huge moments for the Beavers en route to Omaha. His 24th appearance. The strike 2 pitch. Rose swings and gets a little piece of it to stay alive. 3-0, an ERA of 4. 3 saves, 45 innings, 40 hits, 13 walks, 36 strikeouts, a batting average against of .242. The Beaver defense straight away, about as straight away as you're ever going to see a defensive alignment in the modern era. The strike 2 pitch hit foul to the right off the facade of the lower deck and out onto the field. It remains no balls and 2 strikes. A battery of Hutch and Wilson Weber. Jacob Craig at first, A.J. Singer at second, Iva Arquette at short, Trent Caraway at third, Gavin Turley in left, Cannon Reeder in center, Easton Tolt in right. Hutchison strike 2 pitch, fastball up, ball 1, 1-2. 87-89, throwing the fastball, dropping down. He will occasionally come over the top and touch 90-91. He's 1-2 on Rose. Beavers trailing 3-2. Breaking ball hooked down the left field line in the corner deep. Turley goes back and it's gone into the Beaver bullpen. All the momentum generated by the home run by Craig feels gone in a swing as Zion Rose hits his 13th of the year. A breaking ball left out over the plate, and on a howling day where I didn't expect to see home runs, really, we've seen 3 of them now. And it's now Louisville 4 and the Beavers 2. Hutchison doesn't have the put-away stuff, the filthy stuff that enables him to miss. He's got to locate a slider and bury it, not leave it out over the plate as he did there for Zion Rose. Byram Hott, the batter. The pitch to Byram. Ground ball slowly to third off his fist. Fielded by Trent Caraway. Throws to Jacob Craig for the out. 1 gone. And Kamayu Neighbors will be the hitter. Zion Rose hitting a 1-2 slider into the Beaver bullpen just to the right of the 335 mark. That's a territory that Hunter Renfroe took Andrew Moore out in an elimination game here in 2013. The Beavers went 2-2 here in 2013. Danny Hayes, still, we can all see it together, right? I know we've talked about it often through the years. Those of you watching on TV, those of you that were in person here at what was then known at TD Ameritrade, thought that Hayes had won it with a mighty swing, and the ball was caught at the notch out in deep right center field. Just an absolute blast that stayed in the yard. Renfroe, in the elimination game against the Bulldogs, hooked one just as Rose did into the bullpen in Mississippi State, eliminating the Beavers 4-1. Ground ball back at third, backhanded by Caraway. Whirls around, loses his cap, throws to first, and makes a great play. 2 down. 4-2 Louisville, but Hutchison has come back to throw ground balls and get nice plays, particularly the second of those 2 by his third sacker, Trent Caraway. Trent had some tough times during a stretch, and Trent himself said when I talked to him about it down at Cal State Northridge, when he was both in an offensive slump and the slump seemed to be affecting his work in the field as well, all Trent would say is, yeah, I'm off. Well, he's on again now. He's looked good at the plate, and he's made 2 fine plays here in this inning. Alex Alicea takes high and away from A.J. Hutchison, ball 1. 4-2 Louisville. Hutch just trying to shake off the home run and keep it close. Alicea shows bunt, takes a strike. The count 1-1. Alex in the bottom of the first inning, a comebacker that Nelson Keljo leapt high and touched with his pitching hand. The 1-1 pitch hit foul to the left and out of play. It looked to me as if the ball cleared the mound, and if Keljo weren't such a great athlete, very few pitchers would have had a chance to make a play on the ball. The Beavers might have gotten an out on it. In that sense, the great athleticism and competitiveness of Keljo worked against him. You still want it, though, and he tried to make the play. Alicea takes high, ball 2, 2-2. 2 outs, nobody on. A leadoff home run in the inning for Zion Rose. 4-2 Louisville in the 4th. Turley and Tolt weigh in left and center. Turley and Reeder, I should say. Tolt straight away and right. Fastball from Hutch misses down and in. Ball 3-2. Hutchison wants no part of putting Alicea aboard. Alex with 32 stolen bases on the year, including 1 today. Hutchison out of the stretch. The 3-2 pitch is ball 4. He may not have wanted to, but there it is. Life's like that, as I think another singer once said. Now, a 2-out walk to Alex Alicea, who against the right-hander Hutchison will certainly be looking to try to get another bag for Louisville. By far and away the leader in stolen bases among the teams that began this College World Series. Arizona has been eliminated. One team will be eliminated here today. Murray State has been eliminated on the no-hitter yesterday by Gage Wood for Arkansas. 19 strikeout no-hitter from Wood. Hutchison to the plate. First pitch strike to Lucas Moore. 0-1 the count. 4-2 Louisville, bottom of the 4th. Lucas has grounded to second and had a sharply hit infield single in the 3rd. Alicea creeping away from first. Hutch from the stretch. Alicea goes. The pitch is a ball. The throw to second is not in time. Arquette trying to make the quick slap tag, not able to hang on. Another stolen base and another runner in scoring position, and with 2 outs, that doesn't seem a great recipe for the Beavers. Another chance for a 2-out hit with Louisville trying to push the lead back to 3 runs again after the long home run by Jacob Craig gave the Beavers real life. It's now 4-2 after the home run. Alicea takes high and away, and the count Moore taking high, and the count 2-1. Alicea, the stolen base, his second of the game, 33rd of the year in scoring position for Lucas Moore, a left-handed hitter. 2 balls and a strike. Hutchison out of the stretch. Comes to the plate. Ground ball sharply at A.J. Singer. Does a nice job to field and throw to first to retire the side. An important out in this ball game. Louisville does get a home run, and the Cardinals do push the lead to 2 runs, but it would have felt like the big fly from Jacob Craig would have been almost canceled out with another run scoring there. As it is, we have ourselves a good ball game here in Omaha. Louisville does pick up a home run and will take a 2-run lead into the 5th. After 4, the Cardinals 4, the Beavers 2 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
BECU. You've heard the name, seen the letters. But what does BECU stand for? Simply put, not-for-profit BECU stands for people. For charting your own path. For choosing what's right for members instead of what's profitable for someone else. Because they are the reason our credit union exists. So we do everything in our power to help them reach their financial goals. BECU. Power in people. All Pacific Northwest residents are eligible to join. Federally insured by NCUA.
Mitch Canham teaches his team the values of hard work, dedication, and swinging for the fences. That's the same philosophy at Umpqua Dairy. For over 90 years, they've produced award-winning ice cream. Just like the Beavers baseball team, Umpqua Dairy has picked up its fair share of national championships through the years. Check out their flavor of the month at umpquadairy.com and find their Oregon-made ice cream at your favorite grocery store. Umpqua Dairy and OSU baseball, a home run combination. Top of the fifth inning in Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. The Beavers trailing Louisville 4-2. Justin West did a nice job in settling things down for the Cardinals in the top of the fourth inning after a walk to Peterson. Jacob Craig blasted a two-run home run. That chased the starter Brennan Cutts. Left-hander Justin West proceeded to retire the next three Beaver batters, two by strikeout. The Beavers have fanned 9 times today. 4-2 Cardinals. Iva Arquette, Gavin Turley, and Wilson Weber coming up. Beaver Baseball is brought to you by Pacific Source Health Plans. With plans for individuals, families, employers, and Medicare eligibles, Pacific Source does what's right, not just what's required. Arquette takes fastball knee-high for a strike. Iva has struck out and had a soft line drive to third, caught by Jake Monroe. Justin back to the plate, the strike one pitch. Arquette a little late on the fastball and is down in the count 0-2. Iva back to his defensive wizardry earlier in this ball game. A great play up the middle. Now trying to get it going offensively. Swings and sprays one foul down the right field line and well out of play. It remains 0-2 to Arquette. 4-2 Louisville in the fifth. I mentioned being so grateful for the Lula B staff and Leah calling her dad and her dad driving a newspaper in on the chance that I would walk back in. She didn't do it because she saw me come in again. She had it there ready in case I did walk in again. That's amazing to me. Pitch is in the dirt to Arquette in the count 1-2. Part of the reason I just enjoy the coverage and the stories and Tom Chattel's work over the years. Tom has been writing eloquently here in Omaha for the 20 years we've been making trips back here. 5, 6, 7, 13, 17, 18, and he's still at it. And he has a really good idea, I think, about the environs we're in here where this ballpark is. Arquette a fly ball to right at Garrett Pike. Pike makes the catch. One away in the top of the fifth, and Gavin Turley the batter. Chattel in his column about the no-hitter turned in by Gage Wood and the fact that there were at least two people that saw the last one in 1960, the 15-year-old scoreboard operator, born in 1945, and was in the press box last night watching Wood complete his masterpiece. But in the note sort of at the end of the column, a la George Passero, Turley pops one up foul off first. This will carry well out of play. No balls and a strike to Gavin, who has struck out and singled to right. He says, and I agree with it, I think it's a great idea, that the area down here should be renamed right around the ballpark Bob Gibson Boulevard. And he mentioned some other stars, that Bob Boozer, great basketball player, should have a street named for him in front of the basketball arena. From Omaha is Bob Boozer. Turley a towering fly to center. Right there is Lucas Moore to make the catch. 2 down. Other Omahans he thinks should be recognized in terms of naming streets. Bob Gibson for sure. Omaha Tech High School, hoops and baseball at Creighton. Gale Sayers went to Omaha Central High School. He held the Nebraska high school long jump record for 49 years. Bob Boozer as well. Those are three bright lights in the history of three big sports, Gibson, Sayers, and Boozer. Chattel onto a good idea. 2 outs, nobody on in the fifth. 4-2 Louisville. Wilson Weber takes a strike, the count 0-1. Wilson struck out in the first, walked in the third. 4-2 Cardinals in the fifth. Fastball in there, and the count 1-1. Dan McDonald, after Cutts gave up the walk and homer, pulling the Beavers to within a run, collaborating with pitching coach and associate head coach Roger Williams, going to Justin West, and it appears to be a good stratagem. Weber, a 2-hopper to the shortstop. Alicea backs up, throws to first, and retires Weber. And I say appears in that West has come in and retired all 6 batters that he's faced. The Beavers go in order in the 5th in this elimination affair in lower downtown. Louisville 4, the Beavers 2 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Discover the heart of innovation and growth at the College of Agricultural Sciences, the founding college of Oregon State University. Since 1868, we have served as the engine of science that drives progress, supports industry, and offers education and opportunity for anyone to grow into their fullest potential. Here, students become leaders who will shape the future of food security, sustainable agriculture, and natural resource management. The College of Agricultural Sciences at Oregon State University. Grow with us. Learn more at agsci.oregonstate.edu.
Hey Beaver fans, Holland America has been sailing to Alaska longer than any other cruise line. Spot calving glaciers, breaching hunchback whales. With a cruise line that's #1 in Alaska wildlife and wilderness tours. Depart conveniently from the Pacific Northwest all summer long. Have it all with our 2025 early booking bonus and save 60% on the best onboard package. This offer is per person based on double occupancy and available on select departures. Restrictions apply. Visit hollandamerica.com for more details. Holland America, the official cruise line partner of OSU. Go Beavs!
Oregon State Credit Union, the official credit union of OSU Athletics. You can join today. Visit OregonStateCU.com/join. Bottom of the 5th inning. The Beavers trailing Louisville 4-2. The Beavs trying to keep their season alive. Channel some of the 2018 magic when the Beavers overcame a 3-0 deficit against the Huskies and went on to win the first of 4 straight elimination games. 14-5 over Washington. 2 days later, this one sort of gets lost in that magical run, right? I think it does. But the Beavers in an elimination game against North Carolina, the Tar Heels had beaten the Beavers in the series opener 8-6. A.J. Hutchison's first pitch here, a fly ball to left. Gavin Turley is right there to make the catch on Matt Klein. 1 pitch, 1 gone. In the bottom of the 5th, 4-2 Louisville. And Jake Monroe, who hit a 2-run home run off of Nelson Keljo in the 3rd, comes to the plate. The Beavers trailed North Carolina 6-3 in the 8th inning. 6 outs away, and I can't remember, I didn't bring the score sheet out exactly how many innings or outs were left in the 8th, but Adley Rutschman, batting from the left side with the bases loaded, belted a double to the gap in right center field. A 3-run double, scoring all 3. The Beavers tied it at 6 and then went on to win in a rout, 11-6. But they were down, were the Beavers, 6-3 in the 8th, and Adley cleared the bases. The first pitch, a strike to Jake Monroe. The 0-1 pitch from A.J. Hutchison misses. 1-1 the count. 4-2 Louisville, bottom of the 5th. And then the Beavers needed to beat Mississippi State twice and did. 12-2 and 5-2. So on and so on. Hutchison delivers a breaking ball down and away. The count 2-1. A.J. on in relief of Nelson Keljo, who made 54 pitches, delivers a fly ball to shallow center field. Second baseman A.J. Singer goes out a few steps on the grass to make the catch. 2 down. And Eddie King Jr., who has singled home a run with 2 outs and hit a ground rule double on a hop over the left field fence in the 3rd to the plate for the Cardinals. We've watched Louisville run and run some more. They joined the ACC, did the Cardinals, in 2015. This is kind of a Ruthian type of stat, but in the running game. Hutchison delivers a first pitch strike dropped by Wilson Weber. 0-1 the count. 2 down, nobody on. 4-2 Louisville in the 5th. Since joining the ACC in 2015, they've stolen more bases than any other team in the conference has attempted in that time frame. That's the Ruthian hit more home runs as an individual than entire clubs did most of the American League in 1920. The pitch missing to Eddie King Jr. 1-1, 2 down, nobody on. 4-2 Louisville, bottom of the fifth. Out of the stretch works AJ. Comes to the plate. Good pitch, jamming the hitter Eddie King Jr. Singer to his right, fields near the bag, and throws to first to retire the side. Hutchison, a 1-2-3 inning. We're going to the sixth. The Beavers trying to stay in the fight. Exactly what Mitch Canham said. He said, and right he is. So take it with grace and go out there and fight. And that's what the Beavers hope to do. At the end of 5, Louisville 4, the Beavers 2 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Blue Sun Inc. Employment Services is your local nonprofit dedicated to providing employment opportunities to veterans and those facing physical and economic challenges within our community. Founded by a veteran in 2013, Blue Sun Inc. has helped more than 2,300 people find employment opportunities, resulting in more than $19 million in wages going back into the local economy. To learn more about Blue Sun Inc. and how you can help provide employment opportunities, please visit BlueSunInc.com. Blue Sun Inc. Employment Services, proud to partner with Oregon State Athletics. Go Beavs!
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
Top of the sixth inning at Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. Louisville leading the Beavers 4-2. A.J. Singer, Tice Peterson, and Jacob Craig coming up against Cardinal left-hander Justin West, who after Jacob hit the 2-run home run to pull the Beavers to within a run in the fourth, has calmed things down from Louisville's perspective. He has retired all 6 batters that he's faced. A.J. Singer, who has been indeed the definition of pesky, competitive, gritty at the plate, hopes to be just that right now, get on base and try to be a catalyst for the Beavers to find the comeback trail. They were down 3-0, pulled within 3-2, now down 4-2 in the sixth. West delivers, Singer takes a little bit high, ball 1-0. A.J. drew a walk to lead off the second inning, struck out in his last at-bat. Beavers have struck out 9 times. They trail it 4-2 in the sixth and need to win to play on. The 1-0 fastball just missed. Ball 2-0. Neither pitch is missed by much, but it's 2-0 now to A.J. Tice Peterson next, no one throwing in either bullpen. West has been very good, 6 up, 6 down. The 2-0 pitch is a strike. The count 2-1. The breezes that were howling in early and then began to shift a little bit towards left have settled down now. The flags moving gently out beyond the batter's eye and right center. The 2-1 pitch is high to A.J. Ball 3-1. Tice Peterson waiting his turn. The 3-1 pitch to Singer. Swung on and fouled back. When I think about that 2018 comeback by the Beavers through the elimination side, 4 straight elimination wins, then 2 more to match the 2006 effort. We've all watched, I think, many times over and over. If you have something that's a go-to thing, if you're feeling kind of down, you want to feel inspired, you'll watch Game 2's 9th inning, right? The 3-2 pitch to Singer, high and away for ball 4. I don't know how many times I've turned that thing on, needing to pick me up. Sometimes it's the Marx Brothers and Monkey Business or Night at the Opera or Fields in the old-fashioned way or the Bank Dick. Pick up the spirits a little bit, but oftentimes, no, I really need to be lifted. Let's look at the Game 2, 9th inning again. I hope you experience that too. Tice Peterson, the batter representing the tying run, has been up twice and walked twice, and he drew the walk just ahead of Jacob Craig's 2-run home run in the 4th. We're in the 6th, 4-2 Louisville. A toss to first base and Singer back. We've watched that thing so many times. I think I've watched it more than people have analyzed the Zapruder film. But one thing I did catch the last time I looked at it was Nick Madrigal. I read his lips. When Grenier hit the foul ball here into the Arkansas triangle, Peterson pushes a bunt. If he gets it by the pitcher, he's got himself a hit, and he did, and he does. A bunt single for Tice Peterson. A push bunt with the left-hander falling the other way off the mound, not able to backhand it. It's a bunt single for Tice Peterson, and the Beavers have the tying runs on base. Nobody out for Jacob Craig coming up, and quickly some activity begins in the Louisville bullpen. 2 on, nobody out, 4-2 Louisville, and I think after the big swing that Jacob had the last time he was up, and never having had a sacrifice hit in his career, I could be wrong, but I think they're going to let the big man swing away and maybe get another big fly and give the Beavers the lead. We'll see. 2 on, nobody out. Craig did show bunt in his first at-bat, ended up striking out. But he's never had a sacrifice hit, and this is 3rd year in the program. The tying runs on base, Singer at second, Peterson at first. The pitch hits Jacob Craig to load him up. On the left leg, bases loaded, nobody out. We'll see about Talt, and it'll be Carson McIntyre, the pinch hitter. McIntyre hits for Talt with the bases loaded and nobody out here in the top of the 6th inning. The Beavers trailing 4-2. Pitching coach Roger Williams and head coach Dan McDonald have a couple of right-handers throwing in their bullpen. Roger Williams, the pitching coach, will come out. And the Beavers will have an opportunity with the bases loaded and nobody out, trailing 4-2, to think about it here with McIntyre getting ready to hit. When Grenier hit that pop foul that the 3 Razorbacks pursued in foul ground into the now notorious Arkansas triangle, the ball landed, as you probably recall. They didn't catch it. Well, there's one shot of Nick in the dugout, Nick Madrigal, who had grounded out earlier in the inning. Nick, you can see and read his lips. Roger Williams staying with the left-hander now against McIntyre. Bases loaded, nobody out. Madrigal says, I'm not sure to whom, whoever he was leaning over the railing with in the same dugout the Beavers are in now, the first base dugout. Madrigal leaned over, looked at the guy to his left and said, that was supposed to happen. That was supposed to happen. Go back and look and tell me if I'm right or wrong if you've seen that many times. That was supposed to happen. The non-catch of the foul ball. We all believe so, right? Well, the Beavers trying to mount a comeback in a different inning, in a different time, in a different place altogether, but still a comeback out of that dugout, down 4-2 here in the 6th. Bases loaded, nobody out. The pitch to the pinch hitter, Carson McIntyre, in there for a strike. 0-1 the count. McIntyre pinch hit and struck out earlier in this College World Series. McIntyre in the opener against Louisville. Bases loaded, nobody out. The strike one pitch, fisted foul into the photographer's well near the Beaver dugout on the first base side. And the count to McIntyre 0-2. Cannon Reeder on deck. The Beavers have loaded the bases with nobody out, down 4-2. McIntyre pinch hitting for Easton Talt, bringing a right-handed bat against the southpaw West. Bases loaded, nobody out. The strike 2 pitch very high. Ball 1-2 to McIntyre. Carson, a future star in the program, hit 4 home runs during the season, has 10 RBIs, a .256 hitter. A.J. Singer at third, Tice Peterson at second, Jacob Craig at first, nobody out. 4-2 Louisville. McIntyre takes the breaking ball from West, high and away, ball 2-2. Carson trying to battle his way through here as the Beavers look to fight back in Omaha and keep their season alive. 6'1", 192, electric athletic freshman from Peoria, Arizona. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out with the sacks full. McIntyre pounds it foul at the plate, doing a good job to get a piece of the off-speed pitch and stay alive. Cannon Reeder, the on-deck hitter. Under the sunshine, the winds have picked up again and blowing more across from right to left. McIntyre at the plate, trying to at least get one in. He has a chance to do so with an out. Singer at third, Peterson at second, Craig at first, nobody out. Fastball swung out and missed, strike 3. One away. McIntyre summoned off the bench to pinch hit and goes down swinging. Now Cannon Reeder to the plate. Cannon has struck out and hit the ball on the screws in his last at-bat in the 4th inning against West. He hit it hard to center. Lucas Moore caught it, but it was a good swing. The Cardinals in this elimination game have a 4-2 lead. They have to be thinking about winning, obviously, this game, but they have other games they believe they'll be in and need to win. So they stay with a left-hander, even though 2 right-handers are throwing in their bullpen back of West. Cannon Reeder with an opportunity here with the bases loaded and one out. Trent Carraway on deck. I don't think Trent would be allowed to face West. This is probably the last hitter that West would face. Top of the 6th, 4-2 Cardinals. Reeder takes a little bit high and away on the off-speed delivery from the southpaw West. Good take by Cannon. 1-0 the count. A walk, a bunt single, and a hit batter. The Beavers going smaller after Craig blasted a 2-run home run in the 4th. Whatever it takes to push some runs across, the Beavers are looking for that. Reeder takes outside, ball 2, 2-0. The Cardinals a run in the 1st, 2 in the 3rd. The Beavers with the Jacob Craig 2-run homer in the 4th. The Cardinals responded with a homer of their own. They lead it 4-2 in the 6th. Bases loaded, 1 out. Reeder takes high, ball 3, 3-0. Good take again by Cannon. He started to pull the trigger and was able to hold up. 3-0 the count. 4-2 Louisville. Trent Carraway next. Justin West works out of the stretch. The lefty ready. The 3-0 pitch, a strike, and the count 3-1. Fastball right down the middle. Now Cannon can look for something. He can still be discriminate here. 3-1 with 1 out. 4-2 Cardinals. A.J. Singer at third. Tice Peterson at second. Jacob Craig at first. The 3-1 pitch, a grounder to short. Alicea underhands to Neighbors for 1. On to first. The ball dropped on a hop by the first baseman, Tag Davis. Reeder is safe. A run is in. The Beavers pull within a run at 4-3 with Singer coming in to score. And Trent Carraway will be the batter. If the ball is fielded cleanly by Davis, it's going to be close. And in fact, I think Reeder would have been out. But the toss from the shortstop, Alicea, was a little bit of a slow pitch softball kind of toss. He didn't get it to his Keystone partner Neighbors with alacrity. And that is what made it close, and the hurried throw by Neighbors on a hop that Davis was not able to dig out. The Beavers do pull within a run at 4-3. Peterson, the tying run 90 feet away. Cannon Reeder at first on the RBI fielder's choice 6-4. West will be left in the game to face Carraway, who has a chance to do some big-time damage with 2 outs. He swings and drives one to right, but it's playable. Garrett Pike moves over and back and makes the catch, and that's about the minimum out of the maximum opportunity for the Beavers, right? And that is right. They get a run with the bases loaded and nobody out. Good work in the end by Justin West after all, and the Beavers are fortunate in a sense to get that run if Alicea doesn't throw a changeup to Neighbors at second. So a huge opportunity in the game, and the Beavers again have been lacking a 2-out hit all day long. But they do draw closer, and that's the good news. A run, 1 hit, no errors, 2 left. We go to the bottom of the 6th, Louisville 4 and the Beavers 3 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield. Hit a home run today by joining Oregon State Credit Union, where your money works harder for you. Enjoy member-focused financial advice and saving money with competitive rates and fees. We started at Oregon State University, and we're still the official credit union of Oregon State Athletics. Join Oregon State Credit Union today. Visit one of our 15 branches or join online at OregonStateCU.com/join.
Hey Beaver Nation, here at Mr. Plywood we know what it means to build. Locally owned and operated for over 50 years, Mr. Plywood goes beyond building decks, storage sheds, and fences. We help build the community. We offer family-style customer service with a friendly and knowledgeable staff that will help you with your next project. If you need hardwoods, plywood, fasteners, or help planning your next project, come down and pay us a visit. We would love to help you on your next project.
Bottom of the sixth inning for the second time in the ballgame since trailing by 3 runs. The Beavers have closed the gap to 1 run. They trail it 4-3, but it felt like there was more out there for the Beavers. Bases loaded, nobody out, and settled for a run. In a sense, though, they may be a little fortunate to get that, because I thought Alex Alicea's toss on a potential inning-ending double play ball was slow enough to give the Beavers a chance to keep the inning alive and get a run. Now A.J. Hutchison has the task as he goes to work on Tag Davis and starts him with a strike, of making sure that he locates properly and keeps the Beavers within a run. The last time the Beavers closed, Jake Monroe hit a home run. The strike one pitch, line foul into the lower deck beyond the Beavers dugout on the first base side. 0-2 to Tag Davis, who has struck out and lined to right field. Tag Davis, Zion Rose, and Byram Hott. 83 degrees in Omaha, no one throwing in either bullpen. Hutchison under the bright sunlight delivers, and the fastball is fouled away. Davis making a late choice to take a hack. 0-2 the count. 4-3 Louisville. Bottom of the sixth inning. The winner moves on to tomorrow at 11:08 Pacific. The loser season comes to an end. The Beavers in their 65th game in what has been a memorable 2025 campaign. Hutch delivers the strike two pitch, a chopper over the mound near second, fielded by Iva Arquette, who was shifted over with A.J. Singer out in shallow right. Iva makes the play from the right side of the diamond and throws out Davis. One away, and Zion Rose will come to the plate. Zion hit the home run off of Hutchison in the bottom of the fourth inning after the Beavers on the Jacob Craig blast had pulled within 3-2. Hutch jumped ahead of Zion 0-2, and then on a 1-2 pitch gave up the home run to left, and it went from 3-2 to 4-2. It's now 4-3 Louisville. Rose, first ball swinging, grounds one foul past Trent Caraway outside of third. 0-1 the count. Jake Monroe, a 2-run home run in the third. Four to three Cardinals, bottom of the sixth inning. Carson McIntyre, who hit for Easton Talt, remains in the game and plays right field. Hutch's 0-1 pitch, a fly ball to center. Cannon Reeder started in. Now he has to move back a few steps and does, and makes the catch. 2 down. 6 straight retired by Hutchison. Byram Hott, the batter. Byram was robbed, unless we see a hitter, and we will. Hott started the game as the designated hitter, a right-handed hitter, and Dan McDonald is going to his bench and bringing in a pinch hitter. And Garrett Pike is the pinch hitter in the designated hitter's slot. Here in the sixth, 2 outs, nobody on. He swings at the first pitch, a fly ball to left center and pretty deep. Cannon Reeder can't get it. It carries over his head off the base of the fence on a hop. Cannon Reeder gets the ball back in. Garrett Pike, first ball swinging as a pinch hitter. Blasts a double to the alley in left center field, and now a very important at-bat in this baseball game right here, right now. Kamayu Neighbors, the batter. The Beavers just closed within a run. Yes, they left a big opportunity when they could have, and probably in a very real sense should have done more. But they did close within a run, and they have a chance to keep the momentum in their camp, but they need an out here. A.J. Hutchison will try to provide it. Garrett Pike, a pinch hit. First pitch double in the bottom of the sixth. Now Neighbors, the batter, a switch hitter, takes a strike, and the count 0-1 from Hutchison. 4-3 Louisville, bottom of the sixth. A.J. trying to keep it a one-run game. No one throwing back of Hutch. A right-hander has gotten back up for Louisville. Garrett Pike at second. The pitch is hit foul off to the left and out of play. No balls and 2 strikes to Neighbors. Hutch, the pride of Elk Grove, as was the great Nick Madrigal. Nick coming to Corvallis recently. The first time he said he'd been back to the ballpark since the celebration for the national title in 18. Cheering on his cousin Eddie. No balls and 2 strikes to Kamayu Neighbors. Hutchison to the plate. Fastball hit foul. Good job by Neighbors to get a piece of it and stay alive. 0-2 the count. Kamayu is a West Coast kid. Playing his college baseball in Louisville after growing up in Carson, going to Long Beach City College, staying home at Northridge in 23 and 24. 0-2 to Kamayu. Garrett Pike at second, 2 down. The strike 2 pitch ripped into right field for a base hit. And the throw to the plate goes by Wilson Weber, allowing Neighbors to go down to second on the base hit and the throwing error. And Louisville pushes the lead back to 5-3. Neighbors an RBI single to right. Another 2-out hit of all things, and that'll bring to the plate Alex Alicea. The 2-out hit is what the Beavers have been lacking. McIntyre with the throwing error. And so again, that whatever swing there was for the Beavers to pull within a run again for the second straight inning, that's the mark of a resilient and good club. Louisville just comes back and gets that run back. And they lead it 5-3. Alex Alicea, the batter. Kamayu Neighbors into second on the throwing error. Alicea takes a strike. The count 0-1. One of the reasons Neighbors was able, he's the toughest hitter in the ACC. One of the toughest in the conference to strike out. Last year, he was the 3rd toughest player in the country to strike out in his junior year at Northridge. The pitch to Alicea takes a little high, does Alex, in the count 1-1. A right-hander begins to throw in the Beavers bullpen. Hutchison trying to keep the damage at 1. Delivers. Fastball fouled at the plate. 1-2 the count. Excellent work by Louisville. Cardinals deserve all the credit in the world. Twice the Beavers have closed to within a run, and each time the Cardinals have responded. It's what the Beavers have done so often, and they still hope they can stay in the fight. Breaking ball, a fly ball to center. Cannon Reeder is right there, makes the catch. The inning is over. However, a great job by Louisville. The Beavers pull within a run. Louisville gets 1 to push it back out to 2. We go to the 7th. Louisville 5, the Beavers 3 on the Beavers Sports Network from Learfield. Whether it's OSU game day or you're getting ready for OSU game day, make sure Dairy Mart is on your playlist. With 39 neighborhood stores throughout the Willamette Valley, Dairy Mart has everything you'll need for a great game. Beer and pop, ice, chips, healthy, fresh to-go snacks, even hot deli items, and your favorite Lockmead dairy products. Stop into your local Dairy Mart and get what you really want for Beavers game day.
Dairy Mart is here, man. Dairy Mart's right here. A lot goes into Oregon State athletes reaching peak performance for game day, including the right nutrition. At Wilbur Ellis, we know that healthy crop performance requires the same attention to nutrition as an athlete. That's why we use benchmark data points to maximize crop productivity through nutrient efficiency. For 100 years, family-owned Wilbur Ellis has been partnering with Oregon's farmers to grow healthier crops. That is the winning ag experience for Beaver Nation. Locally provided by Wilbur Ellis.
Through 6 innings at Charles Schwab Field in Omaha, Louisville, 5 runs, 8 hits, and no errors. The Beavers, 3 runs, 4 hits, and 1 error. For the Beavers, unfortunately, another error here in the College World Series. They're 6th now in just the 3rd game here. The Beavers came in with a team fielding percentage of .982, starting today at .980. Had given up only 3 earned runs through the first 2 games. Their fielding percentage in the series from .982 coming in to .933 here in Omaha. That error ends up not costing the Beavers a run, but it certainly put more pressure on AJ to get through, which he did without any more damage done, following a 2-out uprising for the Cardinals. The Beavers had closed within a run at 4-3. Had the bases loaded and nobody out and settled for 1. Pulled within a run, and Louisville comes back to get a 2-run advantage with 2 outs, a pinch hit double, followed by an RBI single from the 9-hole hitter on an 0-2 pitch. 5-3 Louisville as we go to the top of the 7th inning, and a new pitcher in, a right-hander with a right-handed heavy Beaver lineup in Louisville. Beginning to count outs probably. They're 9 away from keeping their season alive. The Beavers trailing 5-3. Iva Arquette, the batter. Iva takes a breaking ball down and away from Jack Brown, making his College World Series debut. 1-0 the count to Arquette. 5-3 Louisville in the 7th. The 1-0 pitch a little bit high. 2-0 the count. Jack Brown, a right-hander, 5-5, an ERA of 6.69, his 25th appearance, 2 starts, 40 innings, 55 hits, 27 walks, 26 strikeouts, a batting average against of .340. The Beavers are hopeful those numbers will play out here against them. And Arquette lashes the 2-0 pitch into center field, base hit. And that's a good start for the Beavers, who've been fighting all day long on the comeback trail. A base hit for Iva Arquette to lead off the top of the 7th, bringing Gavin Turley the tying run to the plate. Gavin hit his 20th home run of the season in the loss to Coastal Carolina here on Friday. We've seen 3 home runs hit in the ball game today, so we can see the path to that. A right-hander gets up and begins to throw back of right-hander Jack Brown. Brown's given up 4 homers on the season in his 40 innings of work. 5-3 Louisville. Turley, the tying run, has struck out, singled, and flied to center. We'll get a station ID in here momentarily, network stations. The pitch to Turley hit high and deep to left center, but the ballpark will hold it. Lucas Moore moving back and over a few steps makes the catch. The worst part of the ballpark to hit the ball to, out in the spacious power alley in left center, and Turley out on 1 pitch. Wilson Weber to the plate. Wilson has struck out, walked, and grounded to short. And before he steps in against Jack Brown, we want to pause and let our network stations identify themselves. 10-second break for station ID. This is Beaver Baseball from Learfield. Jack Brown to Wilson Weber. Knee-high fastball, a strike. 0-1 the count. 5-3 Louisville, top of the 7th. The leadoff single for Iva Arquette. Weber Grounds one through the 6 hole into left field. Base hit. Sharply hit. Zion Rose takes it off the grass in straightaway left field. Arquette stops at second. Good swing by Wilson. A.J. Singer, the batter. The tying runs on base for the Beavers. Again, trailing 5-3. There is a right-hander loosening in the bullpen. And trying to get a read, I think it's Jake Schweitzer, and it is. Jake is probably the best guy out of their bullpen. And he's getting ready back of Jack Brown, who's given up 2 sharp singles to the Beavers here in the top of the 7th. AJ has walked twice, struck out. He scored a run when the Beavers plated one last inning. He swings and pops one up. The infield fly rule will be invoked. Kamayu Neighbors defers to the second baseman, Teg Davis, way over to his right. Teg makes the catch. So, interesting approach here. The Beavers have 2 hits. Base hits by Arquette and Weber, and 2 outs on first pitches. Gavin Turley and A.J. Singer. Now Tice Peterson, the batter. Tice has walked twice and had a bunt single. We'll see if he might try to make Brown work a little bit harder here, put some pressure on him. The pitch on the way to Peterson, taken down and away. Ball 1, 1-0. Justin West did a nice job last inning, all things considered. And the Beavers had the bases loaded and nobody out, and the Beavs plated just 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Peterson takes a breaking ball strike. The count 1-1. 5-3 Louisville, top of the 7th inning. Ivar Arquette at second, Wilson Weber at first. Jack Brown, the third pitcher of the afternoon for the Cardinals, delivers, ties up Peterson, who didn't really want to swing and then chose to and had no shot at it. Under his hand, swung on and missed. 0-2 the count, or 1-2 the count, and Tice trying to fight his way through here with 2 strikes. The Beavers have left 7 men on. 2 on, 2 out. Looking for that 2-out hit. Peterson swings a line drive to center field. Coming in a hurry is Lucas Moore to grab it. The Beavers just missed a 2-out hit, but they're gone in the 7th. 6 outs remain for the Beavers in 2025. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Louisville 5, the Beavers 3 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Want to make a difference for Oregon State University students and alumni? It's as easy as becoming a member of the OSU Alumni Association. Whether you're an OSU graduate, a family member, or a big fan and believer, become a member today and get access to exclusive perks while supporting the university you love. Purchase a membership for yourself or as a gift at fororegonstate.org/join. That's fororegonstate.org/join.
Today's game's Benny's Buddies Pet Spotlight, the official fan club of your favorite pet, brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Scout the goat from Bend. Scout loves to help around the farm and enjoys rooting for the Beavers year-round. Sign up your pet today at osubeavers.com/Benny's Buddies. Each member gets an official social media filter, and Oregon State will be giving away collars, leashes, treats, toys, and so much more.
Bottom of the 7th inning in lower downtown Omaha. The Beavers trailing the Louisville Cardinals by a score of 5-3. A.J. Hutchison remains in, trying to keep it as close as possible. It is to the great credit of the Cardinals that each time the Beavers have closed within a run, they've managed to get it back to off the single digits with runs of their own. Eric Segura is throwing back of AJ, with Louisville coming to the plate here in the bottom of the 7th. Hutchison has worked 3 innings in relief of Nelson Keljo. Nelson went 3, had a 35-pitch first inning. The Cardinals scoring a run, and then he gave up, did Nelly, a 2-run home run in the 3rd. Hutchison, 3 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, both earned, a walk, no strikeouts. And makes his 43rd pitch, swung on and hit foul to the left by Lucas Moore, and out of play. No balls and 1 strike. Lucas has grounded to second, had an infield hit, and grounded out. He takes low and away from Hutch. 1 ball and 1 strike. Bottom of the 7th. The Beavers down 2 runs in this elimination ball game in Omaha. AJ delivers off speed and up and in. Ball 2. Lucas Moore, Matt Klein, and Jake Monroe, the scheduled hitters. Hutchison's 2-1 pitch, off speed, grounded to first. Jacob Craig will take it himself. 1 away. When the Beavers bat in the top of the 8th inning, Jacob, followed by Carson McIntyre and Cannon Reeder, the 7, 8, and 9 hitters. Matt Klein, the left-hand hitting catcher, has walked, struck out, and flied to left. AJ from the stretch delivers a strike. 0-1 the count. Ivo Arquette, the Beaver shortstop, playing nearly behind the bag at second. The strike 1 pitch to Klein. Outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Are you 55 plus in our community? Have you ever wanted to be a Beaver cheerleader? P3 Health Partners can make it happen. Just go to osubeavers.com/senior cheer squad to learn all about it. The 1-1 pitch is whacked off the glove of the diving Trent Carraway and into left field for a base hit. Ivo Arquette chases the ball down in shallow left. Matt Klein, a 1-out single. Jake Monroe, the hitter. Monroe hit a 2-out, 2-run home run in the 3rd to take it from 1-0 to 3-0. And with Hutch having warped into the 4th, Rich Dorman, I believe, is going to make a pitching change here. He's on his way out to the mound. Eric Segura has been throwing from the beginning of this half inning and was even up a little bit last inning. Rich hasn't signified yet that he wants to make a change. Monroe, a 2-run home run against Keljo in the 3rd, popped out in the 5th against Hutchison. 5-3 Louisville in the bottom of the 7th, and Dorr indeed wants to go with a fresh arm, the hard-throwing Eric Segura, to come out of the bullpen. The call to the bullpen presented by Wilson Equipment. Stop by any Wilson Equipment location for rugged, reliable Bobcat machines that get the job done. 5-3 Louisville. Segura to face Jake Monroe when we return in the bottom of the 7th inning on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
At Builders First Source, we're proud to be the nation's largest supplier of home building materials with 14 locations in Oregon and Southwest Washington. Our team is driven to deliver for our customers and help solve today's toughest challenges. We offer expert advice as you shop our extensive selection of lumber, siding, windows and doors, roof trusses, decking, and more for your next project. You can count on Builders First Source to minimize your build times, maximize efficiency, and deliver what you need when you need it. Go to BLDR.com to find a location near you.
As a locally owned company celebrating 25 years in business, the Barbers are excited to support the Oregon State Beavers. Come in and get the works. A full-service experience including a precise haircut, relaxing shampoo, scalp massage, and a hot lather neck shave by the most experienced barbers around. When it comes to men's grooming, nothing beats a true barbershop experience. Come and get yourself ready for game days. Book same-day appointments now online by visiting thebarbersonline.com. The Barbers, where guys go for great cuts.
Eric Segura into the ballgame for the Beavers, who pitched against Louisville briefly in picking up for Dax Whitney in the Beavers' 4-3 win Friday night over the Cardinals. Segura made just 14 pitches in 2/3 of an inning after Dax Whitney left. Dax went 5 1/3, 3 hits, a run, which was unearned. A walk and 9 strikeouts for Dax. Segura came in behind him and got 2 outs. Then the Beavers gave it to Wyatt Queen and Kellen Oakes. The Beavers delivered a 4-3 win on the walk-off double by Gavin Turley. Segura's job's a little bit different here in that he's coming in with the Beavers trailing by 2 runs, 5-3, in the bottom of the 7th inning with 1 on and 1 out. Segura making his 19th appearance. He's 8-2. He and Ethan Kleinschmidt share the team lead in an ERA of 4.71, 57 1/3 innings, 49 hits, 36 walks, 78 strikeouts, a batting average against of 232, a team high hit batters with 14, a team high wild pitches with 12. So all of those things, all the numbers tell you Segura has stuff that's difficult to hit, sometimes to command and catch. He's hoping to fill up the strike zone here and keep the Beavers in the game. A line drive, base hit to right, chased down by Carson McIntyre. He slides into it in the corner, but racing to third base is Mac Klein. First ball swinging, Jake Monroe. A base hit to right field, and Louisville in good position to get a run home. First and third, 1 out. Segura's first pitch hit sharply for the first to third base hit single. Eddie King Jr., the batter. Big game for Eddie. Singled home a run in the first, a ground rule double to left in the third, grounded out in the 5th. The Beavers infield at double play depth, and boy, do they need one right about now. 5-3 Louisville, bottom of the 7th inning, first and third, 1 out. Jake Schweitzer playing a casual game of catch in the Louisville pen. They're closing in on this one. First ball swinging, a fly ball to center, should be deep enough to get Klein home. Reeder lines it up, Klein tags, Reeder's throw will be cut off. The run scores. The Beavers have the runner at first caught in a rundown, and the double play is in the books, but the sacrifice fly well executed by Eddie King Jr. to center field. With Klein coming down the line to score, the Beavers execute the rundown to get Jake Monroe and end the inning. However, the Beavers need to channel some of that 2018 against North Carolina magic, do they not? They were down 6-3 facing the Tar Heels in an elimination scenario in 2018 and came back to win that ball game. They need to do that again to try to stay alive. Going to the 8th, Louisville on the sac fly picks up a run. The Cardinals 6, the Beavers 3 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Pacific Office Automation is an official sponsor of Oregon State Athletics. Let us help you create your total office solution with copiers and printers, security systems and cameras, managed IT and cloud services, unified communications and telephones, including carrier services, plus temperature sensing kiosks and more. The one source for all your office technology solutions. Go to PacificOffice.com. Pacific Office Automation. Problem solved.
BECU. You've heard the name, seen the letters. But what does BECU stand for? Simply put, not-for-profit BECU stands for people. For charting your own path. For choosing what's right for members instead of what's profitable for someone else. Because they are the reason our credit union exists. So we do everything in our power to help them reach their financial goals. BECU. Power in people. All Pacific Northwest residents are eligible to join. Federally insured by NCUA.
At BECU, a member-owned not-for-profit credit union, they're proud to support Oregon State Athletics, and they put their members' best interests first. BECU, Power in People, insured by NCUA. Membership required, restrictions apply. Top of the 8th inning, the Beavers trailing 6-3. And the Louisville Cardinals go with a guy that's been very reliable out of the bullpen. The Beavers saw him briefly in the Friday night 4-3 win for the Beavs to put them on the winner's side of the bracket. Louisville kept its season alive with a win 2 days ago eliminating Arizona 8-3, rallying for 6 runs in the bottom of the 8th in that one. Jake Schweitzer comes in. The bullpen has done a very nice job for the Cardinals. Jake, in Friday's game against the Beavers, made 21 pitches, an inning and 2/3, 2 hits, a run earned, a walk, and 6 strikeouts. It was Schweitzer that the Beavers scored the winning run off of. The solid base hit by Iva Arquette and the game-winning double down the left field line by Gavin Turley. 6-3 Louisville. The Beavers down to their final 6 outs in this one and in 2025. Jacob Craig leads things off, takes a breaking ball inside. Ball 1, 1-0. Schweitzer does not have overpowering numbers. His numbers are good. He's 4-3, an ERA of 2.31. 24th appearance, 3 saves, 39 innings, 18 walks, 20 strikeouts. Batting average against of 201. Craig takes down and away on the breaking ball, and the count 2-0. Jacob has struck out, had a 2-run home run in the 4th, hit by a pitch in the 6th to load the bases with nobody out. If the Beavers do not come all the way back in this one, that sequence, bases loaded, nobody out, and getting just 1 run, could go a long way in telling the tale. The 3-0 pitch to Jacob misses, down and away. Ball 3. A left-hander gets up back of Schweitzer in the Louisville bullpen. 6-3 Cardinals, top of the 8th. The 3-0 pitch, a strike to Jacob. The count 3-1. Jacob Craig, Carson McIntyre, Cannon Reeder, the 7, 8, 9 hitters for the Beavers. Jack Schweitzer in the 8th, following Jack Brown, Justin West, and Brennan Cutts. The 3-1 pitch, Craig gets under it, a fly ball to center. Lucas Moore loses his cap, stays with the baseball, comes in and makes the catch. 1 away. And McIntyre will come to the plate. I thought we might see, perhaps, Dallas Macias in a pinch hit role, but Carson does come to the plate. With 1 out, nobody on in the 8th, and the Beavers trailing 6-3. Robert Hirsch, who has been a season-long correspondent. Thank you, Robert. Thanks to all of you who've sent information and texts along the way this year. Wait, you're finding words, Mr. Parker? No, I'm just saying, in fact, in taking Robert with McIntyre hitting a ground ball to the left of Alicea, dives, gets up, throws to first. Good play, 2 down. The Beavers are down to their final 4 outs. I'm reporting what Robert said that the television guys said. I don't know who's doing the game in the booth down to the left. But they talked about the Beavers' flair for the dramatic. Well, that flair we hope will never be brighter than today here in Omaha, because the Beavers are down 3 runs and down to their final 4 outs. 2 down, nobody on. Cannon Reeder, the batter. 6-3 Louisville. But I do mean it, if I don't get a chance somewhere along the way in the rest of this ball game or the rest of the week here in the Heartland, thank you for everything this year in 2025, all of the information and the stuff you've sent graciously along the way. Thank you. And Robert, you've been a big part of that again here in 25. Cannon Reeder takes down and away, ball 1. 2 outs, nobody on, top of the 8th. The Beavers trailing 6-3. Schweitzer from the stretch, fastball for a strike, and the count 1-1. The flair for the dramatic was on display at home brilliantly in the first game of the Super Regional about 10 days ago. The Beavers down 3 runs in the bottom of the 9th, ended up winning that game. Reeder is hit by a pitch, a breaking ball. He tried to bend out of the way of it and is hit. Now, I think Dan McDonald is going to argue that Reeder leaned into the pitch, and I think he's going to want to have this reviewed. Did Reeder intentionally get hit by the pitch on the breaking ball? There was a little movement from Reeder trying to read the pitch, and the umpires will get together, and we likely will have a review here. And I'm not sure how you all saw it. Reeder, he didn't lean into it. He was trying, in fact, to get out of the way of the breaking ball. At least that's how it looks from here. I don't think there was a movement towards the pitch. In fact, if anything, he was moving away from it. The umpires get together. I don't think there's going to be any sort of review. The call stands, hit by pitch. Trent Carraway, the batter. None of the umpires had that as a leaning into the pitch on Reeder's part. Could a hit batter with 2 down be a spark? Yes, it could. We've seen it happen before on lesser things even. Trent Carraway, the batter. Carraway has had a couple of good swings today, looking for one right here. 6-3 Louisville. Carraway doesn't get a good one here. He waves at the off-speed pitch and misses it aplenty. 0-1 the count. Bucky Dent looked bad 0-2 before getting a pitch to hit that some people have said was a hanging spitter. Mike Torres, October 3rd, 78. 0-1 the count to Carraway. 6-3 Louisville in the 8th. Trent swings and fouls it into the mid of the catcher Matt Klein, and the count 0-2. The Dent count. In that case, though, the game was 2-0. In this case, the Beavers are down 3, but Carraway would love to get an 0-2 pitch to handle. Reeder at first, 2 down. Schweitzer strike 2 pitch, breaking ball got him swinging. The Beavers have 3 outs remaining them in 2025. No runs, no hits, a man left after 7.5. Louisville 6, the Beavers 3 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Hit a home run today by joining Oregon State Credit Union, where your money works harder for you. Enjoy member-focused financial advice and saving money with competitive rates and fees. We started at Oregon State University and we're still the official credit union of Oregon State Athletics. Join Oregon State Credit Union today. Visit one of our 15 branches or join online at OregonStateCU.com/join.
As Reese's celebrates a milestone anniversary, we're thankful to be part of your good times for 75 years. Our deliciously easy deli salads and ready-to-heat and serve side dishes are always a home run or grand slam, perfect for rounding out a buffet or last-minute entertaining. Keep the good times coming with deli salads and sides from Reese's. Here's to 75 years and counting. Reese's, we're made for good times.
Bottom of the 8th inning in Omaha, the Beavers trailing the Louisville Cardinals by a score of 6-3. Eric Segura will try to keep it right there and give the Beavers a chance to mount another 9th inning rally from 3 runs down, as they did against Florida State back at Gaz. Segura will deal with Tig Davis, Zion Rose, and Garrett Pike. 6-3 Louisville. The Cardinals have done a very effective job today. They picked up a run in the first, 2 in the third on a 2-run homer, a solo homer in the fourth, and then clutch 2-out hits for runs in the 6th and 7th. And they just kept the Beavers at a little more than arm's length throughout the day. They lead at 6-3. They're 3 outs away from winning and surviving to play Coastal Carolina here tomorrow. The Beavers need to keep it right here and then hope they can mount another dramatic rally. First pitch slider from Segura, a strike to Tig Davis. 0-1 the count. The 75th anniversary of this grand event that has seen some unbelievable moments, and the Beavers have been part of them. The strike one breaking ball from Segura misses, the count 1-1. And in that special pullout college preview World Series edition that I talked more about from the Omaha World Herald in our first game here Friday, they have a scrapbook, Omaha plus CWS equals 75. Some memorable images of some of the great moments and players in this event's history. Segura's fastball high and inside. The count 2-1 to Tig Davis, who has struck out, line to right, and grounded to short. They have players to remember. Adley Rutschman makes the cut among the 24 that have come through this event in 75 years in Omaha. The pitch on the way from Segura misses high and away in the count 3-1. 2 years in Kalamazoo, 1 in Wichita.
The last 75 here. Darwin Barney also makes the cut among the 24 to remember. You have the likes of Will Clark and Roger Clemens and Barry Bonds and Sal Bando. The pitch on the way is lifted to left center field. That was the hitter, Take Davis, saying, the ball carries pretty well, but Davis knew that he'd missed it. Cannon Reeder goes back to catch it in left center field on the warning track with pretty good carry. Wind's blowing that way. Keep that in mind for the top of the ninth. See if the Beavers can get a little friendly help. One away. Zion Rose, the batter. Darwin and Adley on that list. Paul Skeens, Robin Ventura, Dave Winfield. And you have to give Rod Dado and USC credit for its 1973 national title at the expense of Minnesota and Winfield. 6-3 Louisville. One out, nobody on in the bottom of the eighth. First pitch, Segura misses inside. Arquette, Turley, and Weber do up for the Beavers in the top of the ninth. 6-3 Cardinals, bottom of the eighth. Eric back to the plate. Fastball up, ball 2-0. Winfield in the 73 College World Series took a 7-0 lead to the ninth against USC. 3 outs away. But his pitch count, he was left in the game. His pitch count was climbing. The 2-0 slider, good pitch for a strike, and the count 2-1 to Zion Rose. Zion a solo homer in the fourth inning off of A.J. Hutchison. 6-3 Louisville in the eighth. Dado and USC came up with something that eventually did rattle Winfield in one of the biggest comebacks the series has ever seen. 2-1 breaking ball down and away. Ball 3-1. What they began to do down 7-0 and down to their final 3 outs, the Trojan players, hands over the railing of the dugout up on the Blatt, the diamond on the hill, started to count out each pitch in unison. Segura delivers, fastball swung on and missed. Knowing the pitch count was rising, they start counting out 123, 124, all together from that 125, and Winfield, 7-0 lead, cruising. Lost control, put runners on base. USC won at 8-7. Breaking ball pulled foul, scoring 8 in the ninth, chasing Winfield. The pitch count kept climbing, and I think eventually it's up to like 137, 138, almost to 140, something along those lines, before Minnesota went to the bullpen, and the bullpen collapsed, and USC won its 5th straight national title, 4th straight of 5. 3-2 fastball missing inside for ball 4. Zion Rose draws a walk and goes down to first base. Segura issuing the free pass, and Rose is a threat. The Beavers down 6-3. Can't give up really anything more, one thinks. And Rose is a threat to run for sure. Kellen Oakes is throwing back of Segura in the Beavers bullpen. Zion 31 for 34 in stolen bases, drawing the 1-out walk. Wilson Weber out to the mound. 6-3 Louisville. The Cardinals have been in control of this one throughout. The Beavers, whenever they've made a little nudge and push to get closer, the Cardinals have responded. Roger Clemens, Will Clark on that list, Pete Incaviglia, Bob Horner, Phil Nevin, Houston Street. Some great names. Nomar Garciaparra with Georgia Tech. And then Jack Payne, the longtime public address announcer, who used to ask the fans in the middle of the ball game with the organ music playing, turn and greet your neighbor and tell them where you're from. Omaha hospitality. It's a tremendous event. And the Beavers' time in it looks right now as though it's going to come to an end early. And the Beavers have had a quest not only to get here, but to come back with the program's 4th national championship. They're still alive, down 6-3. Rich Dorman out to the mound to talk to Eric Segura, and he's going to stay with Eric. And we're going to see a hitter now, a left-handed hitter, I think. No, it's see who we've got here in the on-deck circle. It's it is a hitter. Garrett Pike gives way to Nate Early, young man out of the Queen City in Cincinnati. Garrett Early pinch hits here Nate Early batting for Garrett Pike, and Early takes high and away from Segura. Beavers' chances are rather slim at the moment, and their life in the ballgame seems to be hanging here in the bottom of the 8th. They can ill afford to give up anything else, down 6-3 and down to their final 3 outs. The 1-0 pitch missing to Early. Ball 2, 2-0. Two balls and no strikes. Segura delivers very high. Ball 3. 3-0 to Nate Early. Bottom of the 8th inning. 6-3 Louisville. Early out of Cincinnati and went to Jerry Faust country, Moeller High School. He has the count his way 3-0, and the 3-0 pitch is ball 4. Back-to-back walks issued by Segura. That probably will signal the end of his outing. Kamayu Neighbors the batter, and here comes Rich Dorman, and it will. With 1 out, back-to-back walks. Louisville trying to put this thing away essentially with another run or 2 here in the bottom of the 8th. Rich Dorman, who has managed his bullpen so well all season, developed great depth and a lot of arms who've eaten up a lot of innings. Looking for a couple of more outs to keep the Beavers close. Goes to the bullpen again here with Kellen Oakes called upon. The call to the pen presented by Wilson Equipment. Stop by any Wilson Equipment location for rugged, reliable Bobcat machines that get the job done. Louisville 6, the Beavers 3, 2 on, 1 out, bottom of the 8th. The Cardinals trying to put it away. The Beavers trying to fight for their lives and stay in it. Kellen Oakes will try to provide a couple of big outs here. 6-3 Louisville in the 8th. Back after this in lower downtown Omaha on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
A lot goes into Oregon State athletes reaching peak performance for game day, including the right nutrition. At Wilbur Ellis, we know that healthy crop performance requires the same attention to nutrition as an athlete. That's why we use benchmark data points to maximize crop productivity through nutrient efficiency. For 100 years, family-owned Wilbur Ellis has been partnering with Oregon's farmers to grow healthier crops. That is the winning ag experience for Beaver Nation. Locally provided by Wilbur Ellis.
At the stadium or home, keep your cocktails local with Crater Lake Spirits, because great booze, happy people isn't just our motto, it's our personal guarantee. With every bottle of Crater Lake, you're getting Oregon pride distilled. Our spirits are a toast to tradition and a nod to innovation. Every sip is a celebration of the good times, the great outdoors, and the unbeatable spirit of the Pacific Northwest. Join us in raising a glass to victories, big and small. With Crater Lake Spirits proudly sponsoring Oregon State Athletics, we're here to make every game day unforgettable.
Kellen Oakes with the Beavers hanging by a thread in this one, but still hanging and trying to keep it a 3-run deficit. Takes over for Eric Segura, who walked back-to-back batters here in the 8th. Kellen Oakes in to face Kamayu Neighbors, the switch hitter, who had a clutch 2-out run-scoring single in the 6th. A sacrifice fly last inning added on another run. In Louisville in front, one would think comfortably at 6-3, but the Beavers have some big hitters coming up. Arquette, Turley, and Weber, and some peskier hitters on and on down the order. So it's up to Kellen Oakes here, called upon by Rich Dorman, to try to keep it a 3-run deficit, formidable as it is. We've seen the Beavers overcome one in this postseason, albeit at home. Kellen completes his warm-up tosses with Wilson Weber. Coach Dan McDonald inserts a pinch runner at first base for his pinch hitter. Michael Lippy is now a runner at first, with Zion Rose at second. 1 out. First pitch from Kellen is in there for a strike. 0-1 the count. Oakes got the win in the Friday ball game against Louisville. 3 hits, 2 runs earned, no walks, and a strikeout. the pitcher of record when the Beavers had a magical finish to that one, beating Louisville on the walk-off in the bottom of the ninth. 2 on, 1 out. The strike one pitch misses high to Kamayo Neighbors. 1-1 the count from Kellen Oaks. Kellen's had a solid year, 5-0, 20th appearance now, 3.75 with a save. Delivers a little low, ball 2, 36 innings, 32 hits, 17 walks, 47 strikeouts in 36 innings. Batting average against a 234. The pride of Canby High School. Behind the count, 2-1. The pitch to Neighbors, a ground ball to Iva Arquette. He steps on second for one and throws to first for the double play to retire the side. Well, the ESPN people say the Beavers have a flair for the dramatic. They hope to make the fine crew on the television side look prophetic as we go to the ninth. The Beavers need 3 after 8. Louisville 6, the Beavers 3 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield. Hey, Beaver Nation, there's nothing like celebrating a big win, right? Generations of OSU families know that you can't win in sports or life without a strong team to support you. When it comes to your health, P3 Oregon is proud to support Oregonians and the Beaver Nation. The P3 Care Team works alongside your provider to connect you with the care you need in between doctor's visits. Medication management, nursing support, health questions. Our team has got your back. Celebrate a winning season of health. Visit p3oregon.org to learn more.
The Oregon Potato Commission has teamed up with Oregon State Athletics to let everyone know how nutritious and performance-enhancing potatoes are. Did you know that potatoes are one of the most nutritious foods you can eat? Potatoes are loaded with vitamin C and have more potassium than a banana. That's why Oregon potatoes are an integral part of the Power Pack diet specifically designed to fuel Oregon State athletes. As alumni, supporters, growers, and the official state vegetable of Oregon, the Oregon Potato Commission is proud to support Beaver athletics. Go Beavs!
Top of the ninth inning in Omaha, the Beavers down to their final 3 outs. An expression I uttered at home at Goss Stadium at Coleman Field when the Beavers had one of the great rallies in program history by all of our estimation. Have seen a lot of baseball in that ballpark through the years. Down 4-1 against Florida State on Friday, June 6th. Now on this Tuesday in Omaha, trying to keep their season alive. 4:39 Central Time. The Beavers trailing 6-3, need 3. The 3 that they got at home set up an extra inning affair that the Beavers won on the A.J. Singer walk-off base hit. And they will try to come back against Wyatt Danielewicz. Danielewicz into the ballgame for Louisville, trying to close this thing out, and he is in a save situation. Danielewicz making his 28th appearance, 0-1, an ERA of 2.16. 3 saves, an ERA of 2.16 as I mentioned, and 33 1/3, 17 hits, 24 walks in 33 1/3, but 52 strikeouts, a batting average against of 150. A tough customer to be sure, looking for his 4th save of the year. And Danielewicz, who pitched an inning and a third in the elimination game against Louisville with strikeouts, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts in an inning and a third when the Cardinals stayed alive, eliminating the Arizona Wildcats 8-3. Goes to work against Iva Arquette. Iva swings at the first pitch, drives it to left. Zion rows back to the track, to the fence, so long! A first pitch home run in the top of the 9th inning for Iva Arquette. And on one swing, the Beavers within 2 here in the 9th. Louisville 6 and the Beavers 4. Gavin Turley, the batter. Arquette loses one into the left field bleachers, as Gavin Turley did here 2 days ago. 6-4 Louisville in the top of the 9th inning. Gavin has struck out, single to right, and twice flied to center.
Iva Arquette jumping on the first pitch from Daniel Levitch and launches one. A no-doubter to left, as was Jacob Craig's two-run blast earlier. 6-4. The Beavers have managed to pull within a run after trailing 3-0. They've closed to within a run a couple of times, but Louisville's managed to push it out each time. It's now 6-4. A leadoff home run in the top of the ninth. Gavin takes low and inside. Daniel Levitt's 1-0 change is swung on and missed. 1-1 the count to Gavin Turley. Arquette blasting his 19th home run. He certainly hopes it is not his final at-bat as a Beaver, but if it is, it's a good one to go out on. 1 ball and 1 strike to Gavin Turley. He swings and fouls one at the plate against Daniel Levitch. The count 1-2. Daniel Levitch allowing his 3rd home run in 33 innings plus this year. It draws the Beavers to within 2. Turley down in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Daniel Levitch, the left-hander from the stretch, delivers, and Gavin gets a piece of it to stay alive. A 1-2 off-speed offering from Wyatt Daniel Levitch. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. Gavin Turley trying to follow the Iva Arquette blast with a way on base some way, somehow, to get the tying run to the plate. He swings and punches one into right field. It'll drop for a base hit, and that's exactly what he does. A pitch up and in, and he muscles it to right, and the tying run will come to the plate here in the top of the 9th inning, represented by Wilson Weber. And just like that, a right-hander beginning to throw in the bullpen, back of the left-hander, Wyatt Daniel Levitch. Catcher Matt Klein out to the mound. The Beavers with a flair for the dramatic, as expressed by one of the ESPN broadcasters apparently today. The hitter for the Beavers now carried the Beavs dramatically in both series wins in Hawaii and then in Des Moines. Different times and climbs, and now in a different one here, although back into the heartland, Wilson Weber steps in. Wilson takes high, ball 1, 1-0. 6-4 Louisville. Top of the 9th inning. A first pitch home run for Iva Arquette. Gavin Turley muscling a single to right. Now Weber with the count his way. 1 ball and no strikes. Daniel Levitch to the plate. In the dirt. And Weber will take off on the wild pitch. Turley will, and get into second base without a play. 2 balls and no strikes to Wilson Weber. Jimmy Wilson, who joined me in our elongated pregame show several hours ago, was really big in that Florida State comeback. Mike, the Beavers they need to get the tying run to the plate. Well, they certainly did, and tied it 4-4, and then won it in the 10th. Wilson Weber, the tying run at the plate here in the top of the 9th. The Beavers trailing 6-4. A count of 2 balls and no strikes. Another visit, I think, ordered by Roger Williams. Matt Klein walking out to the mound, and I think we'll see a right-hander coming in here shortly for Louisville. They do have a right-hander throwing in their bullpen. And we'll see if the walk, Matt Klein going out, is a precursor to the summoning of Tucker Biven, a right-hander out of the pen. Tucker has the most saves on the club with 4. And we'll find out here momentarily. With Matt Klein coming back to the plate, 2 balls and no strikes to Wilson Weber. That has bought a little more time for Biven. With Gavin Turley at second, nobody out, top of the 9th inning, the Beavers trailing 6-4. A.J. Singer, the on-deck hitter, and as expected, here comes the head coach, Dan McDonnell, out of the Louisville dugout to make a change and match up in a 2-0 count to Wilson Weber, representing the tying run at the plate for the Beavers fighting to the end. So as Biven comes in from out of the bullpen gate in the left field corner, and the Beavers pressuring the Cardinals here in the 9th, a homer for Arquette, a base hit for Turley, Gavin to second on a wild pitch, 2-0 to Weber when we come back
Louisville 6, the Beavers 4. Back to Omaha after this on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
From forestry, construction, material handling to trucking, no matter what industry you're in, Pape has the equipment and services to keep you moving. As a family-owned and operated business for 85 years, Pape is committed to providing consistent quality customer service. This commitment is what makes Pape the premier capital equipment provider in the West. Pape is a proud sponsor of OSU Athletics. Go Beavs!
Pacific Office Automation is an official sponsor of Oregon State Athletics. Let us help you create your total office solution with copiers and printers, security systems and cameras, managed IT and cloud services, unified communications and telephones, including carrier services, plus temperature sensing kiosks and more. The one source for all your office technology solutions. Go to PacificOffice.com. Pacific Office Automation. Problem solved.
The Oregon State Beaver baseball team trying to mount another incredible rally. They've got work to do here. They have closed to within 2 runs on the Ivo Arquette leadoff homer here in the top of the 9th inning to draw the Beavers to within 6-4. But Gavin Turley, with a good 2-strike approach, fought off a pitch and dumped a single into right on a wild pitch. Wyatt Danielewicz, the left-hander, meanwhile, fell behind to Wilson Weber. 2 balls and no strikes, and that compelled Roger Williams, the associate head coach and pitching coach, and Dan McDonald, the head coach for Louisville, who's done a great job in his 19th year, to make another move to the bullpen, this time to match up against Weber, the right-handed hitter, with right-hander Tucker Biven, 4-0, an ERA of 3.80, making his 23rd appearance. He's been a spot starter with 5 starts, 4 saves. That leads the Cardinals. 42 2/3, 46 hits, 22 walks, 34 strikeouts. He's allowed 5 homers, a batting average against of 272. Good numbers, but not the hammer closer numbers you see from some of the programs by any means. And Wilson Weber getting together with Joey Wong, Ryan Gibson, Brady Casper during the warm-up tosses from Biven, and looking at scouting reports. And we'll see if the Beavs can take advantage of that and their own competitiveness and grit that they've shown all year long and stay in the fight here. Turley at second, the 2-0 pitch. A little high. Ball 3, 3-0. A.J. Singer on deck. Gavin Turley at second, nobody out. The Beavers trailing 6-4, top of the 9th inning. Tucker Biven from the stretch. The 3-0 pitch. Outside, ball 4. As it turns out, a 4-pitch walk to Weber. The Beavers have the tying runs on base, and A.J. Singer to the plate. Now, A.J.'s a very good butter. The Beavers are the visiting team. There's an old book. I don't know if Alexander Joy Cartwright or Abner Doubleday or Morgan Bulkley or whomever may have written it, but it says you play to tie at home and to win on the road. That would mean the bunt would not necessarily be on. But Singer is bunting. The Beavers, the visiting team. The pitch to Singer taken outside, ball 1, 1-0. Tice Peterson on deck. 2 on, nobody out, top of the 9th. The Beavers trailing 6-4. A.J. Singer leads the team in sacrifice hits with 8. First and second, nobody out. Singer squares, takes a strike, and the count 1-1. A.J. thought the pitch was away. Chose not to bunt it. The first baseman, Tig Davis, crashing. Singer handles the bat well enough. He might be able to push that by the on-charging first baseman. Tucker Biven out of the stretch. 2 on, nobody out. Singer squares and takes. Down and away. Ball 2. 2-1. 6-4 Louisville, top of the 9th inning. Ivo Arquette led off the frame with a smash to left field. Authoritative home run into the bleachers on the first pitch. Now Turley at second, Weber at first. Here comes Tig Davis all the way in, and Singer bunts and bunts foul. Davis is all the way down about 20 feet, 15 to 20 feet away from Singer, the bunter. The count even now. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tice Peterson on deck for the Beavs, who still have Dallas Macias as a left-handed batter. But Louisville has a left-hander throwing in their bullpen. Turley at second, Weber at first, nobody out. Singer hitting away now, 2-2. Bivin delivers a line drive to right field, moving over, and it drops in for a base hit to load him up. A base hit to right field for A.J. Singer to load him up for the Beavers with nobody out in the top of the 9th inning, trailing 6-4. Great bit of hitting. And a little disappointing in a sense, but it's shades of against Florida State when the Beavers chose not to send a runner when Dallas Macias got a base hit. In this case, they had to make sure the ball got down, and Gavin Turley did. Gavin at third, Wilson Weber at second, A.J. Singer a base hit to right, bases loaded, nobody out. The Beavers trailing 6-4. Tice Peterson the batter, and a huge opportunity for the Beavers here. It's been a day of frustration. They can change that now. Peterson swings and misses, and the count 0-1. 6-4, top of the 9th inning, bases loaded, nobody out. Eddie King Jr. chasing the ball down in right field. A.J. Singer with a single to right to load him up. The 0-1 pitch, Peterson takes a slider away. 1 ball and 1 strike the count. Jacob Craig on deck. The Beavers trailed 6-3 going to the 9th. Arquette homered on the first pitch of the frame. Now Gavin Turley at third, Wilson Weber at second, A.J. Singer at first. Nobody out, 1-1 to Tice Peterson. Bivin delivers down and away. Ball 2, 2-1. The Beaver faithful, the Beaver believers, Beaver Nation rising to their feet behind the Beavers dugout and in other parts of this beautiful ballpark, waving towels and shirts and chanting, "Let's go Beavers, let's go Beavers." The Beavers trying to go, bases loaded, nobody out, trailing by 2 in the 9th. Peterson swings a ground ball slowly to short and under the glove of the shortstop, Alisea. Turley scores. Wilson Weber on his way to the plate. He scores, and the game is tied at 6. Jacob Craig, the batter. The ball was hit slowly off the bat of Tice Peterson. I don't think a double play could have been turned, but certainly an out could have been recorded. At first base, a run would have scored. But the Beavers, on an error by Alisea, have tied the game at 6. They have runners at second and third and nobody out, and Dan McDonald is calling time. The head coach for Louisville, whose team had a 6-3 lead going to the top of the 9th inning, is on his way to the mound. I'm sorry for the cracking of the voice. I don't think that's happened since Simonton broke free on a counterplay to beat USC in 2000. Not quite like that anyway. My apologies. Hope you survived the squeaky, cracky voice on an error on the shortstop, Alex Alisea, and the Beavers have pulled even at 6. Alisea committing just his 5th error of the season, and the Beavers have runners at second and third and nobody out for Jacob Craig. The Beavers will get a runner for Tice Peterson, who put the ball in play. Tice comes out, and the Beavers will send in, this is shades of Zach Clayton in the great rally against Arkansas in Game 2 of the championship series. Adam Haight, not used that often, nor was Zach in 2018, but he scored the tying run on Grenier's hit. Adam Haight
pinch runs. The Beavers have the go-ahead run 90 feet away, represented by A.J. Singer. Adam Haight at second, Jacob Craig the batter. A 6-6 tie, nobody out in the top of the ninth inning. The right-hander Tucker Biven with the infield in delivers to Craig, who swings and misses in the count 0-1. The Beavers have tied it and have a golden opportunity to take the lead. The infield is in for Jacob Craig. Singer runs well. He's at third. Adam Haight, a good runner at second, running for Peterson. 0-1 to Jacob, looking for at least a scoring fly ball. Swings and fouls one into the lower deck right below us, and he's down in the count 0-2. Carson McIntyre, the on-deck hitter. Craig, a 2-run home run to draw the Beavers close back in the fourth. The Beavers have been working uphill all day, have finally pulled even. The strike two pitch taken, up and away, ball one, 1-2. Jacob Craig had the biggest hit of his Oregon State career on a 1-2 pitch down the left field line against Florida State in the Super Regional opener. Looking for a big one in the ninth here in Omaha. He takes a breaking ball up, ball two, 2-2. A 6-6 tie in the top of the ninth inning. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on, and nobody out. The Beavers have rallied for 3 to tie. Now trying to take their first lead of the afternoon as they try to keep their season alive. Tucker Biven ready. The 2-2 pitch taken, strike 3 call. 1 away. Good slider on the inner half. Craig walks away. Carson McIntyre, the batter. And you wonder now about the Beavers and whether they would ask McIntyre perhaps to bunt to try to get the run home. McIntyre does have 2 sacrifice hits on the season, but he also has pretty good pop with 4 homers and 10 runs batted in. McIntyre came on as a pinch hitter in the 6th inning and struck out. He grounded to short in his last at-bat. A 6-6 tie, top of the 9th inning. 1 out. A.J. Singer at third, Adam Haight at second. Biven throws over to third. Singer steps back to the bag. Yes, the Beavers do have a flair for the dramatics. Biven has thrown 6 wild pitches on the season. Singer at third, Haight at second. 1 out, a 6-6 tie in the 9th. McIntyre takes a breaking ball for a strike. 0-1 the count. Cannon Reeder on deck. The Beavers given a great gift on the error by Alicea. McIntyre has a big hole to shoot through up the middle against the drawn-in infield. The shortstop, Alicea, way over to his right. Second and third, 1 out, a 6-6 tie. The strike 1 pitch to McIntyre. A breaking ball called, strike 2. And McIntyre down in the count, 0-2, and has really got to fight now. Louisville trying to turn the tables on the Beavers in that the Beavs gave up a 2-run lead and then they were able to walk it off in the bottom of the 9th. Louisville trying to get out of a mess here and turn it around on the Beavers. The strike 2 fastball to Carson McIntyre, very high. 1-2 the count. The Beavers down to their final 3 outs going to the 9th have tied it. Now looking to take the lead and win it in the bottom half. A.J. Singer at third, Adam Haight at second, 1 away. Tucker Biven to the plate. Breaking ball swung on and missed. Two down. The Beavers had second and third and nobody out. And Cannon Reeder to the plate. And it'll feel like a win for Louisville, I guarantee it. Even coughing up the 3-run lead, they'll feel like, hey, we just need a run to win this thing now. Let's go. So, big dramatics from both teams here in the top of the 9th. The Beavers have rallied for 3 with a little help from the shortstop defensively. And now Cannon Reeder trying to make sure the Beavers don't squander a golden opportunity to take their first lead of the day in this elimination game. Reeder at the plate, second and third, 2 down. Tucker Biven to the plate. First pitch, strike. 0-1 the count. Bivin has found it at the right time. After the error by Alicea, he has settled in and struck out Craig and McIntyre back-to-back. A.J. Singer at third, Adam Haight at second, 2 down. They were there with nobody out. 0-1 to Reeder. Slider away, the count 1-1. Let's pause now 10 seconds for station identification. This is Beaver Baseball from Learfield. One and one to Cannon Reeder. The pitch from Bivin. Fastball, a fly ball to shallow right. Going out is the first baseman. Backing up to make the catch, Teg Davis. The Beavers, bless their hearts, rally for 3, but they let Louisville off the hook. After scoring 3 to tie second and third, nobody out, and come up empty. And now Louisville needs a run to win. But the Beavers are still alive in the College World Series, scoring 3 in the 9th. After 8.5, the Beavers 6, Louisville 6 on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Roth Home is your one-stop solution for all things home repair. From plumbing, electrical, heating, cooling, and even garage doors, we've got your home covered. Our team of expert technicians are ready 7 days a week to tackle any problem, big or small. We're more than just a home services company. We're your partners in maximizing home comfort. When your home needs the best, trust Roth Home, proud sponsor of Beaver Athletics. Visit us online at callroth.com or over the phone at 503-266-1249 and schedule your appointment today.
At the stadium or home, keep your cocktails local with Crater Lake Spirits, because great booze, happy people isn't just our motto, it's our personal guarantee. With every bottle of Crater Lake, you're getting Oregon pride distilled. Our spirits are a toast to tradition and a nod to innovation. Every sip is a celebration of the good times, the great outdoors, and the unbeatable spirit of the Pacific Northwest. Join us in raising a glass to victories, big and small, with Crater Lake Spirits, proudly sponsoring Oregon State Athletics. We're here to make every game day unforgettable.
The Beavers fight back for 3. That is the great news and the best news of all, and the overriding news from the top of the 9th inning. No question about it. You're down to your final 3 outs and 3 runs, just as the Beavers did a couple of weeks back in the Super against Florida State, a little less than 2 weeks ago. The Beavers score 3 in the 9th. They tied that ball game, but the situation was different. They did all of that, scoring the runs with 2 outs. Here, the Beavers pull even 6-6 and had runners at second and third and nobody out. That's a great opportunity, obviously, to get at least one more and have a lead going to the bottom of the 9th. But Louisville's Tucker Bivin, after the frustration of an error by a shortstop, a rare miscue, Alicea on a ground ball that would have produced, I think, just 1 out and nothing more. Nevertheless, it was a huge error. His second here in Omaha helped open the door. And now Kellen Oakes in the bottom of the 9th goes to work on Alicea, who is champing at the bit, I'm sure, to make up for that. Shows bunt and takes ball 1. 6-6, bottom of the 9th. Oakes trying to pitch the Beavers into extra innings. The 1-0 pitch is very high for ball 2, 2-0. The Beavers have a right-hander throwing in their bullpen. It's Zach Edwards, who pitched well here against Coastal Carolina on Sunday. The 2-0 pitch, fastball with Alicea taking all the way, takes a strike, 2-1 the count. Kellen Oakes and Wilson Weber, the Beavers' battery. Jacob Craig at first, A.J. Singer at second, Ivar Arquette at short. Caraway at third. The pitch misses high, ball 3. The last thing Oakes wants, needs, he's got to fill up the zone here. The winning run at the plate in Alicea. 32 stolen bases on the year. 3 balls and a strike to Alex. Oakes to the plate. Fastball slap foul back of the plate, and the count goes full to 3-2. Gavin Turley in left. Cannon Reeder in center. Carson McIntyre in right. 6-6, bottom of the 9th. The 3-2 pitch, slider taken a little bit high, ball 4. The Beavers wanted it. It was close. Appeared to be a pretty good pitch. The Beaver dugout was certainly expecting strike three called. Wyatt Queen on the television screen for a moment, all over the home plate arbiter, who did not call it a strike. I'm looking at it again. Called outside. Wilson Weber did try to bring it back in. I think it's the right call by Casey Mosier. Lucas Moore, the batter. The winning run at first, nobody out. Bottom of the ninth, the 6-6 tie. Kellen Oakes comes set. Turns and throws to first, and Alicea, 32 for 38, actually has 2 stolen bases in this ball game, so he's up to 33 for 39 on the year. Draws a throw and gets back. Jacob Craig holding him on. Lucas Moore bunts in the air, raced for by Wilson Weber. Cannot come up with it. The ball into the on-deck area of the Louisville Cardinals on the left side. No balls and a strike. Moore has 2 sacrifice hits on the season. Louisville does bunt enough, and that's certainly the idea that Dan McConnell has in mind, at least on the first pitch. 0-1 to Lucas Moore, left-handed hitter. The winning run, Alex Alicea can really run. He's at first. Moore again bunts, and again bunts it in the same spot. Foul into his own on-deck area. And he's down in the count, 0-2. And head coach Dan McConnell wants an offensive timeout to talk to his hitter, Lucas Moore, who has bunted 2 pitches away and foul. And McDonald and third base coach Eric Snyder coming down to visit with Lucas here in the bottom of the ninth inning of a 6-6 tie. The Beavers had runners at second and third and nobody out, and a chance to take the lead in the top of the ninth. They had a big slugger up there in Jacob Craig. Almost any other batter in the lineup you might have thought in terms of the Beavers bunting for a safety squeeze. But Craig, a long 2-run homer in the fourth. Coach Canham trusted him to get the ball in the air, get the run home. But a great job by Tucker Biven to get the next 3 hitters. And the Beavers, although a dramatic rally to tie, are still tied here in the bottom of the ninth. Oakes set. The strike 2 pitch, a slapper foul outside of third. The count remains 0-2 the count. Lucas, a very defensive hack, but got a piece of it to stay up there. No balls and 2 strikes in the bottom of the ninth inning. The Beavers beat Louisville with a walk-off in their half of the ninth on Friday night. 0-2 to Lucas Moore. Oakes delivers a line drive down the left field line, foul, and the count remains no balls and 2 strikes. We are slightly up the first baseline, not trying to use it in a royal sense. I am slightly up the first baseline, so when that ball went off the bat of Moore, I knew immediately it was going to go foul down the left field line. Louisville Cardinals fans from different angles thought there might be a shot, that it landed fair. Alex Alicea drawing the leadoff walk at first in the bottom of the ninth. Moore swings and slaps another one foul. And catcher's interference on Wilson Weber. Is that the call? No argument. Mitch Canham comes up to the top steps of the dugout on an 0-2 pitch. I believe catcher's interference has been called. Time is called. And the previous play is under review, not at the behest of Mitch Canham, but the umpires themselves. They are calling catcher's interference on Wilson Weber with an 0-2 count on Lucas Moore. Mitch Canham comes out of the Beavers dugout now to converse with the home plate umpire, Casey Mosier, who made the call. If the call stands and the Beavers weren't jumping around and Wilson Weber wasn't giving that look of incredulity, maybe he thinks that, yeah, it happened. But if the call stands, Louisville in great position to win this baseball game. With a winning run at second base, nobody out in the bottom of the ninth. Now they were in great position going to the top half of the inning, up 6-3. But the heck of a note here is a runner at first and an 0-2 count. Oakes was trying to put away Moore, who kept battling.
And eventually, according to the umpires, catcher's interference was called.
Oregon State is challenging the call of catcher's interference. The previous play is under video review.
So this will go under review after the umpires talked about it. And I'm not sure, Robert or anybody else, if it's a clear-cut instance of catcher's interference. A slap foul down the left field line. And I have a feeling the call is going to stand. I don't see much conviction in the Beaver fans about this call being overturned, and the call will stand, and that's a tough note for the Beavs.
It's confirmed.
Yeah, it's confirmed. Catcher's interference on
Oregon State will lose the challenge if it has one challenge.
Wilson Weber. Wow, on an 0-2 count. It's the first time I've written that down in the 2025 season. Not the first time in my life. But now Louisville has the winning run at second with nobody out. The Beavers had the go-ahead run at third with nobody out in the top of the ninth and came up empty. And now it's the Beavers' turn and Kellen Oaks' turn to try to fight through this. Willie out to the mound. Wilson Weber convening a meeting at the mound and kind of slaps Kellen on the backside and says, "That one is on me." Louisville with the winning run at second base in the bottom of the ninth inning. First and second, nobody out. Matt Klein, the batter. Klein has not sacrificed this season, and whether Dan McDonald is of a mind to try to change that and ask Klein to bunt, put the winning run at third, we'll have to wait and see. It worked out okay asking Lucas Moore to bunt. He bunted twice and fouled, and then fouled off a couple of pitches, and then was awarded first base on catcher's interference on Wilson Weber. So now, with the speedy Alex Alicea at second, Louisville is a base hit away from winning this elimination game. Klein does bunt, charged by Kellen Oaks, and he overruns the ball, commits an error, and the bases are loaded with nobody out. A sacrifice for Klein, an error on Kellen Oaks. The bunt would have worked. The Beaver defense, which has been on a record-setting pace most of this 2025 season, they slipped under that and not played to their high standards in Omaha, have committed their third error of this ball game and have 8 errors in the College World Series, which is just almost staggering to say. Louisville has the winning run 90 feet away with nobody out. Rich Dorman out to the mound. A leadoff walk to Alex Alicea to open the inning. And you know you're always in trouble when that occurs. Rich Dorman is going to go to the bullpen and bring the freshman flamethrower, Zach Edwards, Zed as Mitch called him, out of the bullpen here in the bottom of the ninth inning to try to come in and throw some heat and keep the Beavers alive in the 2025 season in their quest to stay alive in this elimination affair. Bases loaded, nobody out for Louisville. Trying to walk the Beavers off. Zach Edwards has filled up the strike zone. It's a high-pressure situation to be sure for anyone. With the true freshman, the big man out of Riverton, Utah, who brings it in the upper 90s, comes in the bottom of the ninth inning of a 6-6 tie. The call to the bullpen presented by Wilson Equipment. Stop by any Wilson Equipment location for rugged, reliable Bobcat machines that get the job done. Zach Edwards, against all odds, quite frankly, in the bottom of the ninth, trying to keep the Beavers' season alive. Bases loaded, nobody out. The winning run 90 feet away. Back after this in Omaha on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
First Interstate Bank is the proud sponsor of the Community Hero Program. Throughout the year, Beaver Nation has been submitting their community hero stories, and First Interstate Bank wants to give a special shout out to Crystal Harris. Crystal started a fundraiser for local nonprofits in the Corvallis and Albany communities, as well as volunteering with CASA, court-appointed special advocate for children. Due to her work, Crystal was recognized with the Albany Area Chamber of Commerce Citizen Award. Thank you, Crystal, from First Interstate Bank, proud sponsor of Beaver Athletics.
Roth Home is your one-stop solution for all things home repair. From plumbing, electrical, heating, cooling, and even garage doors, we've got your home covered. Our team of expert technicians are ready 7 days a week to tackle any problem, big or small. We're more than just a home services company. We're your partners in maximizing home comfort. When your home needs the best, trust Roth Home, proud sponsor of Beaver Athletics. Visit us online at callroth.com or over the phone at 503-266-1249 and schedule your appointment today.
Several hours ago, Mitch Canham and I were kind of rehearsing the events of the Beavers' loss to Coastal Carolina 6-2, and Mitch went well out of his way to talk about the work of Zach Edwards in 2 innings in relief late. Now, Coastal Carolina was in pretty good shape in the game, so those pitches are not anything near what he's about to face in the bottom of the ninth of a 6-6 tie, nobody out, and the winning run 90 feet away. But in that outing against Coastal, Zach went 2 innings, walked 1, struck out 3, and was bringing it as high as 98 miles per hour. So, the freshman from Riverton, Utah, in, winning run 90 feet away. The Beavers have to pull their infield in and their outfield in. The bases loaded, nobody out. Edwards will work from the stretch against the right-hand hitting Jake Monroe. First pitch, fastball, very high and inside, ball 1. We talk about Edwards, a strike thrower, and he has been for the most part. 18 innings, 9 walks, 21 strikeouts. 1-0, an ERA of 6. The 1-0 pitch, swung out and missed, and the count 1-1. Zach Edwards had a skip and a hop and a jump in his step when he came out of that bullpen as he said farewell to his teammates, staying down in the pen like, let's go do this. Edwards will try to keep the Beavers season alive. Bases loaded, nobody out, 6-6, bottom of the ninth. The 1-1 pitch is tapped foul at the plate. The count 1-2. A slider. Jim Wilson was on with me in our long pregame show several hours ago saying he loves to see the big horse, the big kid out of Riverton, Utah, throw that fastball. 6'2", 215-pounder from Riverton. Bases loaded, nobody out. 1-2 to Jake Monroe. Edwards to the plate. Breaking ball just missed. And the count 2-2. Jacob Craig, A.J. Singer, Ivar Arquette, and Trent Caraway all in on the infield. Turley, Reeder, and McIntyre shallow in the outfield with a winning run 90 feet away and nobody out. Edwards ready. Zach's 2-2 pitch. Taken, strike 3 called. 1 away. Big time pitch to get the cleanup hitter, a guy that blasted a 2-run home run back in the third. Now Eddie King Jr., a right-hand hitter, to the plate. The Beavers keep the infield in. A.J. Singer looking into the dugout, inquiring of Joey Wong. And Mitch, do we stay in? Do we play a little, maybe halfway? And they do back up a step or two, closer than they were, against Eddie King Jr. with the bases loaded and 1 out. Eddie swings and fouls it at the plate. 0-1 the count. The Beavers had second and third and nobody out after pulling even at 6 and did not score. Louisville, bases loaded, nobody out. Now 1 out. 0-1 the count to Eddie King Jr. 6-6, bottom of the ninth. Zach Edwards from the stretch. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. The ball glances away from Weber. Alisei holds at third. 1-1 the count. High drama to be sure. In this elimination affair, the Beavers trying to play their way into an extra inning against all odds, and they've already defied them by scoring 3 in the top of the ninth, trying to do so again in the bottom half. 1-1 to Eddie King Jr., a left-handed hitter. Tig Davis on deck. The freshman right-hander Zach Edwards out of the stretch, comes to the plate. Fastball way high and inside. Ball 2, bringing Wilson Weber out of his crouch. 2-1 the count. The winning run, Alex Alicea, whose error contributed to the Beavers rally in the top of the inning. The winning run at third, Lucas Moore at second, Matt Klein at first. The 2-1 pitch, and this will do it. A fly ball to center. Cannon Reeder goes back. Reeder makes the catch. Alicea tags on his way to the plate. He scores, and Louisville walks off the Beavers on the sacrifice fly to center field. 7-6 in the bottom of the ninth inning as they return the favor, and the Beavers' gritty, competitive, thrilling, exciting 2025 season that they fought all the way to the end on comes to a bitterly disappointing end. Louisville 7, the Beavers 6, but what a year for the Beavers, who battled the toughest schedule in America, the toughest schedule in program history. 5 elimination games coming in, down to their last 3 outs in the ninth inning today. Fought back to tie, not able to forge the lead, and they end up paying for that as Louisville wins it 7-6, and the Beaver season comes to an end in the College World Series. Our post-game show coming up. Cam, go right to it on the post-game break. #1 network stations. The 2025 season comes to an end. Hugs all around in front of the Beaver dugout. A sense of disbelief that it could end as it did. But what a creditable, admirable fight of a 2025 season it was, and a pleasure to be around it. Louisville, though, plays on. The Cardinals 7, the Beavers 6. Our post-game show coming up on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Today's game's Benny's Buddies Pet Spotlight. The official fan club of your favorite pet, brought to you by your local Toyota dealers, is Benny's Buddies member Faith the horse from Philomath. Faith enjoys galloping around with her mom Mallory and attending rodeos during the summer. Sign up your pet today at osubeavers.com/Benny's Buddies. Each member gets an official social media filter, and Oregon State will be giving away collars, leashes, treats, toys, and so much more.
First Interstate Bank is the proud sponsor of the Community Hero Program. Throughout the year, Beaver Nation has been submitting their community hero stories, and First Interstate Bank wants to give a special shout out to Shannon Kmetic. In 2009, Shannon started the nonprofit Angels in the Outfield. This nonprofit serves children impacted by crime and abuse to provide them with enriching experiences like tutoring, school trips, sporting fees, and lessons. Thank you, Shannon, from First Interstate Bank, proud sponsor of Beaver Athletics.
Cut time, cut costs, cut grass. Double your runtime with free extra battery deals on steel tools, and cut through your spring cleaning to-do list. Mow, trim, cut, prune. Do it all with Steel Battery. Find your deal at your local Steel dealer or shop online at steelusa.com. Get a free extra battery with select steel tool set. Set includes battery and charger. Extra batteries up to $160 MSRP value. Offer valid for limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Blue Sun Inc. Employment Services is your local nonprofit dedicated to providing employment opportunities to veterans and those facing physical and economic challenges within our community. Founded by a veteran in 2013, Blue Sun Inc. has helped more than 2,300 people find employment opportunities, resulting in more than $19 million in wages going back into the local economy. To learn more about Blue Sun Inc. and how you can help provide employment opportunities, please visit BlueSunInc.com. Blue Sun Inc. Employment Services, proud to partner with Oregon State Athletics. Go Beavs!
On the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield, Beaver Baseball was brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. Reese's Fine Foods, proud sponsor of Game Day. Mr. Plywood, we would love to help you on your next project. And by Pacific Source Health Plans, doing what's right, not just what's required. PacificSourceMembersFirst.com. This is the Beaver Postgame Show.
And the final one for 2025, the Beavers fall 7-6 to the Louisville Cardinals and are eliminated in their third game in Omaha. Louisville scoring 1 in the bottom of the ninth after the Beavers had scored 3 to tie in the top. The Beavers trailing 6-3 and down to their final 3 outs with another 3-run rally, 2 of them in the ninth inning in this postseason, but had second and third and nobody out. Did not push a run across, and Louisville took energy from that, certainly
and they win it by getting a leadoff walk, catcher's interference, sacrifice bunt, which was aired on by Kellen Oakes trying to make a play. Bases loaded, nobody out. Zach Edwards, summoned out of the bullpen, got a strikeout and had a 2-2 count to Eddie King Jr. And Eddie managed a fly ball to center field to score Alex Alicea from third and end the Beavers season. The Beavers 48-16-1. Louisville plays on. They're 42-23. A lot to get to on our postgame show, including a wrap-up of the year, highlights of the game, the Toyota drive of the game, and more. You're riding along with us all year long and are just sorry that the ride is over for 2025, but it was a thrilling one, a roller coaster one to be sure, and this game provided a lot of similar thrills that we've experienced with this talented, gritty, competitive ball club all year long. In the end, they come up short and are out in Omaha, but what a beautiful season and run it has been. Final score, Louisville 7, the Beavers 6. More coming up from lower downtown Omaha after this on the Beaver Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey Beaver Nation, here at Mr. Plywood, we know what it means to build. Locally owned and operated for over 50 years, Mr. Plywood goes beyond building decks, storage sheds, and fences. We help build the community. We offer family-style customer service with a friendly and knowledgeable staff that will help you with your next project. If you need hardwoods, plywood, fasteners, or help planning your next project, come down and pay us a visit. We would love to help you on your next project.
It's been so long. How have you been?
Hello, I'm doing well.
Dave, why are you talking that way?
Please say 1 for a compliment or 2 for a question.
Yeah, this is weird. I think I'm going to go.
Talking with an automated phone tree can feel pretty ridiculous. That's why when you call Pacific Source Health Plans, you'll get a real person to answer all your important questions.
Pacific Source Health Plans? This is a real person. How can I help you?
Human service, not automated phone trees. Find a plan at PacificSourceMembersFirst.com.
Okay, you say, I want some breakfast. Your so-called boyfriend says, we got eggs in the fridge. Obviously, when you say breakfast, you mean McDonald's. Definitely a side-eye situation.
Forget that boring breakfast. Buy a breakfast sandwich at McDonald's, like a sausage McMuffin with egg, and get another one for just $1. Prices and participation may vary. Limited time only. Valid for item of equal or lesser value.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Take your business to the next level in 2025 with the tools and services to make running your business smooth and easy. WaFd Bank is here to help make it happen with options like credit cards, term loans, lines of credit, and cash flow tools like FinSync, so you get paid in hours, not weeks. It's never been easier to get the funding and tools you need to grow your business and meet your goals.